We are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, perhaps more than ever. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Well, Space Fams, it's good to see you. December 30th, Tuesday, 2025. Year almost over. Today, if you've noticed, we are starting incredibly early, and we have one reason for that. And we are going to attempt to recap the entire year of 2025 from beginning to end. I've been meticulously putting a list together in chronological order. From January till now. 300 videos for us to get through. So, we're gonna try and get through that. Actually, wait a second. I forgot. Before I did talk more about that, shoutouts. Let's see. Hermit Horologist, Manda Pivot, and Moa Noah 123 in the YouTube chat. Quaximus, close fourth. George Waters also here. Arvin Trevino, Styx Dragon, Sharon. So Life is here. B-Cat, Blue Tomato, Cheetah Man, Mr. Spock, Presla, Morbius. Who we got on Twitch? Who do we got on Twitch? Manda again, Paige, and Schmegley. Good to see all of you beautiful people here. Oh, Captain Homer, also here. Good to see you here as well. A lot of beautiful Space Fams here for the 2025 Galactic Recap. Got a fuck ton of videos for us to get through. I mean, a lot. So very many of them. The entire year, 365 days to get through. We have almost 365 videos. This stream may take us an incredible amount of time at some point, depending on how I feel, where we stand, things like that. We may have to end the YouTube stream and restart it, due to how long I am anticipating this stream to take. That's why we're starting so early, Space Fam. So get your seatbelts buckled, perhaps a helmet, snacks, drinks. Let's do it. 2025, it's been a freaking crazy year, I'm sure you've noticed. And I figured the best way for us to start it off tonight. So the video that we ended last year with. United Nations. Almost exactly 1 year to the day.
Greetings from the future. Each passing second, minute, hour, we meet again and again, and we discuss again and again. We live as if we always have forever. Humanity has been continually preoccupied with the future, toiling to secure profits, holding on to power, and extracting precious resources. At what cost? Millions of people have been pushed into extreme poverty and hunger. Conflict is upending countless lives, and environmental crises are threatening our planet. But the solution is clear and simple. We've had a blueprint for a healthy planet and thriving societies, allowing us to work together, not for our own agenda, but for the 2030 agenda. We stand at a critical moment of choice and consequence. The thirst for information has led to rich data to guide our decisions. We know what to do. We must act now and act boldly. This year, the High-Level Political Forum has a unique opportunity to focus on acceleration and implementation, and on envisioning a prosperous future. I'm waiting for you.
Oh, it feels like so long ago, but that was literally 1 year ago. I don't know how many of you were watching the stream at that time, but we absolutely watched that video. I think we watched it a couple of times last year, around this time of year. A message from the United Nations. A message for the future. Which path will we choose? Well, I know what path we chose last year, technically, which led us to most of the events, I feel like, of this year. Having gone through it all now. That was, of course, the election of President Donald Trump. This was how this year started.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
The golden age of America begins right now. That was that was the way we started this year. America first, said Donald Trump. Is your space clock broken? No. No, Bob. We're doing the all-day 2025 recap. GSL's 2025 news recap, to be more specific. 300 videos, 300 clips, Bob. 300. We're getting through the whole frickin' year. There you go. Great golden age of America coming in very soon. This was, I think, the same day.
You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
My heart goes out to you. Now, around the exact same time, the Davos summit the World Economic Forum was happening in Davos, Switzerland.
Well, I want to start.
And this guy... Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, parent company of Claude AI, had some stuff to say here. A bunch of people had a lot of stuff to say, but we're not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead of here, but Dario Amodei is basically throughout this discussion, painting his vision of the future, where AI CEOs like him dominate the planet, and nobody else has jobs. But maybe we have jobs. Okay. That was, to me, always the most disturbing part of this entire comment from him. Is that when we get to the point where labor is made irrelevant and only billionaires like him have any power, when we get to that point, then the people at the Davos summit, okay, the World Economic Forum is a place where billionaires go to. It's basically the Illuminati, right? It's the Bilderberg. If you want to get really weird with it, somebody give me a tinfoil hat. Point is it's basically a bunch of billionaires who chortle around in Switzerland in the fucking Alps, talking about look how good we did this year, making a bunch of money, and then maybe we should think like. And sometimes they say like in the summits, sometimes it's like let's do some stuff for poor people, maybe like in Africa. Yes, thank you, Hermit. I need this. But like these guys. Like, he's like, okay, when we get to the point where labor is irrelevant and, unions are completely irrelevant and labor, workers have no power, then we, the billionaires at places like the World Economic Forum, we'll decide what the peasants get. We'll decide how to organize society for everyone else. It's in my opinion, this is... what do you call it? This is authoritarian talk, right? This is dictator talk. Paige Larson, thank you for giving me my sunglasses. I just realized I'm wearing them. I don't know how that happened, but now I've got them. But yeah, that was one of the fascinating clips of this year. That was in January. More from January. This was the day after the inauguration.
You think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much better.
Thank you, press. Inside. Thank you.
Well, if you don't remember what that was in reference to, that was Donald Trump after attending a evening mass with JD and the wives.
US President Donald Trump has said that the, quote, so-called bishop of the Washington National Cathedral owes the public an apology. That's after Episcopal Bishop Marian Edgar Buddy urged him to protect immigrants and respect gay rights.
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now.
Trump did not appear happy during the service and dismissed the remarks when asked for a reaction later. In a late-night post on Truth Social, he said
The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal immigrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It's a giant crime wave that is taking place in the United States. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. T. These are all indelibly seared into your brain. I did try to get all of the clips, all of the good ones, all the hits. Now, around this time, some of the first picks in the Trump administration were getting announced. Well, not even, actually, they were getting announced earlier than this, actually. But, one of Trump's picks in January for UN ambassador, Elise Stefanik, remember her? She had some stuff to say about Israel and the West Bank.
If you look at the anti-Semitic rot within the United Nations, there are more resolutions targeting Israel than any other country, any other crisis combined. And we have significant national security councils, the anti-Semitism, whether it's UN Women failing to condemn Hamas's terrorist attack and terrorist regime against innocent civilian women, using rape and targeting women specifically, taking them hostage. I am overjoyed that those 3 young women hostages were returned home. We need to stay committed to ensuring every...
Remember Elise? Oh, God, it's so funny to think about. She's got to be so mad right now. Everything is falling apart for her. Donald Trump basically screwed her on her run for governor. She lost her UN ambassadorship, of course. Here she was, denouncing the UN for its horrible, horrible anti-Semitism. Back in last January. Now, while we're talking about Israel, Donald Trump had this to say about Gaza and Palestinians.
I said to him,
Leaked audio.
I'd love you to take on more, because I'm looking at the whole Gaza Strip right now, and it's a mess. It's a real mess.
So you'd like Jordan to house people from
I'd
Gaza?
like him to take people. I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm meeting with, I'm talking to General al-Sisi tomorrow, sometime, I believe. And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. I mean, you're talking about probably 1.5 million people. And we just clean out that whole thing. It's, you know, it's over the centuries, that's many, many conflicts inside.
Just clean it all out.
And I don't know, it's something has to happen, but it's literally a demolition site right now. Almost everything's demolished, and people are dying there. So I'd rather get involved with some of the Arab nations and build housing at a different location where they can maybe live in peace for a change.
Temporarily, or would they
It could be either. It could be temporarily, could be long term.
Could be both. Could be long, could be temporary. Yeah, that was Donald Trump. This time, or last time, this January, shortly after being inaugurated, talking about ethnically cleansing Palestinians from Gaza. It was something of a, forecasting on how things would perhaps play out this year. Not well for Palestinians, as it turns out. A few days later, Donald Trump doubled down on this rhetoric.
Egypt's president and the King of Jordan have both said that they won't take in displaced people from Gaza like you suggested. Is there anything you can do to make them do that? I mean, tariffs against those countries, for example?
They will do it. They will do it.
What makes you say that?
They're going to do it. Okay? We do a lot for them, and they're going to do it.
They're gonna do it. Look, when I say it's gonna happen, it happens. He promoted GNN in the indisputable chat, and it immediately forwarded everyone to TYT reruns. Fascinating. How did that happen? Well, okay, there you go. Donald Trump doubling down on that genocidal rhetoric. sounding more and more like a mafia boss, only a week into his presidency. Now, leading into Inauguration Day, Donald Trump was talking a whole bunch about Panama, the Panama Canal. I'm sorry, I almost called it Palestine. Panamanians were not huge fans of that rhetoric.
Protesters in Panama burned an effigy of US President-elect Donald Trump on Thursday during a march marking the bloody past of the Panama Canal. Trump has said he wants to take back control of the canal and this week refused to rule out use of military or economic pressure to do it. Panamanians rejected Trump's comments.
Panama has to be sovereign. That was what was said in the treaty. And the canal belongs to the Panamanians. And nobody should come here to interrupt the peace we have in our canal.
Thursday saw hundreds march to mark Martyrs' Day, the anniversary of a deadly uprising in 1964 against American control of the canal. At that time, more than 20 Panamanians and 3 US soldiers died in violent clashes after mass demonstrations against.
Now, this was, I think, like the 1st of February.
Don't worry about it,
Little
little
Marco
Marco.
Rubio.
Gentlemen.
There we go. That was little Marco Rubio arriving in early February of this year in Panama to seize the canal for the United States. Okay. Now, at the same time all this was going on, of course, Donald Trump was saying all sorts of horrible things about immigrants and was ramping up immigration efforts. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy at I don't know what to call it, like a conference of some sort, like a town hall discussion at Montclair State University. I had some things to say about immigrants.
Getting it. Okay. What is New Jersey doing to protect the LGBTQ plus community, particularly transgender people?
Yeah, we've done a lot. I'm proud that we've got the first.
Okay, sorry, this isn't the part of this I want, and just so that I can actually get through all of these clips, I gotta try and get just the parts
We've
that
done
we
a
need.
lot. I'm incredibly proud of all that we've done. But if the feds make big moves, it's got the biggest healthcare risks in the trans community, biggest suicide and drug and substance abuse for sure. This isn't a trans case, but Tammy and I were talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her. So it's going to be a whole combination.
There you go. That was Governor Phil Murphy saying something which shocked people at the time, February 1st, 2025 of this year. saying that he had a immigrant, an undocumented immigrant, living in his attic or in his whatever it was in his home, and good luck to the feds trying to come and get her. It was certainly a bold statement. I'll give him that much. Now, days later, I think like 2 or 3 days later.
Staffers of the U.S. agency. Staffers of the U.S. Agency for International Development have been instructed to stay out of its Washington headquarters after billionaire Elon Musk announced that President Donald Trump had agreed with him to shut the agency down. That's according to a notice distributed to the staffers early Monday. Musk, Trump, and some Republican lawmakers have targeted the U.S. Aid and Development Agency, which oversees humanitarian development and security programs in some 120 countries, in increasingly strident terms, accusing it of promoting liberal causes. USAID staffers say they tracked 600 employees who reported being locked out of the agency's computer systems overnight. Those still in the system received emails saying the headquarters building will be closed to agency personnel on Monday, February 3rd. The developments come after Musk said he'd spoken with Trump about the U.S. Aid and Development Agency, and the Republican president agreed they should shut it. Democrat.
Well, there you have it, USAID staffers. Kept out of USAID headquarters. That was, I think, like February 4th, February 3rd, or something like that. One day later, Democrats held a press conference. People like Ilhan Omar spoke outside the USAID headquarters building.
Let me introduce my colleague from the House, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Senator. It is really, really a sad day in America. We are witnessing a constitutional crisis. We talked about Trump wanting to be a dictator on day one, and here we are. This is what the beginning of dictatorship looks like.
Indeed. Now, this next clip is from the same press conference. Unforgettable quote. Truly one that we have endlessly mocked for the entire year. Where does this start? I think around here.
Privacy, take away our dollars, take away everything we have. We are going to fight this fight. I am going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. We will win.
We will win.
We will win.
We won't rest.
We won't rest.
We won't rest.
We won't rest. We won't rest.
God damn it, Chuck. God damn it, Chuck. You motherfucker. Oh, God, you suck so bad. Terrible. We haven't even gotten a full month into Trump's presidency yet, and it's already been terrible. We won't rest. We won't rest. We will fight, and we will win, and we will not rest. Okay, now Donald Trump had this to say. Another shocking development.
I also
Gaza.
strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being
So
in its
unlucky.
presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth.
It's
It could
just
be
bad
one,
luck.
two.
It's just bad luck. It's weird. It just happened completely unrelated to any actions anyone took. Just totally sheer, blind, dumb luck.
3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
You don't even have to go back.
And we will do a job with it, too.
It'll be great.
We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site.
That was the part I wanted. I couldn't remember where it was. We will own it, said Donald Trump about Gaza. A shocking statement to many people, including myself, that when I heard it, I was like, what?
What now?
Ooh, what now? But, yeah, it wasn't the great... Honestly, it wasn't even the craziest thing to happen that week. I hate, literally, I think on the same weekend that Benjamin Netanyahu was in town hanging out with Trump, Trump posted this to his Truth Social account. Remember this, everybody? Remember this? Oh my God.
Set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza #1. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza #1.
So perverse.
We have an opportunity to...
I still hate this. I think I hate it even more than the first time I watched it. I remember having a visceral reaction to this the first time I watched it, and I genuinely hate it even more now than I did then. Oh my fucking God. It's the worst. People, we're still in early February, okay? And if anything, there's more. As this gets worse as it progresses. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this gets. Although I will say this, I saved us technically in a way because I went through. I forgot I had another list. I went through one. I have like multiple lists of hundreds. I must have thousands of videos that I've saved for different occasions, whether it's Sunday Fun Days or for clipping later and stuff that I never got to, and it just. Or just stuff that I've just kept because of whatever reason. And I had the opportunity this year, went through the whole thing, and I was like, oh wait, I have the Sunday Fun Day flow over list Went through that, added some of those in here, just so that we could get through some of this. Because 2025 has been fucking crazy. Now, wasn't that long after all of this, maybe just a couple of days later, Donald Trump on the tarmac in D.C. discussing tariffs, his plans for Liberation Day he had already announced.
We may have short-term a little pain, and people understand that. But long-term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. We have deficits with almost every country. Not every country, but almost. And we're going to change it. It's been unfair. That's why we owe $36 trillion. I'm speaking with Prime Minister Trudeau tomorrow morning.
There you go. Remember that moment Donald Trump said, a little pain. Just a little pain, and then it will be great. And then you're going to love it. We have massive, massive deficits with every country on the planet. And they're taking advantage of us by selling us all that stuff that we want. And it's not fair. It's not fair, and now they have to buy stuff too. It's only right. Speaking of tariffs, tariffs are, of course, market manipulation, market regulation, market.
We had booked somebody
taxation.
for on the tap.
And Republicans have long been against, regulated markets, impediments to free trade. And Fox News people, we're struggling to make sense of all of this.
We had booked somebody for on the tariffs for tomorrow, in part because we're like, let's see what he does. Because there's going to be, I think, the narrative of at least what we're going to see over the next 6 months is going to be a three-parter. One is Musk and Russell Vought, who will be head of OMB if he gets confirmed, and he will, they're going to take a wrecking ball to our administrative state, to our government functions. Get rid of all the regulation by getting rid of all the agencies and their capacity to do this work. And the judges that already sit on the federal bench appointed by Trump are going to sign off on this. Trump, meanwhile, is going to do whatever he can to enrich himself. So if that means making fake lawsuits to Meta or to CBS or to whatever and getting money that way, if it means, cutting deals with
pump and dump meme coins.
Pump and dump meme coins. We're going to buy Greenland and sell it to Peter Thiel.
For all those rare earth minerals.
Yes, and whatever. For Praxis, they're like little, have you heard about this? They're, utopian, anarcho-libertarian world, whatever it is.
People are nuts.
We're going to get the Panama, we're going to attack Panama, whatever it is. He's going to look to enrich himself. And as long as nothing interferes with that, he's going to be fine. And as long as nobody talks about the different deals he has to cut because he's put loyalists in all these positions, he's going to be fine. And the third thing they're going to do is they're going to pretend that they're going to do what they say they were going to do, more broadly, which is we're going to make this place a little bit whiter, a little bit more English speaking, and eventually we get prices down. And this is the way that he's going to do it. And the tariff story, and we're going to see this with immigration, they're going to terrorize people. They're going to put 30,000 people into a detention camp in Guantanamo. They're going to do it. And they're going to get rid of, I think, natural-born citizenship. We'll talk about that later. But right now, the tariff stuff is a perfect example of him saying, I'm going to levy tariffs on them, and then pretending that he got something. He scared the heck out of Mexico and Canada and got something in return.
But it's funny because I was checking out Sean Hannity's monologue last night, and he is just lauding Donald Trump. Oh, Trump, you have been so successful at shaking down Canada and Mexico with this tariff kind of chest thumping.
Do we have that?
I didn't end up sending it because I feel like it's more funny the contrast though with Laura Ingraham and anybody who is actually viewing this and isn't a Trump sycophant. They say like, what did they get from them? Oh, Claudia Scheinbaum. She basically said, "Oh yeah, we'll send in what you'll get from me."
Well, here we have it.
All right,
I mean, we have it. I mean, because this is what the story is. But do we have that Sean Hannity?
No.
It's my bad. I was just referencing it. Yeah.
The point is, he's being heralded by all of his hornblowers, if you will, his fluffers in the media. We know who these people are, as having, and I think Charlie Kirk had a tweet like, "We are back, baby. We are back." They supposedly extracted concessions from Mexico and from Canada. Here is, put this up. This is number 14. Supposedly what they got from Mexico was the deployment of 10,000 troops on the border to protect it. And here is a AP story covering it. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. You're confused. Because Jen Psaki, who I guess is now at MSNBC, is in the picture. But wait, what's she doing at a podium? Oh, this is back when she was a White House spokesperson. Scroll up. No, scroll down. Sorry.
There it is.
April 2021. What? Oh, this is when the Biden administration, without getting tariffs, said, will you put 10,000 more troops on the border? And Mexico said, okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
This already happened. But this
without tanking the markets for a day.
Right. The big concession that he got over tariffs from Claudia Sheinbaum. And the thing is that she's not going to be, she's first of all a leftist leader, but she's also coming into office in the last few months with an 80% approval rating. So she's going to be a little bit emboldened to stand up to Donald Trump here. And then what he got from Canada was also even like almost more hilariously pathetic. Right, Sam? It was like he got that fentanyl czar.
Oh, well, look at this. Here's CNN's Caitlin Collins talking about the concessions that they supposedly got from Canada.
It's ravaged hometowns. Everyone understands the fentanyl crisis. But one, the amount of fentanyl that comes from Canada is nowhere near the scale of the southern border. A lot of it comes through legal ports of entry. But
pause it. Hold on for 1 second. Actually, it's 1% of the fentanyl in this country comes from the Canadian border. But also, we are at the lowest ebb of fentanyl deaths in this country in 10 years. We're at the lowest ebb of ODs. The reason why we had this surge of opioid deaths was a function of Purdue Pharmaceuticals and some pharmacy benefit managers who did not do their jobs, or at least maybe Purdue perceived it as their job, to sell opioids with the claim that it was not addictive. And
okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. I'm trying to soak up as much of the majority report clips as we got here because honestly, most of this is not majority report clips. Most of it's just, we're just going to be blasting through clips. So I figure I'd take a brief moment of respite.
Atmosphere, we're not going to be able to completely replace it, but let's start putting as a priority, building out a little bit more resiliency, because this ding-dong is going to try it again. But here is Sean Hannity just trying to convince all the olds watching that this is a big victory.
It was a big day at the White House. In fact, every day is a big day at the Trump White House. The flurry of activity from the Trump administration is unlike anything we've ever seen. It's nothing but shock and awe, and the media melting down, Democrats melting down, which makes it fun. But make no mistake.
Pause it for a second. Incidentally, nothing but shock and awe. Some of you may be too young to understand what that term means, but it was literally the night, the first day or two of the George Bush administration bombing Baghdad and Iraq, as close to the Stone Age as they could, killing God knows how many people.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
But he says it.
Shame on you.
As it's a celebration. It's fascinating.
Is unlike anything we've ever seen. It's nothing but shock and awe, and the media melting down, Democrats melting down, which makes it fun. But make no mistake, we are witnessing what is a transformational presidency in the making. According to Donald Trump, border crossings now down 93%, and he's only getting started.
93% from what?
24 hours, Mexico caved in the face-off of Trump's tariff threats, agreeing to send 10,000 members of Mexico's National Guard to secure their side of the border, crack down on fentanyl and smuggling and illegal immigration. Canada also caving, little Justin agreeing to list Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations, appointing a fentanyl czar, and participating in a joint strike force to combat crime at our northern border, which is becoming bigger and bigger every day. Keep in mind, the border in our north, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, Border Patrol agents, they apprehended nearly 20,000 illegal immigrants from over 97 different countries last year. Now, that number is higher than the past 17 years combined. But now that Canada and Mexico have agreed to start being good neighbors, the tariffs have been paused for 30 days, while more permanent security, economic deals will be negotiated.
And everyone in the nursing home is like, yes. And this is he won. He got
what time is Sean? What time is Sean Hannity on? 8 p.m. Huh? What happened on Fox at or
maybe 9 p.m. I think Ingram's now 7 and he's at 8 if I'm remembering correctly.
So he's at 8, and what happened at 7 p.m.? Something must have happened over the course of that hour. Let's play number 6.
She was less impressed.
A number that nobody's really talking about, and here's what it is. U.S., out of our GDP that we have, we spend 3.4% of it on our military. Our military expenditure is the highest in the world. So we spend around $950 billion, give or take, on military expenditure. Mexico is the lowest in the world, 0.7% of their GDP, which is only $12 billion a year, and Canada is only 1.3%, which is around $27 billion. Why am I sharing this number with you? They don't need to spend it because they have America that's so powerful that who the hell is waking up thinking about attacking Canada or Mexico? So here's my opinion. I think this 25%.
Pause it for 1 second. In the absence of the United States having the not just the world's largest military budget, but twice as large as the rest of the world combined, I think it is. Who's thinking we need to invade Mexico or Canada?
Besides the
United States.
Yeah, besides the Trump administration. Nobody was saying that until Donald Trump took office. He is the only psycho who's been saying we need to invade Canada and Mexico, seize Panama and Greenland. I'm getting ahead of myself here. We're not yet at that point in the year. Technically, he was already talking about Panama and Greenland. Although, we didn't show up until later. Let's go here. Actually, you know what? You know what? Technically, we did. Look, there's only so many videos I can fit into this, okay? We got 300 videos to get through here today, Space Fams. And I tried my best. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm fairly certain that what Charlie Kirk and who else popped up in Greenland, I think it was around this time. Was it JD? Steve Bannon? I can't remember. Anyway, this is February 6th. Are we really still in the first week of February? My God. Oof. Okay. Let's go here to the National Prayer Breakfast of 2025.
20 countries. From the very beginning of our republic, America has always been a nation founded by people of faith and strengthened by the power of prayer and united by 4 simple but very beautiful words: in God we trust. And you all know there was a movement to get that out. I said, no, I don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. I don't want to hear it. There was a movement. We don't want that because we shouldn't be mentioning God. There was a very strong movement, just like they don't want to say Merry Christmas, but now they say it. Remember in 2016, I was a whole big part of my campaign. You're going to say Merry Christmas. Well, now they do it again. But we...
I love the fact that here in February, Donald Trump was already claiming people were calling it Christmas again. People were saying Merry Christmas. I know it's only February, but people are already saying Merry Christmas again. They were scared, but now they feel free to say it in February. Perfectly normal time to say it. Everyone's saying it.
I don't know if you've been watching, but we got rid of woke over the last 2 weeks. Woke is gonzo. Despite the other side stealing hundreds of millions of dollars to promote woke. Did you see what happened yesterday where they found hundreds of millions of dollars of money was fraudulently given to
hundreds of millions of money?
And, I guess Politico. I don't know. They're here. Good. I hope you're enjoying your breakfast. No.
Anyway, Donald Trump went on and on about here talking about his political enemies at the National Prayer Breakfast earlier this year. The video seems quiet. Yeah, it's coming out of only one. It's mono, and yes, quiet. I had it all the way up. That clip was quiet. Okay, now I think literally the exact same day, or like the very next day, this happened outside of the Department of Education. Remember this great moment in history?
Article 1. All right now. Okay. We're coming in. We're coming in. We're coming in. Don't lock the door. We're coming in. Who are you?
You're not coming in.
Who are you?
Who under whose
Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you, sir? Do you have business here?
Yes.
I've sent the Assistant Secretary a letter alerting her that we would be here today, and we've asked her for a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know that that's been accepted, so until that's accepted.
Who are you? And what do you do here?
What do you do here?
Security responsibility.
Get out of the way. We pay you. We pay for your job. We pay you.
We're members
of Congress. We pay you.
We're members of Congress. Nobody has accepted a meeting.
You are.
We haven't heard that from the Secretary. We haven't heard that from her spokesman.
I'm relaying that.
You are not the spokesman for the department. You are a security guard.
Can you
We're members of Congress.
Where's your badge? Where's your badge? You don't have any identification. Where's your ID? Where's your ID?
We are not.
It's not good enough.
We are not a threat to security. We're members of Congress, and we want to ask a question.
We walk into the White House without having to go through magnetometers.
Can we get someone?
This is not.
I'd like to speak with someone who works here.
So what are you going to do? You're going to beat us up if we go in?
I mean, you're going to,
we want you to move out of the way.
We're not steamrolling you.
Get out of the way.
This says all access
Sure that we can't.
Stand aside, sir.
We're
This
members
says
of
all
Congress.
access.
Please stand aside, sir.
I'm not saying.
There we go. Brown shirt, preventing lawmakers from entering government buildings like Department of Education. That was still in the first week of February. Now, in the wake of Trump's comments on Gaza and sending Palestinians out of the territory, a number of neighboring countries, places like Jordan, were quite upset. People protesting in the streets.
نقول لترامب لا مكان لكم على أرض الأردن خذ مساعداتك وخذ معها قواعدك العسكرية.
We say to Donald Trump, there's no place for you on Jordanian soil. Take your aid assistance. We don't need it. We don't need your bases. We don't need foreign alliance within America. We have and don't need your aid. Stop your aid and remove your military bases. We say to you today, there will be no more deportation or Nakba for the Palestinian people. I still think this is one of the best made signs of the year. I still think this was, like, honestly, really well done. Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine. You have this old lady spanking Donald Trump. Oh, I guess this is a card. Wait, why does it say 2017? Oh, I think I know why. Because this was actually, I think this was a political cartoon from when Donald Trump. Yes, right. I remember. Yes. They're just repurposing it for the, yeah, good moment. Good moment for that. All right, back to the United States. Well, I mean, I guess to the airspace above what Donald Trump thinks is the United States. The Gulf of Mexico.
Please direct your attention out the right side of the aircraft. Air Force One is currently in international waters for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America. Please enjoy the flight, and we are now about to head westbound to Super Bowl 59.
Wow, he did that well. That's a good shot. He did, isn't that nice? You know, we're about make America
Isn't that nice? That's great.
Okay.
Making it great.
Have you talked to Mexico about this? Actually, interestingly, I've never spoken to him about it. It was.
Well, there was Donald Trump gleefully signing an executive order renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America without asking anybody else about it. Something which led, of course, to the Associated Press being forced out of the White House earlier this year in the same week for not calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Now, in response to this nonsense, Claudia Sheinbaum had this to say in the month of February.
Están equivocados, que no se puede llamar a todo el Golfo de México Golfo de América.
Google are wrong. The entire Gulf of Mexico cannot be named the Gulf of America. Now this is a dispute with Google.
Ya contestaron la carta y ya les volvimos a contestar.
They already answered our letter, and we wrote them back. And if necessary, we will file a civil lawsuit. Because in the United States, they are going to see it as the Gulf of America, in other places as the Gulf of Mexico, in other places as the Gulf of Mexico. But Google are not right. All right, let's go to this next clip. Back to the United States. Little Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, February 11th, already looking kind of tired. Look at this photo. 2 weeks into the great mandate, Mike Johnson looks exhausted in this fucking picture. He had some stuff to say, as of course at this time, reconciliation bill was needing passage.
Okay, good.
You talked about codifying some of these things that they're doing in the administration. Will we see some of that codification in the CR or spending round in mid-March, and or will we see that come the fall round?
Well, the reconciliation process is where you're going to see the lion's share of that, and it is by design. I mean, everybody knows how it works. The reconciliation process is effectively a partisan a mechanism. It shouldn't be. I mean, what we're going to be doing are things that are.
Well, there is little Mike Johnson saying the reconciliation process is partisan. It shouldn't be, but it is. Now, of course, it is absolutely a partisan process. And the Republicans weren't looking for any bipartisanship this year in any form or fashion, really, aside from just fealty. But that was not all Mike Johnson had to say.
J.D. Vance said that judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. You're a constitutional law expert. Ultimately, at the end, if the courts say that the administration is violating the law, should they comply with the court's demands?
Well, of course, the branches have to respect our constitutional order, but there's a lot of game yet to be played. Those will be appealed. We've got to go through the whole process. And we'll get to the final analysis. In the interim, I will say I agree wholeheartedly with Vice President J.D. Vance, my friend, because he's right. What they're doing in the executive branch, I've been asked so many times, aren't you uncomfortable with this? No, I'm not. And I think the courts should take a step back and allow these processes to play out. What we're doing.
The courts should take a step back and let Donald Trump do whatever the fuck he wants, says Mike Johnson. Yeah, that's been the vibes from old Mike this year. Look, I mean, Mike is honestly, I don't think he really likes his job, and it's way easier for Trump to just decide what is legal and not legal. And, you know, having co-equal branches is just complicating things. It's making his life tough. Because then he's got to, like, try and legislate stuff, and that's tough. All right, now, around that same time, of course, Elon Musk was running around in the government doing whatever the fuck he wanted to. And met with Donald Trump and his creepy little son in the White House.
At a high level, if you say, what is the goal of Doge and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you sorry. So, I tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. So if there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote.
Unelected bureaucrat here, Elon Musk explaining as to why bureaucracies are bad. With his possessed child / body armor human shield, who he brought around in his little pea coat. Boogergate, yep. Boogergate,
Well, first of all,
yeah.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect. Elon
Musk also said that some of the things that he said were going to be wrong. Even though everyone was claiming he was a unmitigated genius. Look at this little brat. I hate this kid. I don't know. I shouldn't hate this kid, but I honestly, this kid acted like. I mean, honestly though, what the fuck was he even doing there?
What are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1, and then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build. And if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion between now and next year.
Oh my God, he just keeps digging. Oh my God. That finger is so deep in there. Oh my, he's like getting close to his fucking brain. That kid is like third knuckle deep in there.
Inflation. There's no inflation at 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that
two fingers.
So everyone's mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop.
Oh yeah. Now he also, of course, told Donald Trump to shush, or something to that effect. I mean, this kid was just incredibly poorly behaved. He was a real problem. Real little devil. All right, let's move on from that. Now, Elon made an appearance, I think that same night or like the night after, at an alternative for Deutschland, neo-Nazi party of Germany. Oh, wait, no, this wasn't that. I'm sorry, that was a different one. That was a different one. Sorry, this is the Saudi Arabian. Somehow I got this mixed up. I think this was a Saudi Arabian held summit. I got it confused with the AFD. I don't know how that happened, but it happened.
We do need to delete entire agencies as opposed to leave part of them behind. Because if you leave part of them behind, it's easy. It's kind of like leaving a weed. If you don't remove the roots of the weed, then it's easy for the weed to grow back. But if you remove the roots of the weed, it doesn't stop weeds from ever growing back, but it makes it harder. So we have to really delete entire agencies, many of them. We really have here rule of the bureaucracy as opposed to rule of the people, democracy. So we want to restore rule of the people. And so what that means is reducing the size of the federal government, basically reducing regulation. There's a tremendous amount of over-regulation that's happened over time.
Okay. Now, where am I on my list here? Right. All right, let's go to this one. This was from around the same time.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
This is the Tesla Gigafactory in Berlin, where Elon Musk builds Tesla cars for the European market. It's factories like this that have made him the world's richest person. But now he's using that wealth, billions of dollars amassed by selling Teslas, to promote European far-right parties. He's vocally supporting the far-right AfD in the upcoming German election, claiming only the AfD can save Germany. The AfD is so far to the right that France's national rally leader, Marine Le Pen, will not work with the party. Members of the AfD use Nazi slogans, constantly spread disinformation, and trivialize the Holocaust. In a conversation on Twitter, Musk and Alice Weidel, the leader of the AfD, both spread misinformation and falsified history. Musk claimed that Weidel is the most popular candidate for German Chancellor, when in reality polls put her 5th. Musk also claimed the AfD is the most popular party in Germany. A complete lie. Weidel declared to Musk that Hitler was not right-wing or a conservative, but was a communist, a claim to which Musk said, very much so, and yeah. In reality, the Nazis were an extreme right-wing, racist and anti-Semitic party that murdered 6 million European Jews. Musk has called Angela Merkel Angela Merkin, a sex industry slur. In the UK, Musk has become a vocal supporter of Tommy Robinson, a former member of the fascist British National Party, who has served multiple prison sentences, including one for assaulting an off-duty police officer. Robinson, a football hooligan, is the founder of the far-right English Defence League. He has a history of violence and has been filmed attacking people on multiple occasions. He is currently in jail after being ordered by a judge to stop spreading entirely false claims about a 15-year-old refugee who had been attacked by another teenager at school. Robinson repeated the false claims anyway. Musk has backed him multiple times on Twitter. In recent weeks, Musk also came to the defence of Andrew McIntyre, a British neo-Nazi who was a key architect of racist riots that rocked the UK last summer. McIntyre set the time and location for the initial riot that targeted a mosque, drawing a red circle around it and adding the message, "Time for war." 50 police officers would be injured in the attack while congregants had to lock themselves inside. McIntyre then declared on the organising channels he established that the mosques must burn. The day before his arrest, he was calling for the killing of all Jewish, Muslim and black people, adding white power. McIntyre also shared a video of the 2019 Christchurch mosque terror attack, when 51 Muslims were murdered, coupled with a caption lauding the shooter as a white legend and making offensive slurs against Muslims and Jews. When he was arrested, a knife was found hidden in the boot of his car, and when his home was searched, officers found weapons and a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf. McIntyre used Telegram to encourage rioting, but Musk took to Twitter to bemoan McIntyre's 7-year prison sentence for organising the riots using social media.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the United States. To Congress, where then nominee and at the time current Trump lawyer, Todd Blanche, was testifying in his committee, his Judiciary Committee confirmation hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to you both. Mr. Blanche, you and I have some common friends from your time in the Southern District of New York who speak highly of you. I take issue with my colleague, Senator Welch, in saying that SDNY is the flagship. Clearly, it's the Central District of California. But notwithstanding what I've heard from our mutual friends, I am gravely concerned in listening to your testimony, the degree to which you sound like you're still representing Donald Trump as his lawyer. Your criticism of the department, for example, filing a superseding indictment in the January 6th prosecution after a Supreme Court case so that the indictment would conform with that opinion, is the kind of objection I would expect to hear from a criminal defense lawyer, not the kind of statement I would expect to hear from a deputy attorney general. So let me just ask you, you have not been confirmed yet. Are you still Donald Trump's lawyer?
I mean, yes, my attorney-client relationship with President Trump remains. Yes, the cases I was representing him on, to the extent that there's anything going on like the appeal in Manhattan, I'm not part of that.
But you're still representing him as you sit here today.
Well, I mean, representing him, there's no active matters. So
correct, but you're still his lawyer.
I have an attorney-client relationship with President Trump.
And even
Blanche, I have an attorney-client relationship with President Trump. Now he's the Attorney General, or the Deputy Attorney General. All right, let's go through some of the other things that were happening around this time. Shortly after this, Donald Trump met with Prime Minister Modi.
We want, we want a certain level playing field, which we really think we're entitled to, and he does also, in fairness. So we're going to work on that very hard, and we can make up the difference very easily with the deficit, with the sale of oil and gas, LNG, of which we have more than anybody in the world.
Mr. President, you've repeatedly called India a big abuser of trade and said it is really difficult to do business in India because of tariffs. You announced reciprocal tariffs today. I am hoping you can speak about what kind of reciprocal tariffs India can expect.
We are right now a reciprocal nation. We are going to, if it's India or if it's somebody else with low tariffs, we're going to have the same. We're going to have whatever India charges, we're charging them. Whatever another country charges, we're charging them. So.
Right. Well, how long did that last? Of course, we all found out not long after that in fact that was not the case. But it's not Liberation Day. It's not even close to Liberation Day yet. We're like in the middle of February. Another month and a half for us to get through to even get to Liberation Day. You're going to have to hold off on that. Now, the very same day, J.D. Vance was meeting with Ukrainian representatives in Munich, along with Marco Rubio.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're, of course, happy to welcome the Ukrainian delegation led by President Zelensky. We had a number of fruitful conversations, a number of things for us to follow up and work on. And fundamentally, the goal is, as President Trump outlined it, we want the war to come to a close. We want the killing to stop, but we want to achieve a durable, lasting peace, not the kind of peace that's going to have Eastern Europe in conflict just a couple years down the road. So we had.
This is almost a whole year ago, and from this moment, we've basically had conflict the entire time. So, like, 11 months. I guess that's not 2 years, technically. But at this rate, we'll probably be exactly where we are now. This time next year. This is more from J.D. Vance's meetings in Europe.
Foreign Secretary David Lammy, who I've known for a little while here. And obviously we have a lot in common. The special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States will remain very strong. Yes.
Well, if you talk about Gaza,
Hello, everybody.
There we go. JD Vance. Now, of course, around this time, JD Vance was also, and I don't have this clip. Didn't have time to find it. I tried my best on everything, but you know, it's only so much I could do. But this is around the same time that JD Vance was also, you know, saying all sorts of insane things, like Europe needed to let people say whatever they wanted to, otherwise the United States would punish them for it, among other sort of ridiculous claims. Now, tariffs were a big topic of discussion leading up to Liberation Day, of course. People like Taiwan had things to say.
面对川普总统对于我国半导体产业的关切。
In response to President Trump's comments, the semiconductor industry, the government will respond prudently, strengthen communication between Taiwan and the United States, and enhance mutual understanding. In the face of the Trump administration's new policies, we will uphold the spirit of mutual benefit and maintain close communication and consultation with the U.S. government. Everybody trying to reassure the people everything's fine. We're going to talk to President Trump and that's going to solve it. 200 deals in 30 days. Actually, I think the original claim was 200 deals in 90 days. Of course, that never really came to fruition, and now we have higher tariffs with every single country than we did this time last year. Now, a day later, Russian drone strikes hit Chernobyl's, shut down nuclear plant. That one had people talking for like a week, if I recall correctly. Now, back in the United States, around the same time, CPAC was happening, and they were excited. Oh my God, the vibes at CPAC were level 13. I mean, they had the fanfare going. Everybody was showing up. They were celebrating their great victory. The mandate. Oh, they said mandate like 3,000 times during the CPAC at this time. Earlier this year, Elon Musk appeared, acting weird as fuck.
Who else is here?
Well, President Milei has a gift for me.
Javier Milei from Argentina. You guys know who that is, right?
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
It's incredible. What a year it's been, Space Fams. Truly. And, we're already through the first half. Space Fams. An hour and a half has already transpired. And it's only... When was that one? That was like mid-February. It was like I'm trying to think. It was like the middle of February. All right, people, we still got a hell of a lot to talk about here this Tuesday, this 2025 news recap that we are doing. But we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your donations, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs and the gifted subs. Got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. right. Alrighty, Space Bams, we are back. Alright, chill out on the fucking Nightbot stuff right now. Alright. Let's get back to talking 2025. Now this was getting towards the end of February. I think this was like February 20th. Pam Bondi was on Fox News.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
The files. They were on Pam's desk apparently back in February.
You might know the National Archives and Records Administration from watching Hollywood movies like National Treasure. Now the agency is in the spotlight again after President Donald Trump fired its head archivist without giving her a reason. The Archives is the nation's record keeper. It's the final home for billions of government documents, from the US Constitution to veterans' personnel files. It also has important roles in passing constitutional amendments and electing a president. But Trump has held a grudge against the agency ever since it referred his handling of classified documents to the Justice Department in 2022. By forcing new leadership, Trump is throwing a political grenade into an independent agency that usually tries to stay out of politics.
Now, if you recall back to this time, the person who actually got the job, who already had multiple jobs, was little Marco Rubio. It's not clear. I don't think he's still the head archivist. I think somebody else got the job at some point. But he had like 5 jobs at one point, including National Archivist. Speaking of files, it feels like the Trump administration shouldn't be involved in handling any files, honestly. They don't seem to be very capable. Now, a few days after this announcement, actually, I think it's not that. It may have been the next day. Meeting in the White House went awry.
Second
question. My second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such.
Office.
I will wear costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one. Maybe something like yours. Yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for.
Right now at 6, hundreds of staffers at the National.
There you go, those Marjorie Taylor Greene's excuse me, I'm talking right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend there in the White House, coming after Volodymyr Zelensky. All right, what did I just say? Can we just chill with trying to edit Nightbot commands right now? Not now. How about just not now? We deal with that another day. All right, let's go on to talking about some of the cuts that Trump was making during this year. Here's CBS Miami from 10 months ago talk about the hundreds of NOAA employees who were laid off.
Right now at 6, hundreds of staffers at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA, are out of a job tonight. They were laid off as the Trump administration continues to slash the federal workforce. Good evening, I'm Elliot Rodriguez.
And I'm Naja Sherman. Thank you for joining us. Lauren Pastrana has the night off. CBS News Miami's Joan Murray spoke to someone who has worked for NOAA for nearly a decade, but was let go on a technicality.
My PhD, my graduate days at Florida State, I did a kind of a student internship here at one of the...
Andy Hazelton hoped it would not happen, but on Thursday, he was among a dozen NOAA federal workers in his unit given pink slips at the National Hurricane Center, where he works on sophisticated weather models.
So I helped build and test the new computer models, which are basically, running on supercomputers to solve the math equations that allow us to predict, hurricanes and all sorts of other weather. And I'm a hurricane expert, so it was kind of, my work was focused on the hurricane models and looking at, global models and how the hurricane forecasts.
Hazelton has been a NOAA worker over 8 years, but recently he was promoted, reclassifying him a probationary employee, among the first on the chopping block to help trim the $2 trillion federal deficit.
Models that we develop at EMC then get used by the National Hurricane Center and other forecast groups that produce hurricane forecasts. So like the cone that people are familiar with is developed based, and the track is based on our modeling.
Frustrated, Hazelton took to social media, writing, "We are not the group to get rid of if you wanted to make an organization more efficient. It's what you do if you..."
Yeah. People who worked for many years at places like NOAA losing their jobs. People whose entire lives were dedicated to making America safe again. From storms. Now let's go all the way across the country to King 5 Seattle. From the very next day.
Well, tonight our Environment Northwest team is looking at the impact of more federal cuts that will impact people who forecast weather across the country. Also, scientists who monitor earthquakes. Meteorologist Leah Passetti here now. There are a lot of branches impacted by these cuts. What do we think this is going to do?
Well, it's like you said, it's everything from earthquakes, it's forecasting, it's things going on in our ocean. Earthquakes specifically right now. We've had a couple rumblings around recently. We've been keeping an eye on that. And we know about these because of all the work that the scientists at the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network have done. They've been working through the last decade to expand the now 700 seismic monitoring sites around the Northwest. These are key for knowing before an earthquake is going to hit. The Washington State seismologist says with a reduced staff, scientists with the U.S. Geological Survey and the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network won't be able to maintain and potentially monitor these sites. Plus, they might not have the funding to fix them if they should break, and that could impact our knowledge and early warning signs of when and if an earthquake is coming.
Every time they need to order, a new part for a station that's gone down and they need to bring it back up, that's the potential impact that we are going to see if these kinds of freezes do continue.
He says he's also concerned this will have a direct impact on their ability to monitor volcano and tsunami warning systems. A former NOAA researcher tells King 5 the Tsunami Warning Center lost one person from an already lean staff. It's the same idea. We need those people for real-time knowledge of tsunami risk because they're the ones that send out those alerts and let people know to find a safe space if it is needed.
The one that made news was the
Yep, from storms to hurricanes and earthquakes and tidal waves. America, less safe, thanks to all those cuts. And of course, the man who was basically at the head of all of these cuts for the early part of the administration was none other than Elon Musk. He had some horrible things to say about the people who were depending on the funds that he was cutting.
Wow. So I'm going to go to what I prepared because I do think that, you know, in Representative Langworthy's district, if we actually passed this resolution and did the things that the Ways and Means Committee, that the Budget Committee have asked for, there are 133,971 people on Medicaid in his district, including 50,582 children, 44,000 people on SNAP, and 9,000 people get the Affordable Care Act premiums that the Democrats passed to help people afford their health care. Payment rate. It's about the same as the price. You probably don't have it at your fingertips, but these are things I care a lot about, Charrington, so I pay attention to what is happening in other states that have rural districts like mine, right? Because my hospitals in my rural areas, kids with disabilities, moms who just had babies, my dear Lord. These are caregivers, veterans, and sometimes people working 2 jobs. They're your voters. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a tweet by Elon Musk. That says that Americans love Doge because watching Trump slash federal programs knowing it doesn't affect you because you're not a member of the parasite class.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, is the mom who just gave birth and is on Medicaid a parasite?
I don't believe you mean that seriously because you, as my neighbor, living in the broader region of West Texas and eastern New Mexico, know better than to think I would ever refer to a fellow American as a parasite.
Exactly. And that's why we cannot stand when the person who is behind some of these cuts believes that those who rely on federal programs are parasites. A woman who has breast cancer is not a parasite.
Yep, Elon Musk. Claiming anybody who relied on government programs was part of the parasite class. In a completely deranged tweet. At this time, fighting was still ongoing in Ukraine. And Foreign Minister Lavrov had some stuff to say around the peace process ongoing at the supposed peace process ongoing at this time.
Вот сейчас мы про миротворцев, мы готовим столько-то тысяч, мы будем...
As for peacekeepers, so many thousands of peacekeepers, and we will provide peacekeepers with air cover. This is also impudent. Personally, no one asks us. And Trump understands everything. He said when there will be a settlement, you can discuss this issue, but the consent of the parties will be needed. He behaves correctly. This plan of peacekeepers in Ukraine is a continuation of the incitement of the Kyiv regime to wage a war against us. Peacekeepers in Ukraine, a war against Russia, apparently. Now, of course, peacekeepers in Ukraine are still something that are on the table right now, including NATO 5 style, Article 5 NATO style guarantees. If anything, I think that, like I was saying yesterday, I think the parties have gotten further away from each other rather than closer together in last year. I was told peace day one, and we're already, at least in this context, 22 days in, 23 days into Trump's term. No, 33 days in. Sorry. Let's see how the numbers were looking at this time. 9 months ago, CNN.
Tonight, the president is headed to Capitol Hill for his first major address to Congress of this second term. The president is headed to Capitol Hill for his first major address to Congress of this second term. So another question is, how are Americans feeling about President Trump as he heads to the Capitol? Harry Anton is here to help us set the scene. So set the scene, first of all, overall approval, and how that helps us always have a good sense of how Americans are feeling.
Right. We'll set the baseline here. We'll look at overall approval rating, and we're going to look at it at presidents at this point in their presidency, right? And the word here that I would use to describe Trump is awful. In fact, the only person who does worse than Trump, awful, 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 weak, Trump does right now with a +1 net approval rating is himself back in 2017 when he was at -8. So he's doing better than he was.
I was going to say, you could spin it another way. He's making gains.
He's making gains, but he's doing worse than everybody else. The average president at this point, get this, plus 27 points on their net approval rating. Donald Trump is doing historically awful. The only person he beats is, again, himself from term number 1.
How about on the issue that, one, he says he was most elected to fix, and he said he would do it on day one, which would be the economy.
On the economy, well, he beat himself on overall, but on the economy, he can't even beat himself. Again, this is historically the worst going back in polling at this point in a presidency, the net approval rating on the economy. He's right now at -4 points. In term number 1, he was at +8 points. Historically, the average is +15 points. He is doing nearly 20 points
I did everything
worse
right,
than the
and they
average president when it
indicted
comes to the
me.
economy on net approval rating. He is historically doing awful, awful, awful. Weak. And on the
Well, there it is. There's a galactic sound shot right there in that clip.
Awful. Weak.
Awful. Weak. That one definitely belonged in here. I had a feeling that was the one. I don't know why. I had a strong feeling that was in fact the clip that derived that original awful, weak. Okay. Let's keep going through the year here. Make a beat out of it. Yeah, get right on that. Now, they started off that segment talking about Trump's addressing Congress. And actually, I meant to put a different clip in here. Where's my... Oh, no, there's no way I can... Actually, yeah, I can. I'm just going to do it this way. Just do it this way. Is this it? I think this is the clip.
Small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Yeah. Remember that? And this was Al Green. I think the very next day.
I have no ill feelings toward the speaker. None toward the persons that escorted me away from the floor, because I did disrupt. And I did so because the president indicated that he had a mandate. And I wanted him to know that he didn't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. I did this because Medicaid is the only insurance many people have in this country. I am blessed. As I stand here now, there's a physician waiting. If something should happen, I will be taken to that physician. I have the best health care in the world. There are other people who have less than I. I would have them have what I have. But I surely will not stand by and see them lose what little they do have. But if circumstances permitted, given what I know, I have to be candid. I would do it again.
There you go, Al Green. He would do it again. Wow. All right, now around this time, one Bernard Sanders started holding live town hall events while Republicans quaked in their boots. Afraid to hold town halls. I think this was one of the first town halls Bernie held.
So let's do something radical. You ready to do something radical? Let's do what President Trump did not do. Let us take a real look at what is going on in America today, okay? All right. We are the richest country. We are the richest country in the history of the world. But you know what? 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know a little bit about that, as I expect many of you do. So what does living paycheck to paycheck mean? Tell me. Raise your hands. It'd be loud. Yes, right here. It means surviving. How you survive. Yes. It means little money. What does it mean? Yes. Stress. Hold it one at a time. Yeah. Survival. Exhaustion. Well, like fear. Fear of what? A fear of everything. What? Medical care. Yes, ma'am. No money for emergencies. Yes. Making difficult choices. Ma'am. Okay. All right, right there, yeah. No future.
Yes, indeed. Ah, God. This all feels like so long ago. And yet this is all this year. Here's Bernie, March 8th of this year. Now, a couple days later, people started noticing some very weird shit on government websites.
And our country will be woke no longer.
In the 47 days since Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States, hundreds of words labeled under the moniker diversity, equity, and inclusion have been scrubbed from government websites. According to the New York Times, this list represents just some of the words agencies have been advised to either limit the use of or eliminate altogether from websites.
Right, remember this list? Accessible, activism, activists, advocacy, advocate, advocates, affirming care, all-inclusive, allyship, anti-racism, anti-racist, assigned at birth, assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth, at risk, barrier, barriers, belong, bias, biased, biased towards, biases, discriminated, discrimination, discriminatory, disparity, diverse backgrounds, diverse communities, diverse community, diverse group, diverse groups, diversified, diversify, diversifying, diversity, enhance the diversity, enhancing diversity, environmental quality, equal opportunity, equal, I mean, the list is insane. Like these people are unhinged. When I saw this list earlier this year, I was like, wow. Really, this is what we're going to we're not allowed to say these words any longer in the government. It's quite a list. And in fact, I feel like a lot of this stuff makes some of the things that I feel like these guys want to do like kind of difficult. Like there was a lot of stuff in here I felt was perhaps a little bit contradictory to their own goals, even if they didn't realize it. I mean, things like sex. Like, I mean, they think gender is made up. So if you use the word sex, if you can't use the word sex and you can't use the word gender, right? Also, you're not allowed to use the word pronoun or pronouns. So I guess everybody is non-binary, right? No gender, can't have gender or pronouns or sex or be it's all very strange. They weren't just scraping words off of government websites, they were also scraping them directly off of the ground. This is from March 10th. Here, the Trump administration was less than 2 months into the administration, literally tearing up an entire road to remove the words Black Lives Matter from the street. Yep. One of the most petty moves ever. At the time, I felt this was a bit wasteful, and at the time now, I still feel this was incredibly wasteful. Just a completely petty and wasteful decision from the Trump administration. Destroying a perfectly good road just because they didn't like the words that happened to be on it. Yeah, and you know, when Democrats, if they ever get power again, come up with some new banned words, I guess, right? A whole list of words to be banned. I'm sure they won't have any problems with that. Words like Christian, or Jesus, or Bible, or...
Doge striking again. CNN...
Trying to think of some other words that would make them upset. To not be able to say. Oh, yes. All right, let's go here. We were just not talking about efficiency and wastefulness. And this was if you remember this story, this was a fascinating story. Around this time, I think it was literally the same day that they were scraping the words Black Lives Matter from the streets of Washington, D.C. A story surrounding a Doge employee and her Instagram social media presence, if you will, became a hot topic of conversation.
Doge striking again. CNN learning the education department is expected to begin sweeping layoffs tonight. The goal, we understand, is to cut about half of the 4,100 person workforce, so 50% cut for the DOE. It comes as a CNN investigation looks into a high-ranking employee at the Office of Personnel and Management, the agency that sent out the mass email asking federal workers to justify their jobs. That high-ranking employee has been filming influencer videos that promote what she's wearing on social media from inside her government office. Kyung La is out front.
It looks just like any other influencer video. A young woman posing in front of a camera over and over and over again, showing off her trendy but timeless professional fashion. But she's no ordinary influencer, and that's no ordinary office. Her name is McLaurin Pinover, and she's the Trump administration's new director of communications for the Office of Personnel Management, or OPM, which manages federal employees. All of these videos were shot in her government office, right here at OPM headquarters in Washington, D.C., ground zero for Trump's plan to cut thousands of workers from the federal government in the name of efficiency. Inside her office, Pinover captures video at her desk, putting on makeup, modeling new outfits to her 800 followers. Pinover markets clothes on her account. Using what's called affiliate links, she could get a portion of any item sold through her Instagram page, like this $475 skirt or $300 dress, but it's unclear whether she's made any money. On February 13th, the day 20 people on her communications team lost their jobs, she posted a moment for mixed patterns. And the week when her
oh my god, so fucking tone deaf. It's just incredible. Just this woman, I just can't imagine doing this while actively being part of it's beyond me. It really is. Like how it is that she felt this is a good idea. Okay, everybody's losing their jobs in the name of efficiency. I'm gonna sit here at my desk and get my social media profile up. Get myself some affiliate link money. Seems like a reasonable use of my taxpayer-funded time here in my taxpayer-funded building and my taxpayer-funded office.
Agency demanded all federal employees list 5 things they did that week. She posted the Businesswoman Special. As OPM spokeswoman, she defended the memo at the time as a commitment to an efficient and accountable federal workforce.
I would be very curious if she included her efforts to promote her brand as part of the 5 things that she accomplished that week.
Donald Sherman, the chief counsel for an ethics watchdog.
Remember that? I didn't get one of those. I didn't get that clip in here. But remember when Donald Trump remember when they sent out that ridiculous memo to the entire government to justify their jobs? That's what yeah, that was like literally going on at the same time. Oh my God. Okay. Meanwhile, President Trump was doing some stuff on social media at the same time. Perhaps even more disturbing than what that woman was doing.
Over by the big board, Vedika Bahel is waiting. Good evening to you, Vedika. In this edition, rumours Donald Trump posted a symbol used by the Nazis against LGBTQ plus people on his social media platform, Truth Social. Tell us then, Vedika, truth or fake?
That's right, Mark. Social media users around the world are reacting to a post made by Donald Trump on his platform Truth Social. Many of these people are in disbelief that the US president would share something that involves the pink triangle. The pink triangle that was historically used in Nazi Germany to identify and persecute against gay people in concentration camps. Now, it wasn't just on social media that this was causing some alarm. It also sparked quite a lot of discussions on LGBTQ plus platforms and outlets, as well as on Reddit, where people are just trying to discuss what could this possibly mean. Now, in terms of fact-checking this story, it is relatively straightforward. I can confirm that Donald Trump did post this on his Truth Social profile. It isn't just a rumor. He posted a link to an article by the Washington Times, which is a conservative daily newspaper, and the symbol was featured in that article. Now, the article...
Okay. There we go. Trump and Trump administration employees getting up to all sorts of weird shit on social media in mid-March. Now, same week, I think same day actually, J.D. Vance got a rather unwelcome reception at the recently taken over Kennedy Center. There you go. One guy clapping, everybody else booing J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. Mostly J.D. Vance, it would seem. That was this. I think it was like March 13th or 14th. Just going off of memory right now. Let's go now here. I think this was literally the next day on the tarmac. Here's another memorable clip from 2025.
Impressed by that. Mr. President, walk us through the tariff.
Mr. President, obviously you're concerned.
You're concerned about the situation in Gaza. What are the hopes now to get the hostages back?
She just became a big story tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that? Impressed by that. Mr. President, walk us through the
Gaza, Mr. President. Obviously, you're concerned. You're concerned about the situation in Gaza. What are the hopes to get the hostages back?
She just became a big story tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that? Impressed by that. Mr. President, walk us through the
Gaza, Mr. President. Obviously, you're concerned.
There you go. That was a good moment in 2025. I made sure to keep at least a few of the good moments of the year. Okay. Now this was at the same time, this moment, Donald Trump getting smacked in the face by a microphone. At the same time, Congress needed to pass a budget. Debt ceiling looming. A government shutdown was very possible on the horizon. But one man refused to rest, refused to stop fighting. Chuck Schumer.
Hey, Craig, good morning. And yeah, this decision by top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer to say he will vote for the Republican spending bill to keep the government open likely means there will be no shutdown. The bill mostly keeps the status quo through September, but Democrats had no role whatsoever in crafting it, and most Democrats in both chambers bitterly opposed it. Schumer argued, though, that a shutdown, especially now, could be catastrophic, including for federal workers, which may have been just what the White House wanted.
Yeah, how'd that work out, Chuck? How'd that work out? Huh? Yeah, how'd the federal... Yeah, it might hurt federal workers. They might... Oh, yeah? Oh, God. That would have been terrible. Oh, we would never have been able to recover from the carnage. We will win by doing what the Republicans want us to do. They'll never expect that. They'll never expect that. We will win by not resting. And we won't rest because we'll be so busy capitulating to the Republicans. They won't even know what to do with themselves. That's how Chuck started the year off for us. Thanks, Chuck. Thank God that guy never rested, not one time. He must be tired as hell. Now, some other people who are probably tired. Tired of being stuck in space, that is, are, of course, the 3 astronauts who got stuck on the Boeing Starliner mission, whom we covered throughout 2024 and then into 2025. And this was the moment that the NASA Dragon capsule undocked from the International Space Station, bringing back those astronauts.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
Peace and freedom on the Big Loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex.
Now, of course, this was a huge story for us as we cover space news rather religiously around here, and we were watching these astronauts, honestly, from before they ever got into space. Following this story from before that Boeing Starliner ever left the ground, including the times that they canceled the launches. Got a couple more clips of their return.
We can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play.
Pod of dolphins were seen greeting a SpaceX capsule carrying NASA astronauts back to Earth after it splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico.
Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
We got a cute little pod of dolphins. It wasn't just one or two.
I mean, that water just looks beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see that recovery vessel slowly but surely closing the distance there between... Oh, dolphin cam back again.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
An on-time splashdown. Oh, looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sunny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew members, now will be assisted onto the mobility aid.
There you go. Those are all the top moments from the return of the Boeing Starliner astronauts. Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and I feel like there was a third one. I cannot remember their name right now. All right. Now, protesters rallied outside of Fox News headquarters in Washington, D.C. At this time. So it would have been late March, I guess. Well, actually, really, it's really still the third week of March, I think. Now, this was around the time that, I think this was part of a protest. This was after the first Doge protest, I think. Is mostly federal workers, but not entirely. And people weren't just rallying here in D.C., they were rallying all over the place. Rallying to see Bernie Sanders on his oligarchy tour, which was continuing throughout the year. Meeting up with AOC. And turning out. Big crowds in Tempe, Arizona.
To build community. Block associations, volunteer groups, PTAs, church organizations, causes all around you. This is the connective tissue that can dismantle fascism. Because community is the most powerful building block we have to defeat authoritarianism and root out corruption. Different places, but we share a lot of the same experiences. So, your representative. So to all those who came here today unsure of whether this is where you belong, I want to say to you all that you do. Honestly, no matter who you voted for in the past, no matter if you know all the right words to say, no matter your race, religion, gender identity, or status, no matter even if you disagree with me on a few things, but if you are willing to fight for someone you don't know, you are welcome here. Television.
Sorry, we're skipping ahead a little bit.
And I was wiping tables down and saw the TV on and saying every person in this country deserves health care as a human right. And I know it made me feel almost for the first time that this isn't something that we should earn. This is something that should be afforded to all of us because we are human. Because we are human. And I just want to thank him, and so let's give him the most earth-shaking round of applause. And we come out, everybody, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Delighted to be here tonight with Alexandria. You know, when Alexandria was a little girl, she helped her mom clean homes to make the money the family needed. And she is one of the members of Congress who has not forgotten where she came from.
Okay. Now, we tuned into the oligarchy tour time and time again this year. It was a great source of optimism, I felt like, in a time felt so dark. People getting together, actually fighting, actually communing with one another, talking about the important issues. Even if we knew deep down that, you know, necessarily immediately actionable, considering we were only a month and a half.
A number of countries have. A number of countries have updated their travel advice to the United States in the wake of a crackdown on immigration by the Trump administration. Travelers have reported being detained at the U.S. border even though they had valid travel visas. Germany updated its travel advisory for the U.S. this week after a number of its citizens were detained at customs and then deported.
What was intended as a short vacation turned into a nightmare. German tourist Lukas Silav was detained upon arrival in the U.S. and hauled into a detention facility.
They put me in chains everywhere, around my stomach, on my hands, my feet. Then they put me in a van and drove me to the detention center in Satenko.
Lucas was returning to the U.S. from a vacation in Mexico. He says he had a valid U.S. tourist visa, but ended up spending 16 days in detention before being allowed to return to Germany. And his arrest is part of an apparent trend involving temporary visa holders and visitors being detained by U.S. border officials on their way into the country. Canadian actress Jasmine Mooney has a similar story. She was detained for 12 days over an incomplete visa.
There was no heads up. Next thing you know, I'm taken, and for 2 weeks haven't been told anything, moved in different cells, sleeping on cement, sleeping in different jail cells. Like, it just, nothing makes sense to me.
A French scientist, in turn, was denied entry into the U.S. after his phone was searched by customs. Officials at the airport found messages criticizing the Trump administration's cuts to science programs. All deportees say they did not violate U.S. immigration policies nor commit any crimes.
Yeah, this is what the Trump administration has been doing all year. Just throwing people in detention centers for not, you know, for not doing exactly as they had hoped they would.
This is the very definition.
You know, oh, you said something nasty.
Totalitarianism.
You said something nasty about the Trump administration on the social media. Oh, no. For the love of God. When is that report? Which report? We're doing this all chronologically. So this is all from like late. This is like approaching the fourth week of March. We're only a month and a half in. Like, we're not even 2 full months into the Trump administration at this point yet. We're almost there. We're almost to 2 full months in. Look at Caroline. So excited to get out there and tell us the truth.
The incidents follow heightened immigration enforcement under the Trump administration. The White House says it's removing known immigrant criminals.
The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens.
Just so everyone's clear on the format of the show tonight, if you're just tuning in, but we are not doing the regular format. We're not doing U.S. news, then environmental news, and then Earth news. We are doing 2025 news in chronological order, full stop. Nothing Nothing, we are I line these up as best as possible, going through the information that I have or had available to me to put these in as perfect chronological order as I possibly could. 300 plus videos I've got prepared, or something like that. It's like close to 300 videos. I'm technically using one list for multiple New Year's things that so I've got like, I think it's actually like 200. We got like 299 or like close to the 300 videos to get through here tonight, and we're like, we're barely scratching the surface on this puppy right now.
And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens.
The crackdown also includes those who have outstayed visas or violated their terms. But Lukas Silov says his experience shows that anyone could be targeted by U.S. customs officials.
Nobody is safe there anymore to come to America as a tourist. I get a lot of questions from people who want to visit America, and I try to help them and tell them my experience, that they need to be careful.
Immigration attorneys have now begun advising people to ensure their social media profiles are free of criticism of the U.S. administration to increase their chances of entering the country.
Full-on dictatorship. Make sure that you clear your social media of anything even vaguely critical of the Trump administration. Otherwise, you might not get into the country. The United States is, it's basically North Korea. You say something bad about Supreme Leader, you go to
right
jail.
in jail, right away.
Okay, Jesus, we haven't even gotten through a full month in this half, and the half's almost over already. We're already 3 hours in. Oh my God, this is gonna be a long stream, people. This is gonna be a long stream. Let's go here. Let's go to this story. This is fascinating. I think this was like March 21st or something like that. Donald Trump called for the removal of a painting inside the Colorado Capitol building. One which was originally, I believe, commissioned by the GOP in Colorado.
New tonight. President Trump's now viral portrait at the Colorado State Capitol is coming down. Less than 24 hours after the president took to social media to complain about what he calls a distorted portrayal. Colorado Senate Republicans commissioned that portrait and raised $10,000 for the painting back in 2018. The General Assembly's executive committee, composed of bipartisan leadership, signed a directive this afternoon to remove the portrait. It says that the image will be taken down after the Capitol closes tonight. It will then be stored in a secure location until further notice. Coming up at 6:30, we'll hear from tourists who visited the Capitol today and saw the picture for the very last time.
As far as I'm concerned, this portrait is a beautiful portrait. It captures his likeness to an impeccable degree. I think the command of form and light and shape and proportion is fantastic. And
where did this shirtless art critic come from? His command of form and light. This guy. Oh God, it's still funny. It's still funny now. 9 months later, it's still hilarious
and
to me.
I think the command of form and light and shape and proportion is fantastic. And I'll be frank, it looks great. It is definitely not distasteful, as the president says. I feel like it's a pretty egotistical point of view to think this is purposefully ugly. And I know that this piece was approved by the Republican Party of Colorado. So, I mean, it was put in here by
yes.
people who have shown their support for him. So I don't really know why he's reacting this way to such a lifelike painting.
I love that guy. He really crushed it on that one. I'm not sure I could. You can tell that he is in fact making fun of the president, but he keeps it so he keeps it so reined in throughout the entire thing. It is incredible. It is really well played, sir. He's right. Why would the president object to such a beautiful and lifelike, accurate photo? I mean, geez, I even got confused. It's so accurate. It's almost like a photo, but it is in fact a painting.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. He hates that portrait because it's too literal.
It's true, Omega Star. He does. He hates its accuracy. It's too similar to what he looks like. It's like looking in a mirror. Thank you for the bits as well. Speaking of which, that was our first donation of the night. Cracking of the ice.
NRGFL0 just cheered 100 bits.
NRG Flow following suit with Omega Star. Also donating 100 bits. Now we have 4 minutes. One more donation from anybody on Twitch right now would get us a hype train going. Thank you to both of you for the bits, getting us started on the galactic goal tonight. Although we are doing things slightly differently. I'm going to point this out to everybody. I am going to attempt to just do this stream without consideration for the galactic goal, which is why it's not the galactic content goal tonight. And is named differently. Oh, yes. All right. Let's go from Donald Trump's hatred of this portrait in the Colorado State House.
Mino Ep just cheered 100 bits.
Oh, shit. Moenoep with the sweet, sweet biddies. Yup. There it is. Hype train. Hype train. Hype train! Let's go. Let's go, Twitch. Thank you for the donations. Oh my god. Also, 2 donos over on YouTube. Almost at the exact same time. Michael Reich and Stomach Club. It's good to have goals, says Michael Reich. Stomach Club. Galactic Prophylactic. Thank you, both of you. Incredibly generous, all of you. All 4 of you.
NRGFL0 just cheered 1,300 bits. Choo choo.
My god. Choo choo, NRG Flow. 1,300 biddies. That's crazy. That's crazy. Getting in there. Level 1 hype train. Complete. Where are we at? We're level 2 now. Okay. Wow. Sudden movement on the galactic goal tonight. Much appreciated, all of you. Now, let's move on from the portrait to this insane series of comments Donald Trump had to say at, oh god, the Women's History Month event. Remember this? Everybody remember this moment in time? Oh, God. Here we go. This was March 26th. We're making progress, slow but surely.
We're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women, too. The women... Between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be
oh,
great.
God.
We're
Oh God, I don't know if I don't know how much of this I can actually get through. It is so painful. It is so goddamn like, oh my God. It's the worst. This is the fucking worst.
And all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great.
All of the other things, the fertilization
We're,
and
joined
others.
Today. Fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's a good thing.
I've been called much worse.
Yeah,
actually,
like
I like it, right? I like it.
Actually, that's
Thank
much
you.
better.
We're joined
That's much
today
better.
by many of the women.
I've heard much worse. I've heard much worse.
NRGFL0 just cheered 100 bits.
Dang, NRG Flow. Going crazy with the biddies over here on Twitch. Much appreciated. Making serious progress on the galactic goal, the 2025 blowout. That's what I really feel like this stream is for me. There's so much for us to go through here. Good for Gabby using your membership message highlight. Hi, hello, happy, ho, ho, hooray. How's things? Things good. Things are going good. Good things are going right now as of this moment. Thank you, Gabby. Much appreciated. Gotta remember to use that membership highlight. Free message. It's like a free super chat. Comes with your Galactic membership over there on YouTube. Not only that, of course, Galactic memberships also come with, what is it? How many emails do we have again over here? 18? 17?
Page Larson _12_1989 just cheered 100 bits. Women's History Month has nothing to do with Trump and he shouldn't be speaking about women.
Yep. Agreed.
Omega Star gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh, snap. Omega Star gifting 5 subs to the community. I can barely get out the thanks to all of you. Thank you, Paige Larson, for the sweet dono over there. And thank you to Omega Star for the gifted subbies to the community who got them. 01 Henry. Gifted sub. I'm just me. Sub. Kamen Rider Remy. Sub in your face. Runaway Train Crash. Sub. And Bella Free. Sub for you. And we completed a level 2 hype train. I'm just realizing. Extended the timer. Now on our way to a level 3 hype train. Good for Gabby over here with a super sticker. Look at that bear. Mic dropping it. Mic drop. Okay, we're going to move on from the fertilization president for a moment to talk about the Secretary of State.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
He was asked a question about the rescinding of visas and the deportation of students in the United States. Let's go there. This is still all in March for your edification.
Can I get a follow-up real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Could you confirm, there's no reporting that 300 visas, the Department has revoked 300?
Maybe more. Might be more than 300 at this point. We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
You're saying it could be more than 300?
Sure, I hope. At some point, I hope we run out because we've gotten rid of all of them. But we're looking every day for these lunatics that are tearing things up. And by the way, we want to get rid of gang members too. So Venezuela sent us a bunch of gang members. I'm sure you've heard of Tren de Aragua, Mr. President. Terrible gang, vicious gang. They flooded in there. Yesterday, just so everybody knows, yesterday, one of these gang members who was involved in...
You know, we've talked about Tren de Aragua all year and much of last year, but I had never heard of Tren de Aragua until Donald Trump started talking about it. Or until, like, the Aurora thing. Like, that's literally... And the Aurora thing is completely fake, right? It wasn't Tren de Aragua. It's actually completely manufactured bullshit by a absentee landlord, slumlord type guy. But here's Marco Rubio, like, loudly celebrating the rescinding of visas of students in the United States. Also gang members, I guess, according to him. Rizla with a sweet, sweet super chat. Brum, brum. Brum, brum, indeed, Rizla. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. All right. What was I going to say? Did your money on PayPal arrive, by the way? Not the last time I checked. I checked earlier today, actually. It still hasn't come through. I don't know what is up with that. I've actually never had that happen on the PayPal. We get donos from people pretty regularly on there, and yet this is a new thing. No idea what the cause of that is. Hopefully it goes through soon. Fingers crossed. All right. We got a minute left over there on Twitch to complete the level 3 hype train. Let's go on now to here. Wait a second. Oh, God. Just realized we got to take a break. We're 3 hours into the stream. We still haven't gotten all the way through March yet. Oh, boy. At this rate, this is going to be easily a 12-hour stream, if not longer. Okay. Well, quick galactic intermission, folks. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, everybody, hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. And we got a hell of a lot of ways for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats and the super stickers and the memberships, the gifted memberships. Twitch, you got the bits and the power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. You got Cash App, you got PayPal if you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Honestly, and I love when people become patrons. I feel it's a beautiful symbiotic relationship. I get $3, you get so many fantastic benefits. A true wonderland, a cornucopia. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, did you ever wonder what all these characters dancing around were? Most of them are galactic patrons. That's right, you could be hanging out poolside, at the bar, the lake, or the street. But you have to be a galactic patron. Not only that, though, you also get a shout-out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Also, thank you, Schmegley, for becoming a galactic individual over on YouTube. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means that it's time for us to get back to the stream. Third half, it's about to begin, so you'd better get back in your seats, otherwise you are going to miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Galactic Stream. The Spacecast, the 2025 all-encompassing Spacecast. It's back on. Hopefully you've gotten drinks, snacks, whatever the hell you needed to get yourself through the next half, the next hour and a half of this here stream. We left off with the comments of little Marco Rubio down in Guyana, old South America ways, talking about visa revocations that he was gleefully doing, apparently, in his spare time. Let's go to another country to talk about more U.S. relations with foreigners, I guess you might say. Let's talk about Greenland. Where at the end of March, J.D. Vance and his wife Usha were slated to show up for a strange visit with sort of imperialist
implications. This was originally
implications.
supposed to be a private tour by Usha Vance, the wife of the vice president. With relations between the US and the Danish territory souring, there were warnings of protests. Then it emerged that J.D. Vance was coming here together with a group of US diplomats, despite the fact the Greenland government hadn't actually invited them. Well, they've arrived, but the trip is now being held in a remote US base hundreds of miles from the capital here, Nuuk, in Greenland. And of course, earlier on today, Greenland declared a new coalition government with a promise of unity and national unity. Andrew Harding reports.
It is an exquisite wilderness. Greenland, an ice-smothered island now claimed entirely and aggressively by the United States. In the capital Nuuk this morning, the first hints of spring, ice breaking. And in the harbour, Carl Peter, preparing to go out fishing for halibut with his colleagues. If, that is, they can clear a path to the sea. I asked him about America's
This
president.
is the very definition.
I don't feel safe. I'm worried. Trump is trying to control the country.
What do you want to happen?
I want Greenland to control its own fate.
But will an assertive America let that happen? Today, a high-level US delegation arrived pointedly in Greenland. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife Usha visiting this remote American military base in the far north, arguing that vital US security concerns are at stake here. But Greenland's politicians are unimpressed. This afternoon, they were celebrating the formation of a new coalition government to run the island. This is a small community with an emphasis on respect and
Yeah, it seemed incredibly disrespectful for us to show up and say, we're going to have your country now. We will have it. We will have it. It is going to be ours.
Nestled deep in the snow off Greenland's capital, a sign reads, "Our land, our future." It's a message that resonates for many across the Arctic island, where locals are saying no to the Trump administration.
He's not welcome to Greenland and his administration because he wants to buy us. I am a human. I am a human. Humans are not for sale.
At the heart of renewed diplomatic tensions this week is an unsolicited visit from US Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. The Second Lady had planned to spend a few days on the island, but after facing hostility, she will now just join her husband for a one-day visit to this remote US military base. Given President Trump's broader campaign to acquire the territory, Greenlandic and Danish officials viewed the trip as a provocation and unacceptable pressure.
Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom, and that is not going to change.
Greenland currently has an interim government and is in a period of political flux following recent elections. However, one cause unites all of its parties. They oppose joining the United States, as do the vast majority of Greenlanders, according to recent polls.
Well, there you go. We showed up even though everybody in Greenland didn't want us to and don't want to be a part of America. That's us. now back in the United States. Right? Is that where we got... Actually, no, I take it back. I take it back. I got ahead of myself. I was perusing my list. No, we're much further back than that. No, let's go from Greenland to South Korea. Where wildfires, horrifying wildfires that we talked about when these were ongoing, the devastation from these wildfires was truly just horrific. Here's Reuters from 9 months ago. Centuries-old Buddhist temple before and after South Korea's wildfires. This is in March 28th, 2025. Jesus, these photos are so disturbing. So much was destroyed. Who remembers this? I remember being just
South
completely
Korea
disturbed by
finally
this
sees an
situation.
end to its worst ever wildfires as authorities fully contain the fast-moving flames after 7 days. Police are now investigating the cause of the fire and will be summoning a suspect for questioning on Monday. The man, who's said to be in his 50s, was allegedly conducting an ancestral rite at a family grave on a hill in Iusong County in North Gyeongsang Province, where the wildfires began. Thousands of personnel were mobilized to tackle at least 5 active hotspots nationwide. The blazes killed some 28 people and injured 37, including firefighters. About 38,000 people were forced to evacuate. The combined damage in both North and South Gyeongsang provinces totaled about 48,000 hectares of forest. That's approximately 80% of the size of South Korean capital Seoul. In particular, North Gyeongsang was one of the worst hit. The province reported at least 24 deaths and about 45,000 hectares of land razed, equivalent to more than 63,000 football fields. Many buildings, homes, and dozens of cultural heritage sites were also reduced to rubble.
Okay. So we'll keep trying to make our way through the year here. I think finally we've made it to April. I think it was the 1st of April. France 24 English, 8 months ago. Let's go to Hungary.
Thanks. For more, we're going to turn to the rapporteur on the situation in Hungary at the European Parliament. Let's cross to Strasbourg. Tineke Strik is a member of the Dutch member of the European Parliament for the Greens. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
Thank you for inviting me.
Before I ask you about discussions that have been held about specifically about rule of law in Hungary this Wednesday at the Parliament where you are, first off, your reaction to Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to Budapest.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's not actually the part that I want. Yeah, this is this, yeah.
I think Orban has crossed so many lines already.
Been a debate this Wednesday in the Parliament where you are over the decision by the government of Hungary to ban Pride Day events for LGBTQ communities. How far should Brussels go?
I think very far. I think Orban has crossed so many lines already. I mean, it is about banning the pride, but it's about much and much more. He has slowly turned Hungary into a kind of authoritarian police state. It's not only the right to assembly of the LGBTI community that he is now opposing and prohibiting. He's actually restricting right to assembly and freedom of expression for everyone. A few weeks ago, he was very clear in a quite alarming speech saying that he thinks that NGOs, journalists, judges are parasites that need to be eliminated. He has already reached that state of hate speech. And you see that he has gained complete control over the media. So what people hear on a daily basis is only his propaganda. He has get complete control over the judiciary. So people cannot be protected anymore by independent judges. So their lives and their rights are restricted more and more. So what I said today also, if not now, then when? The moment.
This time last year, UN Special Rapporteur moving to what's the word? Like sanction? It's not quite a sanction, but move against the actions of Viktor Orban in Hungary. Repressive, authoritarian measures banning pride parades. I don't know if you all remember that story. I know I do. I tried to get in all the most memorable moments from the year, and a few perhaps that we've forgotten about but shouldn't have. But God, though, I mean, honestly, I mean, Donald Trump loves Viktor Orban. I'll bet we do that at some point between now and 2028. No more pride. No more pride. Bible says pride is bad.
Hey, has anyone checked on Elon recently?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. The guy who essentially bought Donald Trump an election?
It's impossible not to. The guy is everywhere. Here he is in the Oval Office, in every interview next to his buddy. And now he's in Europe?
Elon Musk has had private discussions about how the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, could be removed from power without an election.
Giorgia Meloni is someone that I admire, that has done an incredible job as the Prime Minister of Italy.
Fight for a great future for Germany. Fight for a great future for Germany. Go, go, go.
If it was weird before that a South African billionaire was running the US government and stripping it for parts, it's only gotten weirder that somehow this doesn't feel like enough power for him. Just why is he here? These past few months, we've heard about Europe a lot, and for good reason. You might have seen this already, but back in February, a group of all the major far-right parties in the EU got together in Madrid for the Patriots for Europe summit. Its banner? Make Europe Great Again. Since the Trump victory and after their massive gains in last year's elections, the far-right in Europe is emboldened like never before. Or almost never before. We know this already, and we've seen this coming for a while. The European far-right is doubling down on anti-immigrant politics. They're more explicitly anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ than before, and they're now firmly, unequivocally doing climate change denialism. They've fully adopted the American political strategy. Unlike before, they're not really watering down their politics or trying to be vague about things they used to avoid talking about. After all, most news outlets and the majority of the political spectrum in countries like France, Germany, the UK are now completely okay platforming fascist talking points just to seem reasonable and pragmatic. And instead of bringing voters back to establishment parties, centrists jumping on the bandwagon of anti-immigrant politics opened the door for the far right to start saying the quiet parts out loud and harden their stance. But something else has changed too. Nowadays, rather than just comparing themselves to and supporting Trump, like with this summit, European patriots are also directly inviting Republicans into European politics. After years of telling people that American foreign influence was to blame for all of Europe's problems, that wokeness was being parachuted in from American colleges or whatever, the far right is sending out a very clear message. Just come on and intervene in our politics.
And we look across the Atlantic with envy. We see President Trump in the Oval Office signing off executive orders, and we want some of that in Britain. We want a Trump revolution in Britain. We want Elon and his nerd army of muskrats examining the British deep state.
If this seems surprising, it really shouldn't be. Much of the European right can see that the conditions for fascism are ripe, and that the levees won't hold if there's a big enough push. That means more and more people on the European right are hoping that someone like Musk can be the final straw. But we've jumped to the conclusion here. Let's back up and focus on Elon specifically. What is Elon doing giving keynote speeches for a neo-Nazi political party in a country he's not even from and doesn't live in? Before we get to the rest of the video, I just want to take a second to thank my one channel sponsor.
Okay. I think that's a good place to stop it. I think we can't get too down the rabbit hole with second thought over there. We must continue through this goddamn travesty of a year that we've lived through. We've lived through it, though, Space Fams. I'll point that much out. We've made it through. I mean, I might be getting ahead of myself. We've got 29 hours left. Perhaps a little longer for some people, I guess. At the most, 37 hours, I guess. So maybe I'm rushing, but I feel like it's not that hasty. We've made it. We've made it through all of this so far. All this stuff, it's already happened. All right, now we've gotten all the way through May, and if you haven't,
this is one of the most
important
days, in my opinion.
One of the most important days, in many people's opinion. Many people are saying, very best day. April 2nd, write it down on your calendars, mark it. It's a great day. It's a new national holiday. Liberation
This is
Day.
one of the most important days, in my opinion, American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. We are finally putting America first. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. More production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart. This will be indeed the golden age of America.
The golden age of American. We're gonna make all of the things. America, you're going to love it. Do you feel liberated, America? Now, it would prove to liberate us from a lot of things over the coming months, but we'll get to that. I'm fairly certain. It did make the list after all. But let's go here. Same week, the South was utterly devastated by flash flooding, deadly storms. Places like Tennessee and Arkansas saw serious flooding. Let's go here. This is from 8 months ago.
Here's the patio. It's gotten up pretty high. That's a big cat over there. As you can see, it's almost to the top of that first step. I didn't come in back there yet, thank God. Here's that. You can't even see the brick. That's how high the water is. Pumps are going as hard as they can, as you can see. It's up pretty high. Sandbags are there, but they didn't help. Still came in. So you can get a gauge of how. Oh Jesus! What a mess.
That's probably why they're fire trucks.
Got the whole side of the building.
Look at the pipes! Pipes!
Somebody is losing all everything right now. It's huge. It's a big tornado. It looks like it's going to I know.
Okay, now let's go to Arkansas. This was the very next day.
All right. You got some photos you want to talk about?
Yes.
Go ahead. And you want to take those on which Max?
Max 1 is fine.
Max
we'll keep
1?
it on Max
Okay.
1. So this is, oh, sorry, it's reloading. This is in the Hillcrest region of Little Rock. I didn't show this one earlier, but we're going to go through all of them that we've compiled over the last hour or so. So this is in Hillcrest. It looks like a tree limb might have hit a power line and it started a fire, but then we also have the flooded roadways as well. So this was sent in again, I think a little bit before noon. Crews were working to try to contain that. It doesn't help that I think that was around the time we were in the middle of that severe thunderstorm warning, so winds were very gusty at that time. This is a video coming out from Garland County near Hot Springs, near the Diamond Head Golf Club. And that intersection just overtaken by rushing water. Now this is coming out of Saline County near Perrin, Arkansas. Looks like this back road is flooded and got some tree limbs down, and this is another view of that flooded roadway.
Yeah, there was a great deal of flooding that we witnessed this year. Not just in the United States, but across the planet. Especially places like South Asia. But they weren't the only ones. That's for sure. That's one thing I feel like I don't have enough of the footage on. Like, I'm like pissed off right now over it. Like, I feel like I just did not have enough time to compile all of the... Like, I got plenty of it, but like not enough, in my opinion. I feel like I should have had more. But I only had so much time throw all this together. Tomorrow, it's all about fun. Tomorrow, it's all New Year's Eve. For tomorrow's stream, no 12-hour long recapping of the year. I mean, we'll be recapping things, but it will be slightly less arduous than tonight's stream. Tonight, we're getting in. We're getting in on all of this. All right, now, that weekend, people took to the streets across the country in the Hands Off rally. This footage is in Portland.
To tell the Trump administration, hands off. Thanks so much for joining us here at 5. I'm John Adams. This demonstration is one of many that took place across the country. Our Celine Stevens went to several of those rallies today and joins us live from the waterfront where the largest one has wrapped up. Celine, what did people tell you today?
John, people told me all the issues that they currently see with the Trump administration and DOJ and how they want change now. So I'm currently standing at NATO Parkway where just a couple of hours ago it was flooded with what appeared to be thousands of people who were out here marching for democracy, as they say.
Hey, hey! Hands off our rights, hands off our Social Security, on and on and on. I could go on forever.
Trump and Musk have got to go!
Hands off protests took over the country Saturday, with crowds of hundreds and even thousands of people showing up at some locations, including Portland.
Woo! Right now, the democracy in our country is going off the cliff, and we're trying to hold on to it.
The crowd so big, parts of NATO Parkway had to be shut down due to people flooding the streets.
Fight back!
I think it's absolutely great. Absolutely great that people are fed up with it enough to come out in numbers like this.
Hey!
The protests popping up in multiple cities in Oregon, like Tigard. Protesters telling me their grievances with the Trump administration.
Cutting back on aid for either foreign countries or right here in our own country. Cutting back on Medicaid and any help to the poor. Also stopping the DEI.
Talk of tariffs also coming up following the president's speech Wednesday about reciprocal tariffs being placed on other countries in an effort to make America wealthy again, according to the president.
For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So
that's ridiculous because the tariffs will just be passed on to us. And that's the problem. Things are always passed on to us. You know, people that are rich, they don't care.
Vancouver also saw some action, protesters expressing anger over recent federal cutbacks thanks to the Trump administration, as well as DOJ led by Elon Musk. Some of these cutbacks affect
All right, let's go. That was Chicago. Let's go to Boston now.
Streaming around the clock on CBS News Boston. You're watching WBZ News.
Hello and thank you for joining us. I'm Tiffany Chan with our top stories. Thousands of people are on the Boston Common for a hands-off protest. It's a rally happening in cities across the country today. WBZ's Paul Burton has their message.
Well, thousands are gathered here today on the Boston Common, what is being called as hands-off protests. These are protests that are taking place across the country, including right here on the Boston Common. This is a national day of action. Organizers say they're here to protest President Donald Trump and billionaire Elon Musk and their agenda to cut what they call essential services. They say they want to take their hands off when it comes to health care, civil rights, education, and immigration. I'm here with Susan Labandabar, who's with the Swing Blue Alliance. Susan, give me a sense of what your mission here is today and why was it important for you to be here?
Well, we're here because we work to swing elections in red states and purple states, and we recognize that this rally brings all of us together. It really doesn't matter what your issue is. We're all under attack. So we wanted to make sure that this rally represented everyone. People of every color, people of every religion, people of every work, life. This is something that affects all of us, and so we wanted to make sure we were here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Quite a lineup of speakers, including Senator Ed Markey, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, and Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. And we will cover this protest from start to finish. In Boston, I'm Paul Burton, WBZ News.
Paul, thank you. And
Thank you, Paul. All right. Now, let's go from Boston to New York.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm seeing your comment here, Mono. I mean, you may not have heard me talking about this earlier. I mentioned it a couple times, but I know people are tuning in and out and doing things. It's a long stream today. It's, you know, it's sort of intended to be something of a holiday stream. And since it's a holiday stream, since we're just doing this full 2025 recap, I think it's to some degree important for us. I mean, honestly, it's cathartic for me. You know how I like the week ending reports because it helps us like recap the week? I feel like this is like the ultimate week ending report. Really. You know, it's the year ending report. And therefore it's not a content goal. We have galactic goals going on YouTube and on Twitch, but they're not content goals. They're just you know, goals. Like, it would be great to hit them because it would help us pay the bills. But they're not actually content goals. Completed or not, we're doing all the content. Write that down. Write that down, everybody.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, dang. Sasha G. Sasha G over on YouTube gifting 5 sweet memberships to the community who got the MIDI doctors getting the first one. The Galactic Mod getting a Galactic membership. Sue Fair Wolf B membership. Randy Terpstra membership. BCat 2.0 membership. And Felix C316 also having a membership. Enjoy, everybody. Incredible generosity from you. Thank you, Sasha. Really appreciate it. All right. We're going to keep going through these clips. This is New York City. Actually, I want to watch more of this one.
This is what democracy looks like.
Many of us actually know some of the hardworking people at the CDC personally, and we know the hours they put in. We know how serious they are about their jobs and that they are paid less than they would be in the private sector because they feel a sense of mission. That's why they're there. And they work their rears off, and it makes no sense to just randomly cut some of them.
Massive line of people here. Huge turnout here in Atlanta, Georgia for this hands-off rally in April. First week of April. And all the way down to South Florida for the last one here. I forgot. I had one more from the hands-off rallies.
Hundreds of protesters could also be seen in Boston, a part of the national rally efforts. More than 1,200 demonstrations have been planned across the country in all 50 states.
And that includes right here in South Florida.
That's right. You can see so many people protesting across our area today, from Hollywood all the way to Miami. And we have local 10 Samir Nefsi joining us live with more on why people decided to come out and speak out against these things. Samir.
And ladies, this recent demonstration taking place here in Tamarack, you can see it just behind me, a small yet mighty crowd gathering here, this part of the Hands Off rally, which is produced by 5501.
There you go. All the way down to Florida for the smallest Hands Off rally. Okay. Now, let's keep this moving. Now, the week of the hands-off rallies, a mysterious tweet came out suggesting that Trump was going to cancel all the tariffs. Chaos ensued.
Just after 10 a.m., a tweet went out saying that the president was considering a 90-day pause on tariffs for all countries except for China. Shortly after that tweet went out, we saw the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all enter the green, and there were cheers here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. But shortly after, the White House came out and said that that was fake news, that the president is not considering a 90-day pause for all countries except China. And then you saw markets go back down into the red. This is just a classic case of what happens when there's a rumor, an unfounded rumor, but just shows the desperation that investors have right now for some sense of an indication that this trade war may be pausing or there may be a de-escalation of this trade war.
Yep. It's been quite a chaotic year. Quite a chaotic year, people. It was insane. We're only for the first week of April right now. What was that? That's only the first quarter of Trump's first year. Looney Tunes feeding Leica more treats. Everybody's been feeding her over here tonight. All right. Let's go now to Brazil. They got hit by some serious flooding in April. Totally normal stuff. Cows just floating down the river. Oh, wait, that's a street. Totally normal cows just floating down the street. That's everybody's. You see that every day. That's normal, totally normal. Good old floating cows. All right. Well, while we're talking about floods in Brazil, let's go back to the United States and talk about more of the cuts made by the Trump administration to things like FEMA. Cron 4, Bay Area. 8 months ago.
Napa County officials are sounding the alarm over a massive cut to their newly created fire prevention program. FEMA announcing that they're eliminating $35 million awarded to the county just last year. Our Crime Force Stephanie Rothman joins us live from the newsroom with more details. Stephanie?
Vicki, Napa County leaders say they were shocked to find out about the cuts online. Now, if the decision is in reverse, they'll have to put projects on pause indefinitely while they try to get the funding back. In the meantime, county officials say this move puts public safety in danger in one of the most fire-prone areas in the country. Under the Trump administration's crackdown on wasteful government spending, FEMA has cut $35 million in federal grant money to Napa County's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, or BRIC, program. Napa County CEO Ryan Alsop says this puts lives and property at risk.
We haven't really spoken with any federal officials about it. We have a lot of questions. And so I think we're doing the smart thing, which is a pause. Looking into it, getting more detail, but not taking everything we've done to date, scrapping it, and throwing it in the...
Now, there you go, Donald Trump canceling funds that were already given to Napa County. Funds that had already been used for fire prevention efforts and stuff like that. They were forced to try and find a way to make up that money somewhere in the budget. They weren't the only ones hit by cuts. Let's go up to Seattle. King 5.
Folks who live here in Grays Harbor County are no strangers to natural disasters, whether it's extreme weather or tsunami risks. Plans to build a tsunami escape tower here in Westport and protective levees in Hoquiam and Aberdeen could be in jeopardy because FEMA considers those projects wasteful.
Communities are facing the effects of climate change more than ever.
Getting the grants was viewed as a game changer for Grays Harbor County just a couple of years ago. In 2022, the cities of Hoquiam and Aberdeen got more than $80 million to build 11 miles of levees to prevent annual flooding. And the next year, Westport got almost $14 million for a tsunami evacuation tower, all through FEMA's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, known as BRIC.
It was going to be right in here, this area here.
Last week, the county's emergency management office learned all the money was on the chopping block.
This is intended to save lives and support a community.
Westport's mayor says the city has worked for nearly a decade on the tower proposal that would be scrapped without FEMA's help.
It would be very sad. It would be sad, and I would continue to worry about the safety of the community.
A FEMA spokesperson said, quote, "Brick was yet another example of a wasteful and ineffective FEMA program. It was more concerned with climate change than helping Americans."
You can do both. You can help Americans and deal with climate change. And in fact, many say that dealing with climate change in fact helps Americans and the planet and the future of humanity. But Republicans don't care about other humans aside from themselves. People like J.D. Vance displayed his disdain for other humans earlier this year in April with choice comments like these.
Viewing over US Vice President J.D. Vance's recent comments about, quote, Chinese peasants. On Tuesday, Beijing slammed Vance for his comments that have drawn widespread ire and ridicule on China's internet in comparisons with Vance's own self-proclaimed hillbilly background. Our Will Ripley has the story.
Well, good morning, everybody.
The American hillbilly versus China's so-called peasants. It all started with this.
And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Vance's Chinese peasants comment reaching Beijing within hours. The government's response? Swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of U.S. government debt, and that infamous Oval Office exchange with Ukraine's president.
You should be thanking the president.
One hashtag about the Chinese peasants remark shot to the top of China's Twitter-like platform Weibo, with millions of views and counting. Many comments boasting of China's modern achievements. Look, this is their true face, arrogant and rude as always. We may be peasants, but we have the world's best high-speed rail, the most powerful logistics, and leading AI and drone technologies. Aren't such peasants quite impressive?
There you go, J.D. Vance. Saying a bunch of incredibly racist remarks about Chinese people earlier this year, prompting backlash on social media and from the Chinese government and from people like myself at the time. I still find this to be an incredibly distasteful thing to say. But of course, that wasn't the only distasteful thing that our government was doing at the time. Of course, at the time, entire group of Venezuelan, I don't think it was exclusively Venezuelan, but mostly Venezuelan, migrants and others, including, I think, a couple people who were citizens of the United States, in the CCOT prison in El Salvador. CNN got a look inside of the prison.
When we first walked into these halls, CCOT was a powerful symbol across Latin America. But now, since folks in the U.S. are far more familiar with what's happening here because it has a direct connection. Last time we were here, there were about 80 or so people per cell. I'm looking right now, and it's already 70 who have come out, and they've probably got another 30 plus. So you're talking more than 100 people in some of these cells now. And the director has told me they've increased the prison population because more arrests have taken place within this country.
Built to isolate El Salvador's most dangerous criminals, the Center for Terrorism Confinement, or CECOT, opened in early 2023 as the centerpiece of President Nayib Bukele's anti-gang crackdown.
Buenos días.
Why are there more people here?
El régimen de excepción no finaliza hasta que el último pandillero que está en la calle sea capturado.
He says the state of exception, essentially the state of emergency that's been declared under President Bukele going back 2022, will not end until the last gang member has been taken from the communities and brought here to Secot. This is a court hearing that's playing out right now. This is a preliminary hearing that's playing out. There's one in there, and this one hasn't yet started. Anderson Cooper last night was asking me, is everyone in Secot convicted?
No, no todos. Muchos.
Garcia says many here have been convicted, but others are still going through the judicial process. And when we ask, he does allow us to sit in on what appears to be court hearing.
Severity of treatment, and it is seen certainly as harsh. But when you talk to Salvadorans, they say, yes, perhaps harsh, but totally necessary to have eradicated the gangs and to keep them out. The question is that same level of treatment necessary when it comes to the deportees that are coming here from, say, the U.S.? But if you look just straight down there at the very end, that's Sector 8. That's where the deportees, including those from Tren de Aragua, are being held. We cannot go into that sector. When I ask why, he says it's not part of this approved tour.
Oh, CNN wasn't approved to see the Americans, just the El Salvadoran prisoners. I see. Not part of the approved tour. That makes sense. Because why would CNN, an American news organization, want to see the American prisoners? All right, let's go back to the United States. Talk about the tariffs some more. See what Bernie Sanders had to ask. He had some questions for Jamison Greer, Trump's trade representative. This is on April 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed our conversation in the office last month. Let me begin by saying, as I suspect you know, that I am not a great fan of unfettered free trade. I helped lead the effort when I was in the House against NAFTA and against permanent normal trade relations with China. I will never forget a visit that I made to the Macadillo area in Mexico, where I saw brand new factories and literally Mexican workers living in cardboard boxes. And the result, of course, was the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs in this country, transferring them to Mexico where people work for horrendous wages. That is the type of trade policy which I detest. But I want to move to an area to talk about the legal basis of what President Trump has done. President Trump said, Mr. Greer, that he had no choice in terms of Canada. And I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. He had no choice but to bypass Congress and to impose an emergency 25% tariff on Canada to stop, quote, the massive, end quote, amount of fentanyl and, quote, the millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from the northern border. Unfortunately, that's a lie. The truth is that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the Canadian border last year, representing just 0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of fentanyl is too much. But if 0.2% constitutes an emergency, my guess is illegal drugs are coming in from every country in the world. And that gives the President of the United States incredible power to determine tariffs. Further, he said he talked about millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from Canada. In fact, last year there were 24,000 people, not millions and millions. First question, really, we can argue about tariffs, but why does the president have to lie all of the time in order to make his point?
So, Senator, I would just refute that when the president is talking about the nature of the emergency we have. I mean,
Could you talk a little bit closer into the mic, please?
Certainly. Senator, I would just say, I think you need to look at what the president issued.
Senator, I would refute that. I'm Jameson Greer, and I think that's an unfair characterization. Okay. While we're talking tariffs, let's see how tariffs were affecting the people. Nailed it. Thank you. Thank you, Jersey Texan. It was an impromptu impression.
We want to have as many bees as we can to make honey.
At Secret Garden Bees, a honey farm in Linden, North Carolina, farmer Jim Hartman has one eye on his bees and the other on his bank account.
Ideally, we'll get 100 pounds of honey per hive per year.
How do you feel about paying more for things?
Well, if you find someone who says, I'm happy about paying more for something, you point them out to me. People who already couldn't afford fresh vegetables, who couldn't already afford to put good food on their plate, are the ones that are really going to be hurt by this.
Did you ever think when you voted for President Trump that things were going to cost you more and you were going to lose money?
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Idiot.
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Idiot. The video's not showing? Oh, no, the video wasn't showing. Why wasn't the video showing? God damn it. Do we have to? I guess it's only a minute long. But you guys remember this. You all remember this guy, right? Everybody watched this story when this came out. Everybody was talking about this guy. This idiot who voted for Donald Trump 3 times. It was like, maybe I should have made a different choice. Maybe I could have made a better, I don't know. Maybe my decision making isn't great. Duh. You're using your imagination? Ooh. Fancy. All right. Now, the same week in April, this video came out of the Gaza Strip.
אני החייל עידן אלכסנדר, ואני אסיר בעזה כבר יותר מ-551 ימים.
My name is Edan Alexander. I've been held captive in Gaza for 551 days. It seems we are not wanted, and we have been deserted here. I am collapsing because of this disgusting world and disgusting Israeli government every day. I see that he controls the country like a dictator, and I've broken down physically and mentally. I heard that 3 weeks ago Hamas was ready to release me, and you rejected it. Why? Tell me why. Why am I here and not at home with my friends, my family? Why am I here today filming my second video? Why? Everyone lied to me, my people, the Israeli government, the US government, the army, everyone. President Trump. I had believed that you would succeed in getting me out of here alive. Why did you fall for Netanyahu's lies? Tell me why. You can't see any more Gaza. We're going to be going back. We're going to be, unfortunately, there's going to be no avoiding any topics tonight. You know, we're back and forth between all of this stuff very quick. It's going to be rapid fire on as much as possible. It's going to be rapid fire on all of this shit. Going back and forth between topics because we're going chronologically rather than by topic. The moments in which things happen to line up is just either by accident or due to the news cycle, really. All right, let's go. Let's go here. April 13th, 2025. Back to the Fight Oligarchy Tour.
And this has been the big money playbook, not just now, not just today, but it has been for decades. And that is why Donald Trump is not an aberration. He is the logical, inevitable conclusion of an American political system dominated by corporate and dark money. And if we are to defeat him, Utah, we must defeat the system that created him. We are at a crossroads in America. We can either have extreme and growing wealth inequality with the toxic division and corruption that it requires to survive, or we can have a fair economy.
You're impressed that I pulled up the list, these videos chronologically? I appreciate that. I mean, a fairly large amount of effort went into it. I mean, I've been working on the list for days now. I did all the ordering of it all today. Today was really I had the list already compiled by most of it. I had like 95% of the list compiled by today. Today was really all about like ordering it. I gave the patrons an opportunity to give me suggestions. I think I only got like one. But yeah, I mean, we got 300 videos. They're all relatively chronological order. I did my very best to keep them in, you know, as close to chronological order as I could possibly do it. Although there is an exception to that coming up, which I did on purpose. Well, it's not really out of order. Depends on how you want to justify this. Okay, let's go here. While Bernie Sanders and AOC were fighting the oligarchy in places like Salt Lake City, Utah, people were making fun of the oligarchy in the streets of San Francisco. Here's Cron 4 from 8 months ago. Who remembers this one?
Reportedly hacked this weekend, and they were, instead of telling you to cross or wait, they were telling you other things.
Yeah, in voices that represented some pretty popular CEOs of the tech industry, from Elon Musk to Mark Zuckerberg, and nobody seems to know how this happened. We've got Crown 4's Jack Mulma to explain.
Hi, this is Mark Zuckerberg, but real ones call me the Zuck.
Almost immediately, the crosswalk buttons will turn your head.
Hi, this is Elon Musk. Welcome to Palo Alto, the home of Tesla engineering.
For nearly 2 days, crosswalks from Redwood City to Menlo Park to Palo Alto were hacked to mimic tech leaders Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. On TikTok, a user shared this video from El Camino Real and Jefferson Road. For some, the audio first sounds like an ad or an actual message, but then things got weird.
You know, it's normal to feel uncomfortable or even violated as we forcefully insert AI into every facet of your conscious experience. And I just want to assure you, you don't need to worry because there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it. Anyway, see ya.
It's unknown why this happened or who they came from, but we reached out to Redwood City and Menlo Park for comment, but did not hear back. Palo Alto, meantime, told us they had a total of 12 intersections tampered. The audio since has been shut off altogether. Well, many residents say that even though the hacked audio on many of those walk signals...
Well, there you go. Couldn't figure out how to get it to stop talking like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And so they just turned it off entirely. It was one of the funnier moments of the year, not gonna lie. And I'm still titillated by that one. All right, now same week, the HHS, at this point already being run by RFK Jr., halted data collection on critical public health issues. We don't need that, right? We don't need no data.
Public health data collection has been halted in several key areas as Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. slashes funding across HHS agencies and departments. The funding cuts have impacted programs that track national statistics on HIV, STDs and STIs, abortion, sexual violence, cancer among firefighters, and postpartum risks. Officials who have been put on leave from these departments say going forward, data on these topics likely won't be collected or made public the way they were before. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder joins us now. She's the editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News. So, Doctor, what are the consequences of...
Consequences are we're not going to know if something bad happens health-wise. You know, pandemic, epidemic, in any of these things, or if any statistics are showing any sort of troubling signs in relation to any of these sorts of things on that fucking list. We're not going to know. We just won't know. Whether it's HIV, STDs, STIs, abortion, sexual violence, cancer and firefighters, or postpartum risks. We're just not going to know because we're going to stop monitoring it. So I guess it won't be a problem, aside from the people actually experiencing it. Now, this video came out around this time. This was actually from earlier in the year. And that's why I was saying earlier there is an exception to the rule. It's particularly videos like this, where I felt like it was better to leave videos such as this one, which were released at this time, where they were released, rather than when they were from, to some degree, at least in some cases, not all cases. But this one, I was like, I remember this moment, like when we watched this fucking video. This is a very distressing video. This is in a courthouse in New Hampshire. 8 months ago, this was posted. This was actually from, I believe, in February. Yeah, February 20th. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement prowling around our public spaces. Look at these guys smiling. They're having a good time. He's on his phone, looking at something. Hard to tell. Probably a picture of the guy he's looking to go after. Look at this guy. He's chuckling. He's having fun. Yeah, great. Here, let me hold the door for you. What a great guy. Hey, you, buddy. This you? And then, bam. Honestly, that moment still upsets me so much. This old fucking guy, minding his own goddamn business. He's in the courthouse. He's got a cane. He's clearly not in good health. And he's clearly elderly. Probably, he's up there in age. And they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about the public. They don't give a single fuck about the public safety or American citizens. other human beings. Just completely unimportant. You just got to get the bounty. Just got to get that bounty, you know? Got to get that white supremacist bounty. Got to tackle this guy in a fucking courthouse, causing potentially injury to a man who's clearly already crippled. And look, for this whole time, rather than this guy coming to aid this guy who just fell over, no help from this piece of shit. No help from this piece of shit. Nobody's helping this guy. He's just lying on the ground in agony. This guy's just lying. He's crying. You can see him. It's like he's literally crying. He might have broken a hip. Who knows what happened to that man? You know? Oh, we gotta tackle the immigrant though. Oh God, we need 7 guys on top of the immigrant though. I love that everybody rushed to help them with that. That was one of the most disgusting displays that you know. And honestly, rewatching it makes me even more angry than back then. So I realized that just like how many citizens rushed to help with this ICE arrest rather than help the man. Maybe if they cripple the cripple, it'll uncripple him. I don't think that's how that works. Now, Senator Van Holland of Maryland made a visit down to El Salvador the week that that video was released.
If you listen to President Trump and the Trump administration, you would think that the U.S. courts have found that Mr. Abrego Garcia is part of MS-13, but in fact, they have not found that. In fact, recently a U.S. federal court judge said that the Trump administration did not have evidence to support the claim that he had ever been part of MS-13. I'm asking President Bukele, under his authority as president of El Salvador, to do the right thing and allow Mr. Abrego Garcia to walk out of a prison, a man who's charged with no crime, convicted of no crime, and who was illegally abducted from the United States. Illegal.
Now, a judge found cause to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt for violating a deportation order. That is relating to the deportation flights to CCOT, which happened earlier in the year.
A federal judge has found probable cause exists to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt of court for violating his order to turn around planes carrying deportees to an El Salvador prison. Judge James Bogsberg in Washington accused Trump officials of willfully disregarding his order to return to the U.S. migrants being sent to a notorious prison in El Salvador under the Alien Enemies Act. The judge warned he could hold hearings and potentially refer the matter for prosecution if the administration does not remedy the violation. And if the Justice Department declines to prosecute the matter, Bogsberg said he will appoint another attorney to do so. The administration
Yeah. Now we all know how that played out. The Trump administration just does not care about the law or courts or humans. All right, now let's go to this story. Go back to talking about the oligarchy. Now, the oligarchy took a sweet, sweet all-female trip to the low Earth orbit. Almost at the moon. They did not go to the moon. Not even close. They made it to low Earth orbit, though. Of course, I am talking about the all-woman space flight aboard Jeff Bezos' blue penis. I mean, blue origin.
I hope they can see the unity that we modeled and replicate that and understand that we weren't just taking up space, we were making space for the future. And for me, like Gail said, this wasn't a ride, it wasn't a destination, it was a journey, and it was a supernatural one. And
nice.
My journey has always been about love and belonging. And I think that we have all felt that sometimes we weren't worthy or we didn't belong, and in certain ways, no matter all the accolades, no matter all the studying, no matter anything. And I think today we all said it, like, we belong here.
Our instructor, Sarah, my new best friend, said,
This was the worst. This was the fucking... I remember this moment. I remember hating this so much. Like, we've been trying to fight back against the space oligarchy for so long. It's been years now. And this is one of those moments where I was like, God, we are losing the war. We are losing the war against the space oligarchy. Big time. Ugh. Gail. And you get a car. And you get a car. And you get a flight to space. All right, one last video to end the half here while we're talking oligarchy. Let's go to Seattle, where, once again,
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos.
in the same month, weird things happening in the streets, this time in Washington
Hi, I'm
State.
Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message.
No, you're not imagining it.
You know, please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida too.
Someone not only figured out how to hack crosswalks in Seattle,
Wouldn't it be terrible if all the rich people left Seattle?
but also how to imitate Amazon founder Jeff Bezos' voice, likely with AI.
Or got Luigi'd and the normal people could afford to live here again.
I saw the immediate irony in it. It was pretty funny. How that happened is my immediate response. Trickery in the night or something like that.
S-Dot told King 5 Wednesday, audio recordings at crosswalks play a critical role for people who are blind. We are concerned that someone would disregard the safety.
And while the change of audio could definitely be confusing,
Okay. Christopher DeBlante with a sweet, sweet super chat as we go into the break. Wahahaha. I stole this money from Sasha G's savings cookie jar and I place it in your space cookie YouTube. Meh. Thank you, Christopher. Much appreciated. Very much appreciated on this year-ending stream. All right, people, we are 4.5 hours into this puppy, and still in early April. Basically, the vast majority of the year still left to go. Like, basically 8-9 months to get through here, it would seem, right? Or April. Can't do the math in my head right now. Oh, my brain, so tired. I didn't get enough sleep. I had to get ready for the show. Like, I got, like, after last night's stream, I got, like, 4 hours. Woke up and started working on this thing. We got most of the year left to get through here, fams, but quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits, the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, and the Twitch Prime subs. You got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody. We are back. Time for the fourth app to begin. So, I would recommend getting in your seat as soon as possible. Otherwise, you are going to miss it. Okay, Space Fams. We are back. To anybody who, has things to do during the stream, don't feel like, you're gonna miss something. I won't say you're not gonna miss anything, but what I will say is that we will be streaming for quite a long time tonight. So, you get done doing what you need to do, and you come back. And then you come back and you keep enjoying the Galactic Spacecast, of course. At your leisure on this 2025 recap day. All right. Now, April 16th is where we are. And at this point in time, Republicans were starting to get some very uncomfortable questions at town halls in their districts. Let's go to Texas. Watch one of these clips, another one of these clips. I mean, most of these clips that we're watching today, I saw earlier this year already, which is one thing that made my job easier today because I remember most of this. But yeah, let's go here. Representative Morgan Luttrell, Republican from Texas, holding a town hall.
My name is Sharon Patton. I reside in Huntsville.
Amazing place.
Clearly, the solvency of Social Security is an issue. Will you support eliminating the cap on Social Security earnings so that the wealthy pay their equitable percentage? And this is a yes or no question.
Yes. Okay. So yes, let's play this out. So Social Security is going to go and solve.
Hold on, I just want to hear a question one more time.
Will you support eliminating the cap on Social Security earnings so that the wealthy pay their equitable percentage? And this is a yes or no question.
Okay. Oh shit, I almost forgot. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh God. Near disaster. Almost burned my sandwich. I was trying to warm up a sandwich and near catastrophe almost just happened. But okay. So what this woman was asking about, I think we all are aware of, but if you're not, She's asking if this guy, this Republican from Texas, would be down for raising the Social Security cap on income. So if you're earning a lot of money, you will contribute more money based upon your income, rather than as we do it now, where at some point you just stop contributing no matter how much money you make. It's capped.
Yes. Okay. So yes, let's play this out. So Social Security is going to go insolvent, and let me finish. The Social Security.
Let me finish. Look at this guy. Look at him sassing the voters. Just being a real fuckbag over here. Let me finish. Oh, you complainy voters. You got words to say.
The Social Security Fund. That better? Okay. Social Security Fund. Now, the Social Security is the Social Security pot of money is funded by FICA. Everybody sees that on our check, and by the Social Security Fund. Okay. In 2035, give me plus or minus some years. 2033, 2035, plus or minus. That fund will be depleted. Let me finish. Those funds will be depleted. And when that happens, it will be taxes from FICA that pay Social Security. Okay? From that percentage, because when the fund goes away and we only have FICA in there, that will drop 100% benefits to 75, 80% plus or minus. Okay? In Congress, this is one of those problems that nobody wants to talk about. All right? And this is an absolute issue. It's a numbers game. It is a math problem.
Answer the question, pussy.
But this is happening. And if Congress would act on it, that would be amazing. I would love to get in there and to have these debates and discussion and find something that would fix this problem before it shows up in 10 years. Great question. Yes, sir. I'm sure. And here's the issue, because if it's up to 400,000, hang on. I got you. Dude, all right. I got you. You're not allowed to ask a question. Come on, man. Give me a second. I'm talking to the young lady. So what we need to address this problem.
It's the same
right
question.
Now. It's not something we need to wait for downstream. But the second the conversation happens in D.C., like as a Republican, if I said, hey, look, we need to address Social Security, the Democratic colleagues are just going to go all in, haywire, I'm taking everything from everybody. And then everybody, I'm just telling you what happened. Hey, look.
Boo.
The Democratic colleagues are talking about it. The Republicans, hold on, let me finish.
Good response, voters. Boo this man. Boo this man. Not even willing to say that he will raise the Social Security. It's the fairest possible system. Just have everybody actually pay a fair share. Not let rich people get away with paying, way less as a portion of their income. It's ridiculous. Oh, God. What happened to my phone? Oh, there it is. Need the phone. Okay. As you can see, though, Republicans, even back in April, getting a lot of heat at these town halls. Actually, there was another video I wanted to watch. I don't have it. Did a Majority Report do a video about this guy? Fuck it. Forget it. All right, let's move this on. Let's go back to talking the trade war real quickly. Because at this point in time, mid-April, the trade war was leading to other forms of warfare, including warfare of the memic variety.
AI-generated videos aimed at American social media users depicting would-be laborers in the U.S. putting in the hours, doing the kind of work currently being done in Chinese factories.
And they are all obese, depressed looking, you know, the very sort of stereotypical image of the ugly American that's popular in other countries. They're fat, lazy, not very good. To rile up the Chinese base for the cause, there's an effort to demoralize Americans, weaken their resolve for these measures, because nobody wants to work in a textile factory for 20 hours a day.
The Chinese propaganda machine, the primary message in the current moment is US is a troublemaker. The destabilizing force, US is disrupting the global trading system to shape up the narrative of China being the more desirable alternative to the US leadership, which is why you also hear this argument that eventually China is going to be the winner.
中方必将奉陪到底。
Because what US is burning is its own national capacity, is its own national credibility, as well as its global leadership.
There we go. China throwing shade by way of internet memes. Speaking of internet memes and, you know, digital media,
It's up next.
Donald Trump posted something to his social media account, which wound up causing a great deal of discussion. For some time, actually. For weeks, if I recall correctly, we were talking about this. Let's go here to France 24 and talk about the tattoos of Kilmark Abrego Garcia.
Fake. And I'm joined in the studio by Catalina Machon de Abreu. Hello to you, Catalina. So President Donald Trump is being accused of holding up a photoshopped image of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's tattoo. Tell us more.
That's right, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man who was mistakenly deported in March to the notorious El Salvadoran mega prison, accused by the U.S. government of having ties to the criminal gang MS-13. Abrego Garcia was deported despite a 2019 court order barring the United States from doing so due to fear of persecution in his home country,
Illegal.
as the Supreme Court is demanding that the Trump administration facilitate his return to the U.S. Trump has thus far refused this request as the administration continues to insist without evidence that Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member, despite ICE officials initially admitting that his deportation was an administrative error. Now, to prove these claims, President Donald Trump and the White House displayed what they claim to be such evidence. This black and white close-up photograph of a hand that Trump identifies in this post as Abrego Garcia's, with tattooed knuckles, where you can spot, if we take a closer look, 4 different symbols. One is a marijuana leaf, the second is a smiley face, a cross, and a skull, as well as the letters spelling out MS-13. Donald Trump.
Another one of the more shameful moments of 2025. Donald Trump genuinely believed I think he still believes. Honestly, I don't think he's even been convinced at this point that that's not a real tattoo. God,
We have a
he's real
demented,
idiot.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Now, let's move on from that ridiculous story to another big story this year.
Hello. So good to see you. God bless you.
Right now.
Okay. So, you may or may not recall, mid-April, J.D. Vance, actually I guess it was getting closer to late April, J.D. Vance went to the Vatican and met with the Pope.
Hello. So good to see you. God bless you and good morning. How are you?
Find yourself.
Good. Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter to you, Father. Wonderful. I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
Grazie. Anche buona Pasqua a lei. E dice
Grazie, Santo Padre.
Thank you.
These are for your children.
Okay, thank you.
These are the gifts. These are also gifts for you as well.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
The Vatican tie, and then the rosaries for your wife, the white for your children, and the red one is for the red.
The touch of death. Yes, indeed, because not long after this, of course, Pope Leo died. The woke Pope was no longer.
Well, Maria, we also want to ask
Was
you...
it J.D. Vance and the touch of death? I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? Could have been. It was certainly a topic of much discussion, whether or not J.D. had in fact killed the Pope.
Well, Maria, we also want to ask you about the death of Pope Francis. Thousands of mourners are lining up again today as Pope Francis's body lies in state in St. Peter's Basilica.
Right, Pope
His funeral
Francis
will be on Saturday.
Oh, God damn, I'm already replacing Pope Francis with Pope Leo.
How rude.
Incredibly rude. It's been a tough year, okay? Trying to keep this stuff. I mean, Pope stuff not top of my list.
You met with the Pope Francis, several times at the Vatican, including most recently in January at the World Communications Jubilee, where you delivered the opening speech. We're just going to play a clip.
Because we are at the Vatican, I want to point out three things. First, technology rewards lies. Think about that. The first time I met Pope Francis, I said, Pope Francis, it's against the 10 Commandments. 2, the men who control this transformative technology wield godlike power, but they're far from God.
So that was Maria Ressa, the Nobel laureate, speaking at the Vatican with Pope Francis in the audience. It was, January 27th. Talk about what Pope Francis means to you. Philippines is a Catholic country, and why he was also so concerned about the media.
Yeah. I mean, look, I would be what you'd call a wayward Catholic. I mean, I believed in God, but I didn't like the way governance in the 5 major world religions happen, right? The manipulation, the lack of rights for women, I mean, whatever. But Pope Francis called us about 20 to 30 Nobel Peace Prize winners. And around 2023, he we met with him and came out. He thought the world was going crazy, right? War. He stood up against asked for peace in Ukraine, in Gaza, in all the different.
He called for a ceasefire in Gaza Sunday, Easter, right before he died.
Exactly. And beyond that, this is a pope that understood the role of artificial intelligence. I mean, it was interesting sitting around a table where, you know, you could see all of the world's problems that were existential, from landmines to climate change to nuclear proliferation to, oh my gosh, what would be the next one? I mean, I was at the last in terms of technology and media, right? He understood this. He stood up for the principles that were there, and even for the marginalized. This was a progressive pope. He was inclusive in a way the church had not been. And I think even small things like we quibbled over the word fraternity, right? Because it's sexist in nature, but it's very hard to change an entire Catholic Church. So look, I think what he did with us, I was sitting next to Shirin Ebadi from Iran, Tawakkol Karman. It was from Yemen, the first Arab woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize for the Arabs in the Arab Spring, right? And we all came together to demand peace, unity, and press freedom was also something Pope Francis, look, it was a choice. The Jubilee happens once every 25 years for the Catholic Church. And the first speaker he chose, despite the relentless coverage of sexual abuse, both of minors and of women in the Catholic Church, right? Despite all of that, and men, he chose journalists to kick off the Jubilee. He cared about what was happening around the world. And now this conservative ally of progressive values, now we're going to see what will happen at the conclave. Who will replace Pope Francis? The church is a powerful force. I guess this is what he taught me, is that faith is incredibly important when you're fighting for your rights.
2 Filipinos are being considered to be the next pope.
Oh my God, so I knew one. Who's the second?
I don't know which one you know, and I probably don't know the name of the second.
Okay. Okay. I know that 3 Filipino.
God damn it. Okay, that was, yeah. That's it on the Pope. R.I.P. woke Pope. Everybody settle the fuck down with the mute stuff. I get it. I'm muted. I get it. That's a lot of mute buttons. Okay. Let's move on here. One man wrote a short story, I guess you might call it. A fictional adaptation of real life due to world events. A comedian, if you will. Might know him as LD. Larry David. Let's talk about the letter that broke Bill Maher.
This is amazing. I wasn't going to play it, so I'd forgotten about it. I saw it at one point, and then I just, I think this happened during my vacation, so I didn't pay that much attention to it. I don't remember. And then Larry David wrote what I thought was actually a pretty funny piece in the New York Times.
He's a funny guy.
About his dinner with Hitler, as if he was back in the 30s. Now look. Well, let's listen to Bill Maher first before we talk about it. I think he responded to, now the Larry David thing happened.
Yeah, we should give just a little bit of a timeline for people who aren't caught up on this. So Bill Maher had dinner with Trump, then talked about it on his show, like for, I guess, 15 minutes or something like that, about how he's actually like pretty funny behind the scenes and he's a really nice guy. And so then Larry David takes out an opinion piece in the New York Times called My Dinner with Adolf.
Can I just read the first couple lines?
Yes.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939 a letter arrived at my house.
Let's do this afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Because first we're going to do what Bill Maher did in announcing that he had done this.
Right.
And understand the tremendous whitewashing that's going on here of Donald Trump. Let's play this first.
Okay.
The guy I met is not the person who the night before the dinner shit-tweeted a bunch of nasty crap about how he thought this dinner was a bad idea and what a deranged asshole I was. I read it and thought, oh, what a lovely way to welcome someone to your house. But when I got there, that guy wasn't living there. Now, does Trump want respect? Of course, who doesn't? My friend said to me, what are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that.
Pause it for 1 second. Here's the thing, and this is sort of inside baseball. But back in the day, I did a lot of live sitcom tapings. I've been to a lot of shows like Bill Maher.
Yeah.
As an audience member, sometimes I've worked. I used to do little bits on Conan. That first person you hear laughing works on the show. And their job is to juice the laugh from the live audience because they don't want to use canned things.
It's like my job here.
And if you, exactly. But if you hear it, like, you do it well.
Not funny.
This guy's going, ah! like it's just like, almost like it's probably, it could even be one of the writers just trying to push the stuff. But go back and listen. Just listen how forced the laughter is on this. This is Zelensky. I mean, it's just so, all right, but then go ahead. I know this is petty.
What are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that. Okay. Just for starters, he laughs. I'd never seen him laugh in public, but he does, including at himself. And it's not fake. Believe me, as a comedian of 40 years, I know a fake laugh when I hear it. Okay, example, in the Oval Office, he was showing me the portraits of presidents, and he pointed to Reagan and said, in all seriousness, you know the best thing about him, his hair. I said, well, there was also that whole bringing down communism thing, waiting for the button next to the Diet Coke button to get pushed and I go through the trap door. But no, he laughed, he got it. I said to him at one point, Mr. President, you know the dog, that's unusual in the White House. He said, well, a lot of the presidents, they had a dog for political reasons. I said, no, people love dogs, that's what that is. Oh yeah, okay, that's true. I'm telling you what happened. At one point, we were walking through his amazing,
we don't need to hear
amazing tour.
We don't even hear about this. Because here's the thing. Who gives a shit? Yeah. He is on, this is a political show.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Sam. He's speaking his truth.
I know he's speaking his truth, but the fact of the matter is that all he's doing is saying that don't pay attention. There is another side to Donald Trump you don't know. And I say, who gives a shit? Because he's the president of the United States. What's relevant to people is what he's doing. Do you think like Mahmoud Khalil cares that there's another softer side? He's a real human, Donald Trump.
He laughs.
He laughs. Or whether it's Palestinians in Gaza, whether it's a scientist who's lost their jobs, whether it's, I mean, go across the entire board. Like, this is specifically for his little project of pretending like, don't get that far engaged in politics. I'm okay, you're okay.
Right, and all those liberals that I've grown to detest because I'm an old rich guy and this is kind of the standard trajectory. They have Trump derangement syndrome. Don't you know? He's actually a really nice guy. It's like, it is the equivalent of the Hitler loved dogs thing. I mean, and that's what Larry was obviously riffing off of, it seems like.
Yeah, let's read some of this Larry David piece, because this is the point. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is actually better, up close, because, I mean, who cares? Who cares? It's completely irrelevant.
It's also irrelevant if he even believes in his ideology, right? Like, Donald Trump could be a secret, liberal, woke, social justice warrior behind the scenes. Doesn't matter. What matters is what he says in public and his actions as president. I don't care about his as a person.
Bill, I want to show you something. Look, underneath my shirt, I wear a Che Guevara t-shirt.
Yeah.
Isn't that impressive?
Right.
Okay, shh, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, and that would be irrelevant because...
Okay. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. Can't watch this whole thing.
Whether he's got a sense of humor or he laughs is wholly irrelevant and does nothing but try and make people who are critical of what Trump is doing and what his administration is doing, make them seem like they're the ones with a problem. But read this Larry David thing.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939, a letter arrived at my house inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery with the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I had been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I know encouraged me to go. He's Hitler. He's a monster. But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk to the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front steps of the old chancellery and was led into an opulent living room where a few of the Fuhrer's most vocal supporters had gathered: Himmler, Göring, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. We talked about how some of the most beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of Jews. But our conversation ended abruptly when we heard footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. He was wearing a tan suit with a swastika armband and gave me an enthusiastic greeting that caught me off guard. Frankly, it was a warmer greeting than I normally get from my parents. That was my favorite one, because it's just like the narcissism of that.
Oh my God, it is so well written.
And it was accompanied by a slap on my back. I found the whole thing quite disarming. I joked that I was surprised to see him in a tan suit because if he wore that out, it would be perceived as un-Führer-like. That amused him to no end, and I realized I'd never seen him laugh before.
This is just so fantastic.
Suddenly, he seemed so human. Here I was, prepared to meet Hitler, the one I had seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal, and oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic. Like, it was the real Hitler.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh God, this feels like a long lost time. Like this feels like ancient history at this point.
Completely different animal, and oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic. Like this was the real Hitler. The whole thing had my head spinning.
I'm the guy who's impressed that someone seems more authentic in person than they do like at a Nazi rally.
It's shocking. People get the idea. And Dave from Jamaica did sank right that. Did sank right that. Okay. And then I like this when Hitler's joking around. Goring immediately grabbed a slice of pumpernickel, whereupon Hitler turned to me, gave me an eye roll, and then whispered, "Watch, he'll be done with his entire meal before you've taken 2 bites." That one really got me. Goring, with his mouth full, asked what was so funny, and Hitler said, "I was just telling him about that time my dog had diarrhea at the Reichstag." Goring remembered. How could he forget? He loved that story, especially the part where Hitler shot the dog before it got back into the car.
My favorite Hitler story.
And then a beaming Hitler said, "Hey, if I can kill Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, I can certainly kill a dog." That perhaps got the biggest laugh of the night, and believe me, there were plenty. And so, Larry David, I encourage people, we'll link to it. It's very funny.
Yeah.
And then Bill Maher, apparently, takes offense to this.
It hurt his feelings.
Here he is, sitting on, what's the name of his show?
It's actually Piers Morgan's show.
Yeah.
But filmed on Club Random Premises.
Oh, I thought this was, what's it called? Alcoholic Weekly? Sorry. Joke, Bill. Oh, it's on Pierce's? Oh, okay, gotcha.
They're just in the Club Randoms.
Okay,
I mean, does Bill leave the complex?
I don't think
know.
so, but this set is bizarre and weird looking, but anyway.
Larry David, because you're friends, aren't you? Were you friends? Are you friends?
Yes, of course. I mean, this wasn't, my favorite moment of our friendship, but, look, I don't want to get in too much into that, but I think the minute you play the Hitler card,
That's what I think.
You've lost the argument.
Yes.
And also, I must say, come on, man. Hitler, Nazis, nobody was harder about and more prescient, I must say, about Donald Trump than me. I don't need to be lectured on who Donald Trump is. Just the fact that I
the most
met him in person didn't change that. And
Bill Maher, number 1. There was no one more prescient than Bill Maher. He's basically like a soothsayer. He's like Nostradamus. He knew everything that was to come. But did anybody listen to Bill? No. The most prescient man on the planet.
The fact that I reported honestly is not a sin either. But, to use the Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting to 6 million dead Jews, that should kind of be...
You gotta be effing kidding me. Are you effing kidding me?
Give me a joke.
He's now policing comedy use of Hitler? Why don't you bring Mel Brooks over?
Yeah.
Ask him about Springtime for Hitler.
Yeah.
Why don't you bring over Woody Allen? Why don't you bring over every Jewish comedian who has plowed the road for you to even have like any semblance of a career, and ask them like, you joking about Hitler? I don't know if that doesn't seem appropriate.
Do you think?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Like, how dare he?
Yeah, I know.
His entire career has been politically incorrect. Yeah. We can't police that. And now he's saying this. This is one of the most, and I've been doing this for 20 years, one of the most hypocritical, disingenuous, like, I can't believe that no one in his life said, Bill, wait a second. You shouldn't say that.
But that's the problem. Who is in his life? Like, I doesn't have a fan.
Hawk to a girl, maybe? Okay. Now, let's move on from Bill Maher and Larry David. And back to Trump himself, who was talking about the tariffs once again on the tarmac. at Joint Base Andrews, I think.
What more on Zelensky? You know, the last meeting you had was pretty rough.
Nope. New Jersey. And April 27th. Almost done with April. Wow. We finally almost made it through the third month.
What more on Zelensky? You know, the last meeting you had was pretty rough. What, did you sense a different attitude now? And if so,
I
why?
do. I see it. I see him as calmer. I think he understands the picture. And I think he wants to make a deal. I don't know if he wants to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good job.
Did you talk to him about tariffs yesterday? Did any foreign leaders approach you and ask for...
I did, and you probably saw. I think every foreign leader approached me and said hello, and a lot of good relationships. And we're going to be taking in a tremendous amount of money. We're going to be taking in a lot of jobs, a lot of plants and factories. They're already coming. I mean, you see it. And we're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to cut taxes for the people of this country. It'll take a little while before we do that, but we're going to be cutting taxes, and it's possible we'll do a complete tax cut, because I think the tariffs will be enough to cut all of the income.
Well, there you go. There was Donald Trump at the end of April suggesting that we were going to take in so much money from the tariffs, we could just cancel all income taxes. So yes, next year none of us will be paying taxes because of all the money we took in. That's exciting. Now, Elon Musk. Well, a report came out around Elon Musk's Colossus supercomputer housed in Memphis, Tennessee. Around this time, the end of April. Whoa, Frizzla gifting galactic memberships over on YouTube. Nadia Yvette Chambers. Carl Schmidt. Sean L. Kearns. Michael Reich. And the Anarchist. Everybody enjoyed those sweet, sweet galactic memberships. Courtesy of Frizzla. Thank you, Frizzla. By the way, that technically, even though the goal timer is up, I'm gonna say that counts as a goal completion. First confetti party of the night. Could be more, technically. Great job, everybody, with the goal completion. Now, technically, we don't really get anything from this, aside from a sense of having achieved something and helped keep the Galactic News Network alive, and also getting a sweet, sweet confetti party. We could get multiple confetti parties, of course, today, since today we were doing things differently with the goals. Getting all the content, regardless of the fact of whether or not we hit the goal. But I'm just leaving the goals up all night, see how many we can hit. All day, all night. We've been going for 6 hours already. Wait, is that right? 6 hours? 5.5. My God. How is this? How? Actually, I know exactly how. It's 300 videos. That's why. It's an entire year's worth of content I'm trying to get through. Okay. Well, everybody bask in the glory. Confetti party. It's going away. We are about to go talk about Elon Musk. And everything his little supercomputer's been doing to the city of Memphis.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in Memphis, Tennessee, where Elon Musk's artificial intelligence company, X, now called XAI, opened a massive data center known as Colossus last year that supports the chatbot Grok. The facility is next to historically black neighborhoods and runs on 35 methane gas-powered turbine generators, which emit significant amounts of nitrogen oxide and other toxic chemicals. The Southern Environmental Law Center says the turbines are operating without a permit. Those permits are the focus of a Shelby County Health Department hearing taking place today, Friday, as Musk says he wants to continue to expand his project. In February, Elon Musk explained why he decided to build Colossus in Memphis.
Well, we needed a building. We can't build a building, so we must use an existing building. So we looked for basically for factories that had been abandoned, but the factory was in good shape, like the company had gone bankrupt or something. So we found an Electrolux factory in Memphis. That's why it's in Memphis, home of Elvis, and also one of the oldest. I think it was the capital of ancient Egypt.
This is Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson, a Democrat who represents Memphis.
AI, Elon Musk company, is operating 35 gas turbines in southwest Memphis, in the neighborhood where myself and my entire family lives. This is horrific news. They are increasing the amount of nitrogen dioxide, which causes smog and continues to harm people with asthma by potentially 30 to 60%.
For more, we are joined in Memphis, Tennessee, by State Representative Justin J. Pearson and his brother Keyshawn Pearson, Executive Director of Memphis Community Against Pollution. We welcome you both.
Okay, we gotta cut it there. We already talked about all these stories earlier this year, so I'm trying to get the quick sound bites and everything else, and then move it along as hastily as I possibly can. Because at the rate that we're moving right now, I'm trying to do the math on it. But like at this pace, it's gonna take me like 18 hours to do the stream. We'll be going into I'll be up for like 24 hours. So I gotta keep this puppy moving. But yeah, people like Elon Musk have been running roughshod all over our environment and our communities with all these data centers. I lost my place. Started looking around the freaking list. It's such a long list. Oh my god. Okay, alright, yeah. Alright. Yeah, also at the end of April, alarm bells went off at the Smithsonian Museum, not because of a robbery, but because of the disappearance.
Joining us on the news at 11, I'm Larry Miller.
Historical artifacts.
Multiple sources. Joining us on the news at 11, I'm Larry Miller. Multiple sources confirmed to WUSA 9 the Smithsonian Institution is starting to move out some artifacts from the National Museum of African American History and Culture. In fact, a civil rights leader and pastor said that he was told the artifacts he donated to the museum were being returned. Our Alexis Wainwright has the full story.
2 employees with the National Museum of African American History and Culture told me the museum is moving out some of its artifacts. Now, this news has ignited growing concerns among visitors who travel from all over the world to learn about African American history.
So I'm not disappointed. And it's unfortunate that people don't realize that if you don't know history, you will repeat history's horrors.
Reverend Dr. Amos Brown says he has seen it all. He's been a civil rights activist for 73 years and has been on the front lines of history. But now he feels some of the history is being erased. He received an email from the Smithsonian Institution this month informing him the artifacts he donated to the National Museum of African American History and Culture were being returned.
Yep. Of course, if I recall correctly, like Lindsay Halligan or like Alina Habba or something like went through the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, and she felt personally attacked as a white woman at a Black History Museum for some reason. And so they started purging shit out of the Smithsonian. For people who've been decrying cancel culture and censorship, it seems like the Trump administration, Republicans have been getting all up in censorship and cancel culture all year. We're only fractionally into the year. Now, one big conflict which erupted this year at the end of April was fighting between Pakistan and India.
There is a likelihood that India will attempt an incursion in Pakistan and will engage Pakistan militarily. That is a possibility, a very clear and stark possibility. Cannot be ruled out. We have reinforced our forces because it is something which is imminent now. So in that situation, some strategic decisions have to be taken. We are absolutely ready, at high alert. If there is a violation of our airspace or there's violation on the ground,
massacre.
Clearly, the government is sufficiently concerned with what has happened. Some immediate steps have been taken, and actionable points are being discussed. Now, whatever could be done immediately has been done, including putting the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance.
The allegation that Pakistan has, quote, credible intelligence that India was going to launch a military strike on Pakistan within 36 hours is a serious allegation. I'm not asking for the operational details. I'm just asking whether there are plans afoot at this point, which include retaliatory strike on Pakistan.
Nobody in India talked in terms of a 24 to 36-hour framework. This is something which emanated from Pakistan. It is their quote-unquote credible intelligence input. And how credible their intelligence is, we know because of past incidents. So what they wanted was to push alarm buttons so that the world would sit up and take note and come rushing to their aid.
Well, there you go, India blaming Pakistan for all the problems. Now, in the same week, Donald Trump had a very big interview. I think his first sit-down interview of his presidency with ABC News' Terry.
I can't have a trial, a major trial for every person that came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. They're going to murder people. They already have murdered people in our country.
Right, so
we have to get them out, and we have to get them out fast.
Really bad guys, but in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
If people come into our country illegally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the Venezuelans.
They get whatever my lawyers say. Those tattoos.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry. Terry.
He did not
Don't
have the
do that.
letter MS13.
It says MS13.
That was photoshopped. So let me
That
just...
was Photoshop. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
Terry. Terry, it's your big break, Terry. You're totally throwing it, Terry. Totally throwing your career down the drain, Terry. Oh, Terry. Big break. Totally screwed it. Photoshop, Terry? Really? Terry, I picked you, and you're ruining it. A beautiful gift I gave you, and you're like throwing it in the trash. It's incredibly rude. God. I just figured we'd watch that one clip. That was the vibe of most of that interview. Now let's go to Alabama. It's May 1st, 2025. Donald Trump addressing students.
Thank you very much. Everybody should believe in the American dream. It's real, it's there, and it's right before you. We're coming back to the American dream. Ninth, think of yourself as a winner. The power of positive thinking. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, from many years ago, wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking. And there is a lot to it, the power of positive thinking. Don't consider yourself a victim. Consider yourself a winner. In recent years, too many of our young people have really been taught to think of themselves as victims and blame people and be angry. Don't be angry. But in America, we reject that idea that anyone is born a victim. Our heroes are the ones who take charge of their own destiny, make their own luck, and determine their own fate despite.
There we go, students. Don't be a victim, okay? Be like Norman Vincent Peale. Manifest, okay? Just gotta think it, and it will happen, okay? Do like a dream board, and your dreams will come true. Just buy some magazines. You cut them out, you get cutting in there, and then cut out all the things that you want in life, and then you visualize, okay? You visualize, and you manifest. Be like the great Norman Vincent Peale. Power of positive thinking. That'll do it. How do you think I got where I am? Power of positive thinking and billions of dollars. Now, across the planet, in France, efforts are being made to de-Trumpify.
Breaking news, the White House unleashing an all-out assault on Germany over a right-wing political party. Secretary of State Rubio, Elon Musk, and Vice President Vance attacking America's longtime ally. Vance even accusing the Germans of rebuilding the Berlin Wall. This came after Germany's domestic intelligence agency classified the far-right political party in Germany, the AfD, as extremist, which makes it easier for them to have surveillance on it. AfD is an anti-migration party with a co-leader who has been fined for using Nazi slogans. But the White House, once again, is coming to its defense as anti-American sentiment is growing overseas amid Trump's trade war. And Melissa Bell has this special report tonight for us out front.
So
before you would have come in and you would have taken these chips.
I used to take this one, but now, well, I took this one.
Across Europe, a quiet protest is playing out in supermarket aisles. American products left untouched. The hashtag Boycott Trump is gaining traction as Facebook groups rally Europeans to push back against US policies with their wallets. Michel joined a French group in March.
As long as we have aggressive policy of American administration, we want to make pressure to say, stop it.
His group even provides an app called De-Trumpify Yourself that lets consumers know if a company's funding traces back to the United States.
To Trumpify yourselves, Europe. That's certainly what they were doing back at the beginning of May. Now, let's go back to the conflict between India and Pakistan as it continued to ramp up through the early days of the month, May 7th. A strike from India on a mosque in Pakistan.
Yes.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Dozens of people have been killed in the worst fighting between India and Pakistan in more than 2 decades, following a deadly attack last month on Indian tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. Early today, India attacked 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir, killing at least 26 people, including a child. Dozens were wounded. Pakistan called the attacks an act of war and responded by shelling areas of Kashmir under Indian control. India says the Pakistani shelling has killed at least 15 people. Pakistan claims to have shot down at least 2 Indian fighter jets. Tensions have been soaring between the 2 nuclear-armed nations since April 22nd, when gunmen massacred 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir in a rampage that India blamed on Pakistan. For now, we go to London, where we're joined by Mirza Waheed, award-winning Kashmiri journalist and novelist. His books include The Collaborator, The Book of Gold Leaves, and most recently, Tell Her Everything. His recent Guardian piece is headlined, "A Massacre Has Reignited the Forever War Between India and Pakistan. Once more, Kashmiri voices are missing." Well, they're not missing here, Mirza Waheed. So if you can start off by talking about what's at stake right now and give us the progression of what took place. First, the attack on Indian tourists in Indian-administered Pakistan and India-administered Kashmir and what that means.
Thank you for having me. Those killings were reprehensible, and it was a massacre of Indian tourists in a pristine, really idyllic meadow in Pahalgam, where I lived as a child. And it's a very gorgeous and beautiful place. And those killings were shocking, obviously, and condemnable, reprehensible, and that is the main trigger for this, recent escalation now, because soon after the killings, there was obviously outrage in India, in the public, in the media, across the society and the political classes, and we very soon we heard big clamor for war, especially in the media. So a lot of pressure to strike on targets in Pakistan, and it was kind of. We knew it was happening. Obviously, one hoped it shouldn't happen, it wouldn't happen, but that's what's happened now.
Okay. okay. This is Associated Press. They protest in Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान अमन चाहता है पाकिस्तान जंग नहीं चाहता था बार-बार भारत को कहा गया
Pakistan wanted peace, not war. Well, certainly was not a peaceful moment, I know that much. Let's go back to the United States. To another protest. This time in New York.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up.
You are unlawfully obstructing pedestrian traffic. You are ordered to disperse now to permit the safe flow of pedestrian traffic. If you do so voluntarily, no charges will be placed against you. If you refuse to disperse, you will be placed under arrest and charged with disorderly conduct. This is the New York City Police Department.
There is status quo news in New York City. NYPD attacking Brooklyn college students at a pro-Palestinian rally. All right. Now, let's go to the Ministry of Truth. To Caroline Levitt, who we've barely heard from at all this stream. Got a bunch of clips from Caroline.
Yesterday, the administration appears to have started dismantling the Consumer Product Safety Commission. This is the federal agency, an independent one that does recalls and is responsible for product safety. Does the administration not believe that it's important, to keep toys and cribs? I mean, you're a young mom, off of the product of the market.
It's a federal agency within which branch? It's the executive branch. Who's the head of the executive branch? The President of the United States.
Created by Congress.
He has the right to fire people within the executive branch. It's a pretty simple answer.
Question, the President fired the Librarian of Congress. Why did he choose to do that?
We felt she did not fit the needs of the American people. There were quite concerning things that she had done at the Library of Congress in the pursuit of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library for children, and we don't believe that she was serving the interests of the American taxpayer well, so she has been removed from her position.
Inappropriate books at the Library of Congress. Inappropriate for children. How many children you figure go into the Library of Congress every year? One? Like one child might wander in there accidentally?
The President is well within his rights to do that.
The president posted another ad this week for his Trump meme coin. The group that's running that coin is encouraging people to buy in order to win a dinner this month with the president. Why is the president planning to attend a dinner for the top investors in his coin?
Look, the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws. The president has been incredibly transparent with his own personal financial obligations throughout the years. The president is a successful businessman, and I think, frankly, it's one of the many reasons that people reelected him back to this office.
There are at least some people who are buying this coin who seem to view it as an opportunity opportunity to influence the president's views. There was a logistics company this week that said they would buy $20 million in the coin in order to advocate for free trade between the U.S. and Mexico. If buyers are buying for that reason, are they wasting their money?
Look, I can assure you the president acts with only the interests of the American public in mind, putting our country first and doing what's best for our country, full stop. That's his intention, and that's what he's focused on.
Yesterday, we saw the news of the new Pope. Before Pope Leo became Pope Leo, there were some critical comments that he made about President Trump and about Vice President Vance on his X account, then X account. Does the White House have any reaction to those comments?
The president made his reaction to Pope Leo's announcement yesterday very clear. He is very proud to have an American Pope. I think it was a surprise to everyone. I saw the news media was surprised to report on that yesterday, but it's a great thing for the United States of America and for the world.
There we go. Caroline Leavitt, out there from the very beginning, defending the actions of the dictator-in-chief, Donald Trump. True believer in the president, that Caroline. Vehemently coming to the defense of the president at all turns, any and all turns, really. All right. Now, at the same time, like the same week, it was announced that the United States would be accepting white South African refugees. Based upon the fake genocide that Elon told Donald Trump about.
Donald Trump's administration is aiming to bring the first group of white South Africans to the United States via its refugee program as soon as next week. 3 people familiar with the matter have said. It's a divisive move.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Especially given that Trump has been blocking refugee admissions from the rest of the world. 2 of the sources, who requested anonymity as they were sharing internal plans, said their aim is to fly the initial cohort of around 50 Afrikaners into Washington Dulles International Airport in Virginia.
It was like an answered prayer.
Life coach Katia Beeden is administrator of a website that seeks to help white South Africans take up Trump's offer.
We've been forgotten. It's very hard for us to travel. It's very hard for us to get visas. So to suddenly hear that a country like the United States is offering us refugee status was a really big deal. And
This is so stupid. This is so fucking dumb. Well, here's the first batch of white South Africans fleeing the white genocide.
this is ridiculous.
I love how not a single one of these people look like they've been living through a genocide in any way, shape, or form. You telling me this big boy back here is living through a genocide? That guy's like 400 pounds. How can you actually, both of these dudes, this dude back here with the beard and this guy with the 5 o'clock shadow, they're both like, they gotta be like 350, 400 pounds, easy. You're getting genocided? Really? Really? And yet, somehow, and plenty of access to food down there. Now, on the same day, Donald Trump was across the planet in Saudi Arabia, glad handing with the tech CEOs that came on the plane with him, and of course Saudi royals. Sam Altman hanging out. Look at him. Look at Sam. Pretending to be a normal human being. Just hoping and praying that he comes off like a human and not an alien. Elon, of course, also there. Looking incredibly awkward as usual. And the fact is he should be incredibly comfortable. He's around a bunch of, like, oligarchic, like, powerful men. This should be the most comfortable he's capable of being, and yet he's just, like, he still looks like a fucking alien wearing a goddamn skin suit over here. All right. One more clip from Saudi Arabia.
City of the land, birthplace of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Collective growth, meaningful collaboration, and mutual ambitions. Now they're taking a look at the Red Sea Global. Scale, economic diversification, flourishing tourism, and expansive opportunities to explore. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump.
Did you see Susie Wiles shrug off the fact that Donald Trump didn't... Did you see her right there? Like she looked a little bit upset. She didn't get Stephen Miller over here. Look at him over here, smiling. He's like, "Yay! Look, it's very exciting. Look at me. I'm so important." And then Trump walks right past Susie. Doesn't even say hi, Susie. And then she shrugged. You see the shrug from Susie? She's like, okay, never mind. That's fine. All right, now, looks like we're gonna have to take another galactic break here. Oh, God. I feel like we need new music, though. Right? Like, we're gonna take so many breaks today. I feel like we just need something else. No one knew who Susie Wiles was until after the Vanity photo shoots. We were talking about Susie Wiles all year. Or not all year, but we certainly talked. We here at the Galactic News Network certainly knew who Susie Wiles was. Since before the inauguration, we've been talking about Susie. If I need to poop, just say so. We need to take a break. It's been another hour and a half. We must stick to the schedule. Not sticking to the schedule would be incredibly problematic. It would make me sad. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal, but of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. It's Space Fams. Break over. Time for us to get back to the stream. All right, everybody. Let's get the fifth half started. Yes, indeed. We ended off in the second week of May. Donald Trump in Saudi Arabia. A bunch of tech oligarchs. Back in the United States. State of healthcare in shambles. Oh wait, before we do that, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. Before we get to the state of healthcare in the United States, let's talk about Donald Trump's corrupt dinner.
Dinner in which individuals who have put money in Donald Trump's pocket get access to him is maybe the most corrupt of all of the corruption.
Donald Trump's dinner is an orgy of corruption.
Democratic lawmakers using some colorful language to describe President Trump's private black tie dinner last night for the top investors in his cryptocurrency meme coin. One of those investors, a Chinese-born crypto entrepreneur, posted this video giving us an inside look at the exclusive event. CNN has learned that the 220 wealthy guests dined on filet mignon and halibut, and that the president gave a 20-minute speech. Here's a bit of that.
I know we paved the way for the strategic reserve to acquire even more Bitcoin in the years ahead. We have a strategic reserve. I also created the United States digital asset stockpile so the government can leverage the power of crypto assets for the first time ever. You know that. Genius. And it's really becoming powerful.
The White House says the president attended the event in his personal capacity, but critics, like our next guest, says the dinner presented foreigners with the opportunity to purchase access to
in his personal capacity at the White House as president? Are you kidding me? What I'd love to know is when is Donald Trump acting as a president and when is he acting as a person, as a citizen? Because, of course, they argued in front of the Supreme Court before Donald Trump ever became president that everything he did was presidential. Even when he's bribing witnesses and victims, right? Like, literally, Supreme Court said, actually, you can't prosecute him for that crime because he was being almost president. He was nearly president at that time, which basically makes him president, and therefore you can't go after him for those crimes. He's always president. And yet, when it came to this, he was just being Donald Trump, just a guy. Just a guy hanging out at a dinner for his cryptocurrency that he makes, millions, billions of dollars potentially on, depending on what happened with that. Honestly, I'm not sure how that all wound up, because of course the cryptocurrency at this point is completely decimated. 95% of the value in Trump coin is completely blown out of the thing. All right, let's talk health.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy also testifying before Congress today about budget proposals. Things got heated when protesters interrupted his testimony before the Senate Health Committee. Take a look.
The budget I'm presenting today supports these goals and reflects.
The witness will suspend. The committee will come to order.
CBS News digital reporter Alex Tin joining us live now. So, Alex, let's talk about what happened at the hearing today, some of the key takeaways and your observations.
Yeah, so that's right. There were two hearings with Secretary Kennedy today, one in the morning with the House Appropriations Committee, one in the afternoon with the Senate committee that oversees health issues like the Department of Health and Human Services. And yes, on its face, the hearings were supposed to be about the president's budget requests and how they want to fund, the next coming year, his budget wish list essentially for the agencies. But instead, what you heard Kennedy asked about time and time again were a lot of other concerns that especially Democrats have with his leadership of the department, including about the ongoing measles outbreak and his inability to give a strong recommendation. Let's listen to one of those examples from this morning's House hearing.
If you had a child today, would you vaccinate that child for measles?
For measles, probably for measles. What I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. I have directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure. No, like I said, I don't want to.
So that everybody can make that decision. But I don't want to seem like I'm being evasive.
Yeah.
But I don't think people should be taking advice, medical advice from me.
Right.
When there was Secretary Robert Kennedy, the guy in charge of health and human services, saying that no one should take health advice from him. This guy's face. This is how I feel right here. This guy's face right here. The sad side eye. Really? Is this what we're doing right now? Okay. I guess. What a fucking moron. All right, now let's talk the numbers. Let's talk about the numbers.
Key House committees worked through the night, we're told, to advance President Trump's, what he calls his big, beautiful bill. The tax writing committee working, we're now told, almost 18 hours to finish their portion of it and to pay for the president's desired cuts. It's called a pay for. House Republicans are pushing forward with big spending cuts proposed to Medicaid. And because of those proposed cuts, which could leave millions without health care, the bill faces an uncertain future among Republicans in the Senate, revealing the touchy politics of Medicaid. CNN's Harry Enton is looking into that for you this morning. And Harry, what do Americans think of these proposed potential cuts to Medicaid we're looking at here?
The politics of this are so bad, it literally blows my mind. That is what the American people think of this. Major spending cuts to Medicaid. Look at this, 76% oppose, just 24% favor major federal spending cuts to Medicaid. To give you an idea of how big this 76% is, in a separate poll I looked at it, George Washington's favorable rating is 78%. Basically, the exact same percentage of Americans who are opposed to major cuts to Medicaid on the federal level. As I said, the politics of this are so extremely bad, it blows my mind.
There we go. The mind of Harry Emdens. Just blown, apparently, by the numbers on Medicaid. Just how unpopular cuts to the program are. Now, the same week, powerful storm slammed the Midwest in early May.
A deafening roar as whirlwinds sweep past panicked residents.
Hey man, it's a tornado, man. We're in a tornado. Oh!
One tornado after another tore through neighborhoods, destroying everything in its path, swallowing up roofs, flipping over cars, and even ripping entire floors off of buildings. Families were forced to flee their homes, finding refuge in their cars.
And then my husband and my son came running in, and we jumped on top of our daughter because you could feel everything get sucked in, and it sounded like tearing. Then we saw stuff fall, and most of the house was gone.
In the central US, the Meteorological Institute recorded over 20 tornadoes and around 30 violent storms in the space of a few hours. The city of St. Louis, Missouri, was one of the worst affected places. Rescue workers continue to search through the rubble for survivors. This local church partially collapsed before the pastor's very eyes.
It's horrific for a tornado to come through here and cause this much damage to the residents and also to the church. Our hearts are broken.
In Wisconsin, residents recorded a tornado ripping through a rural area. This cow was impaled by flying debris, but survived, and this farm reduced to piles of wood and metal in a matter of seconds.
Okay. Honestly, that storm feels like so long ago. Now, one thing that's real bad for the environment due to the amount of water and energy that sucks up is, of course, AI. We got an inside look at the Stargate Mega Factory being made by OpenAI and Sam Altman. I believe, what was this, in Texas?
Stargate. Put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure.
The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas, the Abilene location, which is our first location.
Abilene is a town on the western central plains of Texas. We kind of scratch and fight for everything good that comes our way.
I had people reaching out and they said, well, is the president going to come see you? And I said, well, he hasn't texted me yet, so.
I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era.
Welcome to Abilene, Texas. This is the site of Project Stargate, a very mysterious, much talked about, much speculated about project that brings together OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle. If it all comes together, building after building on this red dirt behind.
Tornadoes in December? No, Tamara Chance. No, look at the title of the video. This is the 2025 news recap. We need to, like, I need a way to, like, just make it everybody aware of what the fuck is going on here. No, this is not current news. We're not doing current news today. We're doing a recap of all of the things that happened in 2025. Chronologically. Going through them. Month by month, and we are currently in May, mid-May.
Will be filled with chips that'll power the AI revolution.
What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure bill in human history. It's going to create new ways of doing business, it's going to create new ways of invention, and it's going to really drive humanity forward.
I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast. I certainly think if I could like transport myself back 3 years ago, it would seem like unimaginable progress.
This is amazing, explosive growth of intelligence that's coming in our decade. Everything will change.
All right, we're not gonna watch this whole documentary.
Companies like Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, and xAI are all building AI data centers of their own at sites across the US and beyond. Each company wants to have the most capable AI being used by the most people, and they've committed tens of billions of dollars to make it happen.
There's no reason we won't scale up our computing 100,000 times in a few years.
I'm good for my 80 billion. I'm going to spend $80 billion building out Azure.
The downside of being behind is that you're out of position for like the most important technology for the next 10 to 15 years.
But beyond just making better AI, many tech leaders want to be the first to create AGI, artificial general intelligence, a super smart agent that can think and learn just like a human, if not better. Large language models like ChatGPT have gotten more capable as the technology's evolved, so the hope is that adding an astronomical amount of compute will make them even more capable.
Take me back to the beginning before Stargate. What did you start seeing that made you realize we need more compute, more power, more connectivity, that you were hitting a limit and needed to scale?
We used to think a lot about the compute we would need to train the models, and what we didn't used to think about as much as how much people were going to use these models. I mean, we did think about it. It just turned out people want to use the models much more than.
Yeah, so says Sam Altman, although the last numbers I saw is that that's not necessarily the case. I know it's shocking to think that Sam Altman would just say things that aren't true. I know I'm sure you find that incredibly disturbing. But what do I say? What can I tell you? Sam is always lying. He's a liar. That's what he does. That's what liars do. They lie.
You also need energy, lots and lots of energy. That could be a problem for the climate and a limiting factor in the growth of AI.
Sam Altman's been hunting for more compute for a while now, and it seems like energy is a big constraint. Can you explain that? Like, what are the limits?
Let me sort of put this in perspective for you. If you look at a data center 20 years ago, an individual rack in the data center would typically be budgeted to consume between like 2 and 4 kilowatts. Today, with the latest and greatest configuration from NVIDIA, we budget 130 kilowatts per rack. So you're talking about almost 2 orders of magnitude increase.
To put it another way, asking ChatGPT a question uses about 10 times as much energy as a Google search.
It is a...
Yeah, also, I don't know what this guy's background is, but that's not 2 orders of magnitude increase. 2 to 4 to 130 is like at least somewhere between 60 and like 35 times or something like that. More, not 2. Stupid.
Almost 2 orders of magnitude increase.
To put it another way, asking ChatGPT a question uses about 10 times as much energy as a Google search.
It is a complete transformation in terms of the amount of infrastructure required to support this workload. And so that has become the major bottleneck.
So AI data centers can't be located just anywhere. You need a location with lots of available power. And West Texas happens to fit the bill.
We came to Abilene, honestly, because it's a community that's very rich in low cost and clean energy. A lot of wind development has happened in and around the Abilene region. And
by the way, this guy is absolutely like a Sam Altman wannabe. He's also a liar. No matter what these fucking pieces of shit claim about all this stuff, they are using a fuck ton. A metric fuck ton. Many metric fuck tons a month, a day, of fossil fuel created energy. And they don't care. The only reason they say this stuff is because they're worried about what people will think. That is the only reason they bring this up. They are not adequately building. They are tapping into the grid because it's way easier than building a fucking power, like a power station, right? Like, it's much easier. Think about this for 1 second. You're going to build a data center. What would you rather do? Would you rather build a data center and an entire power station as well? Or would you rather just hook into the grid that already exists, hooked up to the already existing electricity supply? Obvious answer. You would rather do the second one because you're not an idiot. And that's what these guys are doing. Much more cost efficient. And instead, you know, we can all pay the we can all pay the cost
actually
instead.
Demand for power. That created a massive opportunity for AI, which is so hungry for power in this moment.
The existence of power constraints created an opportunity for a power-hungry AI. These people talk in these complete, like, word salads that make no fucking sense. Like, I hate listening to these tech bros. They're constantly throwing out all these buzzwords, but half of what they're saying is either just lies or just intended to just sound good.
The sizes keep getting bigger.
Yeah.
And bigger. Is there a chance we're overbuilding? Do we need all this?
God, every single day somebody has a different take, right? Every single day, like we saw with DeepSeek, right? That, wait a second, do we really need all of this infrastructure?
For those not obsessively following every twist and turn in the AI race, DeepSeek is a Chinese company whose own AI model went viral in January. Their AI performed at a similar level to leading US models, but used far fewer computing resources. This raised the question, are Stargate-scale mega projects really necessary?
DeepSeek appears to have found a more efficient way to power AI. Was that a moment of rethink for you? And are you doing anything differently now?
I think the DeepSeek team is very talented and did a lot of good things. I don't think they figured out something like way more efficient than what we figured out.
But do you think there is a more efficient way to power
I'm sure.
AI?
I'm sure. We have made incredible efficiency strides year over year, and I'm sure we'll keep doing that in the future.
So if that's the case, why are you building all this?
If
yeah.
Future.
So if that's the case, why are you building all this?
If we had an AI that we could offer at 1/10 of the price of current AI, I think people would use it 20 times as much. And we would still need twice as much compute to satisfy the then current demand.
Because of some fantastical notion that Sam Altman has of his technology and people's reception of it, they need to keep building infinitely. Also, they have shareholders, so they gotta make money. There's that too. But power has been, it was already unfairly in these people's hands in an unequal way. And if anything, we've just transferred more power to them this year. This is the year that the tech oligarchy got gifted the keys to the kingdom. If they didn't have them already, they certainly do now. All right, let's go to Slovenia. Talk about a horrifying art-based tragedy. Oh, God. What could it be?
We was on the way to the beach, like to Kopar, to have some holidays, like in the weekend. And then we thought we will pass by the Melania Trump statue. And yeah, now it's disappeared. I mean, we just found out when we was on the way to the statue that it disappeared, so we're a bit sad, but then we thought like we will anyway come and see it because it was our plan, so yeah. Now unfortunately it's gone, but we can still see the feet, right? So.
But we can still see the feet, so that's pretty good. You make a good point. It's just the feet are as good as the rest of the statue on their own. There you go. The famed Slovenian Melania statue disappearing, cut off of the stump that it habitated. Poor Melania statue. So sad. Oh, God, that was a rough one. All right. Speaking of actual difficult things. Moving on from fake difficult things to real difficult things. Let's go here to Australia.
Heavy rain in Australia's southeast triggered flash flooding, cutting off towns and stranding some residents. Authorities issued snap evacuation orders with rivers staying above danger levels. Rural towns in the Hunter and mid-north coast regions of New South Wales were the worst hit from the downpour, with some areas receiving more than 4 months' worth of rain over the past 24 hours. In its latest update, Australia's Bureau of Meteorology said some areas could receive up to 300 millimeters of rain over the next 24 hours, 3 times the mean total for May.
So in the past 24 hours, 284 rescues. Since midnight alone, there's been 150 rescues that have been undertaken. We have seen an enormous amount of rainfall over the Hunter and the mid-north coast area. We've got a situation here where the rain really has been falling quite heavily and quite hard, and it hasn't been moving away. Part of that is because the ground is so saturated. Another part is also because the rivers are swollen.
We saw a lot of devastating floods this year. And Australian had their fair share of them. I lost my place. Oh, there. Okay. All right, let's go back to the United States. Kristi Noem was testifying before the Senate in the 3rd week of May here.
Gallego.
Airframe that have been grounded because they can't even be maintained anymore. The suppliers that give us parts and repairs and maintenance for them.
Support a mass deportation campaign that can't be afforded. At the same time, though, you recently requested a $50 million allotment for a private Gulfstream jet. That's $50 million of taxpayer money to subsidize some of your national tours that you've been going on. Meanwhile, Republicans are about to kick another 13 million people off Medicaid to fund taxes for the rich on the backs of some working class Americans. So how can you justify spending millions, 50 million, on a jet while your department is definitely overspending and Republicans in Congress are about to strip also health care from millions of Americans?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. We are spending our dollars appropriately and will be on budget. When your reference to the airframe that was the requested dollars were put in for, that's for the Coast Guard. It's to replace an existing jet that is over 20 years old and is beyond its usable hours. And the Coast Guard for many, many years has been neglected and has many airframe that have been grounded because they can't even be maintained anymore. The suppliers that give us parts and repairs and maintenance for them have said that they'll no longer support that kind of a mission. We have cutters.
Well, Kristi Noem justifies buying herself a $50 million private jet to go flying around the country in because it's more important than Americans' health care that she is in a top-of-the-line vehicle. She can't be flying around in some sort of rinky-dink, rusty bucket. She's got to be flying in a G6, baby. Come on. Can't have Kristi Noem in some old rickety plane. Meanwhile, people were being detained. All sorts of people that, at the time, I think some of us thought maybe wouldn't be detained.
First at 4:30, a U.S. military wife from Australia is sharing her story after she was detained by border officials at the Honolulu airport.
Our Annalisa Burgos spoke to her about what she's calling the holiday from hell.
Last Sunday, 25-year-old Nicole Sirocos was looking forward to a 3-week vacation in Honolulu with her mom.
That's where my mother and father had their honeymoon, so it held a very sentimental place in her heart.
It was Sirocos' third visit to see her husband Matt, a U.S. Army lieutenant stationed on Oahu. The newlyweds married last December. She said she hadn't had issues before, but this time, U.S. border officials at Honolulu Airport flagged her for additional screening.
He went from completely composed to just yelling at the top of his lungs, telling my mother to go stand at the back of the line and to, excuse my language, shut up. So I automatically started crying because that was my first response.
Sirocco said they were taken to a holding room, their bags and phones were searched, and they were asked a slew of questions. Everything from her work as a former police officer to whether her tattoos were gang-related to her marriage to an American.
When I did say that I was married to somebody in the U.S. Army, the officers laughed at me. They thought it was quite comical. I don't know whether they thought I was telling the truth or not. They kept telling me that I had too many clothes in my suitcase. So because of that, they assumed that I was going to overstay my visa.
Sirocos was subject to more screening. Her fingerprints and a DNA swab of her mouth were taken, while her mother was free to go. Her heart sunk when officials told her she would be declined entry to the U.S. and deported back to Australia the next day.
And he said, so basically what is going to happen is we're going to send you to a prison overnight where you'll stay.
Use the word prison?
Prison. Yes.
Not detention center, but a
Not
prison.
detention center, he said prison. And I automatically I started crying again. Because when you think prison, you think big time criminals. I don't know who I'm being housed with.
Sirocco said officials conducted a body cavity search, walked her through the airport in handcuffs, and drove her to the federal detention center.
They stated, no, you're not under arrest. You haven't done anything wrong and you will be facing no criminal charges. So I was very confused as to why this was all happening.
At the prison, Sirocos was strip searched and detained with women who had been convicted of murder and drug offenses. Because she had missed the cutoff for dinner, she was not given food. At no point was she allowed to call her husband or mother.
Yeah. That's America, folks, in 2025. All right, let's go to Palestine. now. We're technically outside of Gaza. This was from 7 months ago. Inside of an UNRWA warehouse full of aid.
I'm in an UNRWA warehouse in Amman, Jordan, and everything around me is aid supplies that is supposed to be in the Gaza Strip weeks, if not months ago. And meanwhile, every warehouse we have now in the Gaza Strip is empty. These are food parcels made to support families. All of these boxes here are hygiene kits, toothpaste, soap, baby wipes, sanitary items, medical supplies. Everything that people have been denied for the last 19 months, including the last 11 weeks of total Israeli siege of the Gaza Strip. We don't know when these supplies will be allowed by the Israeli authorities into Gaza. In the last few days, they have just started to allow very, very few supplies of aid back into the Gaza Strip. But the United Nations is calling for a meaningful amount of aid. I think it's safe to say that the amount that's gone in so far is completely meaningless. This aid crisis has been going on since the war began. Before the war, people were relying on 500 to 600 trucks of aid and supplies a day. We've never seen anything close to that number, and this is during a time where people have lost absolutely everything.
Yep. Israel has all year effectively been just not allowing things into Gaza. Most things just have not been allowed into Gaza, especially the most needed things. And they've resorted to doing dangerous and hazardous things to get the little essentials that they can scrounge together.
بنصنع بنزين وسولار. الطحين فيش حياة، وضعنا سيء. احنا اتخذنا هذا الفكرة عشان نشتغل ونعيش ونمشي الشعب يمشي. هذه شغلة موت وخطرة، بس احنا مضطرين إلها. احنا يفتح المعابر بدناش الاشي هذا، احنا وقتنا صعب. بنجيب بلاستيك، بنشتري البلاستيك اليوم غالي. احنا غالي ورخيص، احنا بدنا نوفر يا الشعب برضه بنفس الاشي. هذا اللي بنجيب البلاستيك بنحطه في اول برميل، بنسيحه بيطلع جامد، بنعاود ناخده من الماسوره على برميل تاني، بنكرره بيطلع ايش ميه بنزين وسولار، بنقعد نبرد عليه، اذا سخنت الميه بخرب معنا الشغل، اذا الله بسهلها بمشي. خطيرة، هي أول ضربتي هواية، يعني كل نتفة بنتعرض للخطر، غلطة صغيرة بتعرضك للموت هذه، يعني بهب فينا، بصير حرق عندنا، في عند جيراننا مات واحد، أشياء كثيرة هذه، يعني هذه بدها مكان وقصص، بس إحنا عشان شعب محاصر وفيش إشي.
Sorry, I'm trying to save my voice so I'm not reading the subtitles. So I know the stream's going to go on for quite a while tonight, but and we talked about this, we talked about every one of these stories over the last year, and this one was incredibly disturbing to me. The fact that people were collecting plastic to burn, to be able to synthesize into fuel, rudimentary like gasoline, essentially, is incredibly disturbing to me. Like, this is like he mentioned in that video, super dangerous, not just dangerous due to the explosions, but breathing in fires, just plastic fires, is I mean, I can't think of much worse for your health than just like all day, every day, inhaling plastic fumes. That's what people are going, the lengths that people are going to, have been going to. That was 7 months ago, right? That was, this is the middle of May this year. People were doing, they've been, I assume, continuing to do this all year. Although one would assume you'd start, struggling to even find any plastic left in the strip.
Palestinians say that they are being used by Israeli soldiers as human shields. Right here behind me in the Jenin refugee camp is a place where Palestinians have said that they have been used by Israeli soldiers. They have said that they have had to go ahead of the soldiers into apartments. One woman went into at least 6 different apartments carrying a drone that the soldiers gave her with a camera on it to make sure that it was all clear before the soldiers went in after her. Now, this is happening in the West Bank, but it's also happening in Gaza. Soldiers we've spoken to who have engaged in the practice have said that they are sending humans in, sometimes instead of drones or dogs. Now, Israel's army denies that.
Israel denies? No way. Israel denies more war crimes that are being documented by everyone but them? No way. That's a shock. All right, now, around this time in May, we discovered a new and disturbing game.
Let Kaya answer. She go 20 for 20. Yes, statistically speaking, my dog has a higher chance of getting more questions right than me and the coin combined. And the reality of the matter is, given my performance before I started using the coin, it probably would have been even worse overall. Can you guess who said it? This quiz explores the similarities between Nazi Germany and Israel, both in writing and deeds. The basis for this comparison can be found in both projects' settler colonial nature. In Germany's case, with its occupation of Eastern Europe, General Plan Ost, and in Israel's case, with its occupation of Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and more, Greater Israel. A common process of genocide, extermination, large-scale ethnic cleansing, and forced displacement can be seen. This similarity is not accidental. Early Zionist planners, like Arthur Rupin, were directly inspired by Germany's occupation of Posen. But the state of Israel was not created for the salvation of the Jews. It was created for the salvation of Western interests. This is what is becoming clear. I must say that it was always clear to me. The Palestinians have been paying for the British colonial policy to divide and rule and for Europe's guilty Christian conscience for more than 30 years. James Baldwin, open letter to the born again. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. Zionists. Oh. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is a tough one. This is, okay, I don't want to play this game. I don't want to play this game because this is impossible. Surprise. This was said by Reich leader SS Heinrich Himmler on the evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people, October 4th, 1943. All the group will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drugged roaches in a bottle. Nazi. In a committee of the Israeli parliament in 1983, General Raphael Eitam boasted of his triumphs in the West Bank. When we have settled the land, all the Arabs will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drug roaches in a bottle. For comparison, Tutsis are cockroaches. We kill you. Okay, this is way more difficult than this is insane difficulty. This is the most difficult game I've ever played in my entire life. Who said this? There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy members of the group. Okay, Nazi. Oh. Bro! Oh, brother. Okay, dude. 0-3? 0-3? Also, look who said it. Weak. Our friend of the show, Moshe Feiglin, who a couple days ago said every baby in Gaza is an enemy. That's who said it. Moshe Feiglin, Israeli politician and former Knesset member, said this in an interview with Al Jazeera. The terminology is reminiscent of Nazi propaganda, accurately describes Israel's actions today. There is one and only solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in Dresden and Hiroshima without nuclear weapon. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways to the residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there, they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to the war and saved the lives of 1 million American soldiers. Those are animals. They have no right to exist. I am not debating the way it will happen, but they need to be exterminated. Okay. At this point, it's a fucking coin toss, and we're only 4 questions in, and I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I'm going to go Zionist. Y'all, thank God we got one. Holy yeah! This was said by Yoav Kish, Minister of Education. Like, this man is the Minister of Education and Minister of Regional Cooperation since December 2022. What kind of cooperation is he doing with the region? I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Okay, Nazi, easy.
Stop! Gotta be Nazi. Oh, come on.
This one's crazy because I know this full quote. They duped me. This
Oh God, this was one of those moments. I remember us trying to take this like live while we watched Hassan take it, like trying to do well. We did not do well. We did not do well as a group. We did
crazy
badly.
because as Churchill in 1937, while speaking in favor of allowing Zionists to settle in Palestine, Churchill stated that, I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. Yeah, if I knew that it said the Red Indians, I would know, because it's a very famous Churchill quote that I use all the time. Also, to be fair, Churchill, I would go so far as to say was both a Zionist and a Nazi. Depending on which time frame we're looking at, it's not like he was, he became very anti-Nazi, make no mistake. But, there was, depending on which time frame we're looking at, you could probably find some quotes where he was sympathetic to both causes, So this is a half point. This is a half point for me, I think. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations. That the air, see? Okay, even they also do okay, this is a half point. Half point, because look, see?
I love how Hassan's trying to give himself half points when he clearly doesn't deserve them.
Told you. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations and that the Aryan stock is bound to triumph. That is a half point. I'm telling you, depending on which time frame you are looking at.
No, Hassan. Hassan is trying to retcon his way into points over here that he does not deserve. It's pathetic.
The group will not get away with their responsibility for date. This day will be okay. That's fucking Zionist. The date October 7. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Okay. Well, we're going to move on from Zionist or Nazi. A game I remember playing earlier this year, but it feels like so long ago. Now, meanwhile, in the United States, Donald Trump was moving aggressively to revoke the visas of Chinese students.
China! Chinese students, of course, already make up about a quarter of all foreign students, but because there is sort of this widespread campaign against foreign students in general, this is sparking a lot of concern among U.S. universities. Of course, first and foremost, this is a very important source of tuition revenue, but also a source of academic and cultural exchange. And the problem is that none of this is happening in a vacuum. Over the past few months already, we've seen foreign students being arrested, detained, threatened with deportation for their involvement in protests against Israel's war on Gaza. Just last week, we saw Harvard University being targeted specifically by the Trump administration, telling them essentially that they would not be allowed to enroll any international students at all. Now, that measure has been currently suspended by a federal judge pending further examination. And just recently, the State Department in the past 24 hours has said that they will introduce new guidelines to further vet social media that belongs to foreign students, now leading to some foreign students worry that they might have their visa request or their visa renewal request denied based on certain private conversations or private posts that they have made in the past. Now, supporters of
Yep, another in a long line of Trump attacks, Trump admin attacks on non-white people in the United States. Although it's not just non-white people. I mean, that army wife was technically white, and she wasn't even allowed in the country. She was a white Australian. I mean, as long as you count Greek people as white, which I do. I almost said Australian, which that would be weird. I think all hopefully I don't have to correct myself on that. I think everybody knows that I don't think like that. Let's go here now. This is down in Argentina. For some reason, third week of May.
This is the very
guess who pops up in Argentina?
Totalitarianism.
RFK Jr., of course. Who else? Why would we not have the Health and Human Services Secretary in the United States in a foreign country? That makes perfect sense. Especially like Argentina of all places. There you go. RFK Jr. in May palling it up with Javier Milei for some reason. Not making America healthy again. Said posing with chainsaws. Now, in other international news, on the other side of the planet, in, I believe it was Thailand, French President Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte Macron had a bit of a scuffle on the tarmac. Well, they weren't quite on the tarmac yet. I will always love that awkward ass wave. Hey, everybody, do you see that? I will always love that moment where he realizes, oh, the door is wide open, and the whole world just saw me get smashed in the face by Brigitte. It's very awkward. Hi, yes, hello. Ooh. He held out the arm, and Brigitte said, "Go fuck yourself. I want nothing to do with your arm." And there you go. Emmanuel Macron smashed in the face by Brigitte Macron. Well, he was on, I believe, if I recall correctly, he was on a trip. Yeah, it was in Hanoi. So it was Vietnam. Did I say Thailand? Yeah, okay. So it was in Vietnam. He was on a little trip in Southeast Asia. Here, sort of near the peak of the trade war, or at least approaching it. Trying to shore up trade alliances with Southeast Asian nations. All right, let's go here to More Perfect Union. Talk about driverless trucks and what it is they discovered in their research. This highway. I guess this was still technically spring.
Has a secret. So we're here on I-45 in Palmer, Texas, just south of Dallas. We are on the lookout for a new invention that could potentially upend one of the largest industries in America. That invention, a driverless truck.
Driverless semi-trucks are now operating in Texas.
No one behind the wheel of a huge semi-truck. The company Aurora launched service this week. My heart is just palpitating thinking about this.
Aurora Innovation and several of their competitors have been using I-45 as a testing ground to prove a single point. They don't need drivers.
Well, it's going to be a catastrophe.
We are on the verge of a new era in trucking.
I mean, this is truly transformational technology.
And it's coming for your job, too.
More jobs are lost through automation than they are through trade deals.
A robot comes into a factory, workers go away.
Robots could soon put together your next grocery order.
Many office jobs even.
The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years.
The question would be to the company, why do you need everything automated?
So, we came to Texas to witness the revolution for ourselves.
Every load that one of these driverless trucks take is a load that's being taken away from a driver.
We spent time with truck drivers talking about what this means for them.
I kind of am one of the last of the cowboys. We are truly a dying breed of people.
And find out how ready our roads and our society are for this change.
Have we done a good job of addressing the policy questions that need to be answered in order to successfully develop this to maximize the benefits of it? I think absolutely not.
This tech is coming. I mean, it's here now. But is there a way to make it work for us instead of against us?
It's all happening right here. Buckle up. We're heading out. So right now we're just parked right across the first transfer hub from Aurora Innovation. This is where they're going to be launching the driverless trucks out of.
Aurora Innovation was started in 2017 by 3 Silicon Valley heavyweights. Chris Urmson, who previously led Google's self-driving car project that spun off into Waymo. Sterling Anderson, who led the development of the Tesla Autopilot and Model X. And Drew Bagnell, who worked on autonomous innovation at Uber. Aurora does not actually make trucks. They make what's called the Aurora Driver. It's a combination of software, like AI, machine learning, and training simulations, and hardware, like radar, LiDAR, and cameras, that work together to create and inform the Aurora Driver.
The Aurora Driver is going to be essential to our customers. It's going to allow them to build more revenue while having lower costs.
And they are not alone. Companies like Wabi, Plus AI, and Kodiak are all in the race to create driverless trucks. But Aurora is the big one, and they said they'd be ready to launch by the end of April 2025.
All right, and there she goes. Got drivers in it, which is a little bit unfortunate for us, but it's good for anybody that still needs a job. And we're going to be following it all the way down to Houston. So, the truck that we're following right now, even though there's a safety driver and a technician in it, the safety driver is basically just holding their hands right next to the wheel in case there's any erratic motions. It's still driving itself.
Aurora and other companies have been testing on I-45 in Texas like this for years.
Texas is ground zero for it because they have a really permissive regulatory environment here. And this specific stretch of road is one of the densest freight corridors in America. And there's a lot of money to be made here.
And obviously, that money has to come from somewhere.
Major changes to these industries will have major impact on
There'll be a
jobs.
massive depletion of truck driving opportunities.
Driving for a living is the single most common job for high school educated men in this country.
So is Aurora going to have a driver in the truck of an autonomous vehicle? No, they're not. So they are going to take jobs.
Robert and Chris are with the Teamsters Local 988.
Yeah, as we've been saying this whole time. Regardless of what is said by these people, the intention is always to take jobs. That's the point of automation. Why would you automate something if you're just going to have a human do it anyway? That's a waste of time and money. Speaking of big tech, let's talk about big space. SpaceX. Starship launch 7 months ago.
Peak that engine view, booster doing the boost back. If you're just tuning in, we were able to successfully make it to orbit, run into a couple of issues as we've coasted to our entry point over the Indian Ocean. At this point, we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. So we are entering uncontrolled, but again, we're entering into an airspace and a sea space that is cleared and monitored in advance of launch.
And with the views that we are able to see, you are seeing a lot of that plasma build up. During reentry, we do expect the vehicle to see about 1400 degrees Celsius, and there you can see the flap feeling that temperature there. We are no longer controlling the attitude of the vehicle. So this is now, at this point in the test flight, it is expected to see it begin to demise a little bit on its.
That is not what was expected. That was a lie. In what way was it expected? Is it rapid unexpected disassembly? I guess the expected thing about an unexpected disassembly is that it's going to disassemble. So, does that count? Seems incredibly political in wording. Now, some people at this point were getting real sick of Elon Musk all over the planet, including in the United Kingdom.
My name is Ken Turner, and I'm 98 years old, and I've served in the British Army in World War II, as did this Sherman tank. I'm old enough to have seen fascism the first time around. Now it's coming back. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is using his immense power to support the far right in Europe. And his money comes from Tesla cars. Well, I've got this message from Mr. Musk. We've crushed fascism before, and we'll crush it again. So let's go, shall we? Let's go.
Everything is computer. There we go. Everything is computer. And now it's crushed. Now, one man was fighting back in his own way, a man from Peru. Not against Elon Musk, in particular. But against an energy company, actually. One Peruvian farmer versus an entire German energy company over climate change. TRT World.
The scenic high Andes of northern Peru are melting due to rising temperatures. And this Peruvian farmer believes RWE, a German energy giant, is responsible.
The glacial melt is really visible. Every year you visit it, the glacier retreats even more, and it worries us, and we are saddened because we're losing our glaciers. This has been the motivation. These are consequences of climate change, the rise of temperatures that affects us in different ways. The risk of overflows is more imminent, and also, in the future, we are going to have water problems.
For nearly a decade now, he has legally challenged the company, demanding RWE pay for the protection of his city of Huaraz from the imminent risk of flooding and overflow from Lake Palcacocha.
I have denounced the German company, the most polluting company in Europe, and we have set a precedent with this lawsuit, so subsequent trials can also be carried out following trials.
Now, if I recall correctly, this guy, in fact, won that case. Setting a precedent, technically. Now, back in Canada, everything was on fire. This is CBC News from 7 months ago in Manitoba.
Okay, let's check in with Cameron McIntosh in Winnipeg. And Cam, tell us more about what's happening in your province.
Well, Ian, this has really changed very dramatically in the last 90 minutes or so. Earlier today, the Premier came out and basically talked about the need for a state of preparedness in the community of the northern city of Flin Flon and some other neighboring communities, telling people to be ready to go on a day or two's notice. Now that is a full-on evacuation order for Flin Flon, so that's about 5,000 people. That video you showed at the top of the show, of those firefighters running away from that fire in northern Saskatchewan. Well, that's right on the border. That's Crichton, Saskatchewan, which borders Flin Flon. So that's basically the same fire that we're talking about here. A fire that started off basically in the landfill on the Saskatchewan side that has moved over now, threatening the Manitoba side. The Premier saying earlier today that water bombers tried to knock it out yesterday, but couldn't because there was a civilian drone flying in the area. Very upset about that. Basically says that has exasperated this entire situation. So that's one front of it. All those people in the Flin Flon area now being told to make their way to Winnipeg. Then a little further into Manitoba, more central northern Manitoba, there's Cross Lake and Pimicikamak, one of the largest First Nations communities here in Manitoba.
Hey, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta do something.
Basically, they've told everyone to get out as well. So in total, it's about 17,000 people. The Premier saying that this is going to be one of the largest evacuations in modern Manitoba history. He's contacted the Prime Minister, who has pledged federal resources, including the Royal Canadian Air Force. Now, the 435 Transport and Rescue Wing is based here in Winnipeg. It has a fleet of Hercules aircrafts. We're expecting to see those planes, if they don't start flying tonight, they'll definitely be flying in the morning to do these airlifts. Here now is more from the Premier of Manitoba, Wob Canoe.
Local leaders in several northern communities, both in cities like Flin Flon, but also in First Nations, have made the call that their folks need to leave their homes so that we can keep you safe. And as a result, in order to step up and to be that coordinating force so that people can get out safely, we've called on the federal government to send the Canadian Armed Forces. They are doing so. And we as the province are going to set up places for everyone to stay.
And that's all being done through a provincial state of emergency. So that state of emergency, Ian, it allows the province to call on the resources of the federal government, like the Canadian Armed Forces, but it also allows the province to go into a community like Winnipeg here and use our convention center or an indoor soccer field or an indoor hockey rink and basically take them over and set up shelters. That's what the Premier says is going to happen over the course of the next few days. The priority, getting those people out of those communities as quickly as possible here into southern Manitoba, predominantly the Winnipeg area.
I'm going to come back and ask you about that in just a moment, Cam, but let me first direct you towards the evacuation orders in northern Saskatchewan and Alberta. What can you tell us about those?
So, fires breaking out in both those provinces as well. Focus on the main one in Saskatchewan. There's a great big fire north of Prince Albert. It's at 200,000 hectares alone. Basically, two fires merged. Now, 200,000 hectares is about as much as has burned here in Manitoba already this year. Basically, it's caused a lot of damage. It's forced the evacuation of thousands of people from several communities and work sites. We do know that there
Okay, I'm back. So yeah, everything on fire in Canada this year, especially central Canada, but not limited just to it, of course. We followed those fires, I mean, for months. And this is another story, at the same time, CTV News in Saskatchewan.
Well, the Premier of Saskatchewan triggered a province-wide state of emergency because of conditions. It is dry out here, it's hot out here, and shifting winds are making it difficult for firefighters on the front lines. The emergency order gives Saskatchewan priority access to federal resources should they be requested. Saskatchewan's two largest wildfires have merged, burning more than 216,000 hectares, an area nearly 9 times the size of Saskatoon.
Likely in the days ahead, and this is our fear and why we're here today, is we think in 2 and 4 and 6 days we're going to be in a more challenging situation than we are today.
The Premier says there are no local
Well, that was Canada dealing with an unfortunate situation for much of the summer. Massive. I think by the end of the summer, millions of hectares burned in Canada, if you added up all the different provinces. Now, back in the United States, things were not going well over at the Bureau. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, well, specifically Dan. We wasn't having a good time.
For those of you who've served in government, I see the shrug from Ashley. I know plenty of people, when they have those jobs, 6 to 7 those are good hours.
That's right. That's right. I guess government employees do work hard, huh? They don't need to be dosed as much. Look, I mean, I'm glad he's acknowledging that this work is hard work, that the people that do it are actually committed and public servants. But this is the smallest violin I'm playing for him.
By the way, when you serve in politics, you need thick skin because it's not like
Shut up, Kevin. No, literally nobody cares.
Own people are upset that Patel and Bongino are not doubling down on the conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein and so on and so forth. That's why.
Isn't this what you want out of a public servant? Someone who's willing to go in, look at a situation, analyze the facts, and then be willing to tell even your own people hard truths? I mean, I think we ought to be applauding this. First of all, he's being real. These jobs are hard, and I agree. Public service is not easy, and it does take a toll on families. But more importantly here, look what he's being criticized for. Analysis and truth-telling.
What's more important?
Even when he knows.
Oh. Yes. Oh, poor Dan, being criticized for truth-telling. Oh, Scott. I can see why he's coming to his defense. He's right. Dan with his truth-telling, Like maybe all that stuff that I was claiming during my 10 years of podcaster was all bullshit. So sorry, everybody.
I made a huge
Whoopsies.
tiny mistake.
Am I wrong? Does everybody not give a fuck about Kevin O'Leary? Because I hate that guy. Mr. Wonderful? Really? More like Mr. Would You Leave Me Alone, please? Alright, let's go here. Back to talking about visas. One woman being interviewed, a Chinese a student, a Harvard grad, reflecting on the recent divisions in this country.
The message itself is, if I have to put it into one sentence, it would be humanity rises and falls as one. I think we are living in a very difficult time. There's a lot of divisions in terms of ideas, ethnicities, identities, and I think this is a time where we can use a little bit.
Okay, wait, hold on. I need everybody to watch the right-hand corner of the screen for me. Don't watch her. I'm sure she's a perfectly nice person, but I just need you to watch the back. I need you to watch past her, okay? Over her left shoulder. These guys.
Put it into
Watch
one
these
sentence,
guys.
it would be humanity rises and falls as one. I think we are living in a very difficult time. There's a lot of divisions in terms of ideas, ethnicities, identities, and I think this is a time where we can use a little bit more moral imagination and imagine ourselves being connected with one another.
Yes. Yes, that would have been a good moment for us to all be a little bit more connected. I agree. Now, one thing about this particular situation that I found so incredibly ironical at the time and still do is that this woman is talking about how, people like her, Chinese people, here, and I mean, not just Chinese people, but people here on student visas like her, are being judged in ways that people like the men behind her are not. She just got done graduating from Harvard. Those two idiots are still working on graduating from the School of Hard Knocks, just beating the fucking shit out of each other on the goddamn street. Probably a couple of American citizens, great patriots. Meanwhile, this woman's got to worry about being deported or detained. I just found the dichotomy to just be incredible. Bizarra, thank you for the raid. Hey, thank you, Bizarra. And hello to you, Bizarra viewers. Hope the stream went well over there. By the way, Bizarra, apparently you're... well, I'm not sure. I can't say 100% that this was the reason, but I heard about what happened to you through the grapevine from people like Letterhack. I wound up also contacting people over on LinkedIn. I don't know if that's what did it, but we've got the channel back now too. Either way, much appreciated for the raid. Hope you Vizora viewers are doing well. We are just doing a 2025 full year recap. We've been going for 7.5 hours already so far. We're going to be going all night, most likely, and, well, we've gotten through almost 150 clips, so I'm actually doing decently in terms of time. We still have 150 more clips to go through that we're going through chronologically through the year. Right now, we are almost done with May. We're getting close to it, at least. Got a few more clips. And then we'll be on to June, but I'm just realizing right now as I'm speaking that, in fact, it is 7.5 hours, almost to the minute. And that means we got to take another quick galactic intermission. Do not fret, though, Space Fams. Of course, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Wait, hold on. I'm going back to the same music we were listening to before the... I just feel like switching it up. What can I say? It's the new year, right? The new year's upon us. Figure we might as well listen to some, get a little change of pace on the break music. You prefer Waylon Jennings? Okay, good to know. Why did I close this window earlier? What's wrong with me? There we go. All right. Quick galactic intermission, people. We'll be right back after these brief messages. What just happened? What the fuck? Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon. Become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price, $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day. You could practically forget about that kind of money. You could get an absolute cornucopia space benefits for your money. Perhaps more space benefits than seen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, you could be dancing by the pool with the rest of the patrons, the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all, though. Get a shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside the Discord server. Whole bunch of unseen space content, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears is, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin. That's right, the break is over. Break is over, 6th half. It's about to begin. So where should your butt be? In your seat, of course. Duh. Okay. Break over. Break is over, and we are back at it. About to round out the month of May with a quote from a town hall in... Can't remember this woman's state now. Where's Joni Ernst from again? God damn it. Joni Ernst. Iowa, that's right. Iowa, the great state of Iowa. Joni Ernst held a town hall at the end of May and had this to say. Oh shit, the clip didn't start. Also, thank you to Crotchy for starting a galactic membership in maybe the most circuitous way possible by gifting yourself a galactic membership. Never seen that one happen. But hey, first time for everything, I suppose. Either way, circuitous or not, it's appreciated.
Over the government. And he's been very clear about it. He's been good about it. In 4 months, he's made it in.
When we're talking about the corrections in this reconciliation bill, again, it's corrections of overpayments and people that have not been eligible for these programs by law as it is currently written. So when you are arguing about illegals that are receiving Medicaid benefits, 1.4 million, 1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die. So for heaven's sakes, folks. Okay, no, but what you don't want to do is listen to me when I say that we are going to focus on those that are.
I don't think people want to hear you say that we're all going to die, Joni, when we're talking about healthcare. It's the wrong time to bring that up. Hey, not having healthcare is going to lead people to die. Well, everybody is going to die eventually. Might as well be faster for the pores, says Joni. That was a fascinating moment. How did these people get approved in the first place if they're not eligible, says Bob. It's a fantastic question. I don't think we have an answer for that. Actually, we do have an answer for that. They were eligible. I mean, that's the short answer. They were, in fact, eligible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on it. Now, while we're talking about healthcare, let's talk about drug use. Stephen Miller asked May 30th here. Wow, really almost done with May here. Look at it. You can feel the warmth beaming down from the sun onto Stephen Miller's shiny, bald head.
Does the White House have concern about drug use by the Northwest?
The drugs that we're concerned about are the drugs pouring across the southern border. Next question.
Well, as you know, we received an almost immediate stay from the federal.
There you go. If you couldn't hear the question was, what do you think about the latest reports of Elon Musk's drug use? In response, Stephen Miller says, we're more worried about the drugs that are coming over the border. Now, I don't think any of us are. I'm not sure it's entirely clear how the drugs that Elon Musk takes. I don't know what routes they're taking to get to Elon Musk's drug suitcase or whatever, but I'm assuming some of them aren't legal.
Illegal.
Apparently, those aren't the ones they're worried about. Now, wildfires continued to rage in Canada through the month of May.
With strong winds fanning the flames, more northern Alberta residents have been forced south. The long journey for many exhausted families ending in Edmonton, hours from home with nothing to do but wait.
Well, the evacuation is still in effect. Like, we can't go home yet. I think it'll take a couple of days. The power's all out over there.
Powerful gusts whipped through Edmonton Thursday night, toppling trailers and forcing fans taking in the Oilers game at the outdoor Ice District watch party inside. East of the city, the winds caused a fire near the community of Piers to spread fast.
At 6 o'clock was half a hectare and is, grew to a couple hundred hectares before the storm passed through. So those winds really drove the fire across the province.
The flames from the Red Earth East Complex fire coming closest to the northern Alberta community of Chippewa Lake. While the extent of any property damage is not known, a fire crew that had been working to protect structures in the community lost radio contact, becoming stranded overnight.
All right, one more on the Canada wildfires.
The Kiskatinaw River fire south of Dawson Creek has grown 11 square kilometers since Thursday afternoon. It's now at about 46 square kilometers. Kelly Lake resident Barb Belcourt, who had to evacuate to Dawson Creek, is having a hard time adjusting.
Devastating. It's heartbreaking because I've lived there 30 plus years.
Crews are working actively to stop the spread.
Over 60 wildfire personnel on the ground are currently working on the fire, being supported by heavy equipment, as well as aviation resources.
Oh my god, it is fucking freezing on the space station right now. I need gloves. I need gloves right now. Like, my hands are freezing. It's like one of the only parts of my body that are not covered, and they are cold as fuck. I think we got a leak. Anyways, these fires, from this video, these were in BC, British Columbia, the West Coast. And the fact is there were also fires all the way in like Prince Edward Island, the East Coast, that were quite devastating this year. So really, all of Canada sort of got hit by wildfires. I mean, part of it had to do with the fact that Canada didn't get enough snow over the winter the previous year, or enough rainfall in the early spring. You got alpaca. You have alpaca people. How is an alpaca going to help me? I mean, I can't knit. I can't knit gloves that will work with my computer. I think now that I think about it, I guess I could technically wear my cell phone reactive V gloves. I just feel like it would really get in the way of me trying to do my work right now. Did I just do that? You piece of shit. Why would you do that? Why would I do that? It seems so stupid. Oh, and then I do that instead? That's even dumber. What is wrong with me right now? You've got to be shitting me. I'm off my game right now, chat. Oh, God. I just have a lot of stuff to try and navigate here today, I think. All at once. Trying to keep track of it all is it's a little bit of a struggle. Getting a tauntaun. You want me to do the stream from inside of a tauntaun? That seems real awkward. Plus it'd be all slimy. That's not good for the keyboard.
Benny Hanna 99 just subscribed for 3 months.
What
I
is
guess
that?
it has been 3 months.
Oh, shit.
I feel like I've been here a lot longer.
Benny Hanna, 3-month subscriber. Much appreciated. It has been 3 months, as it turns out. Twitch wouldn't lie to us about this particular thing. Fairly certain. Oh, God, hold on. I have to adjust. So, there we go. Okay, let's go now to Gaza. This is from June 1st, I think.
In Khan Yunis, I make a group called Gaza Bird Singing, GPS. The group contains displacing kids from North Gaza. I'm just searching between the tents and I find a lot of kids that they have talent. They can sing good and play guitar right now. I have another 5 colleagues teaching with me instruments.
There you go. One man trying to bring joy and harmony to a dark, dark place. Music. In Gaza. I'm fairly certain many of you probably recognize him from another video, which we're going to watch a little later. But we got to do these chronologically. I remember watching that video, though. This was in my list for a reason, because we watched this earlier this year. It never came out of my list. It's fascinating how that arc went. Let's go now to Ukraine. Beginning of June marked a shift in the war strategies in Ukraine and Russian, whatever you want to call it, fighting. If you recall, a massive drone strike inside of Russian territory happened at the beginning of June. One that basically nobody expected.
Russia and Ukraine held another round of peace talks in Istanbul, Turkey today. The only agreement they reached was for a prisoner exchange.
And the war goes on. Ukraine launched a surprise massive drone attack Sunday on military targets deep inside Russia. Here's Charlie D'Agata.
The Ukrainians wasted no time sharing video of the attack that destroyed an estimated 1/3 of Russia's long-range bombing fleet, planes that are capable of carrying nuclear weapons. And incredibly, it was carried out by more than 100 small drones, which have been smuggled into Russia and then unleashed from shipping containers parked just outside military bases thought to be highly secure.
Okay, there you go. I'm sure we all remember that. That, I mean, people were talking about that for a full week. Not a lot of stories this year have gotten a full week of attention, but that one certainly did. Everybody was talking about that when it happened. Now, let's go back to the United States, where German, I think newly minted at the time, Chancellor Friedrich Merz of Germany met with Donald Trump. Actually, wait, is this Merz? It is, right? Yeah. Yeah. And Merz had a special gift for Donald Trump. Gold framed and all. This guy really knows his audience.
So to let you know, this is the birth certificate of Donald Trump's grandfather, born in 1869, close to Bad Dürkheim.
Right?
Yeah.
That's called
and
Syriac.
his Christian name was Friedrich.
Right? That's serious German.
Serious
right?
German name.
That's serious. Bad Dürkheim is serious.
It was at this moment that I realized I was more American than Donald Trump. I already knew in multiple ways, but, you know, my family was actually here before 1860, whatever. So, yeah. I was like, oh, right, Donald Trump. He's first generation immigrant? Because his father technically was born in Germany as well, right? Or was he? I can't remember now. Fred.
But I want to thank you very much for, first of all, I want to thank you for that. That's
My
beautiful.
pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
It's
again.
Fantastic. We'll put it up in a place of honor.
Yep.
I don't know, maybe we can, let's see.
You can find a spot. There we go. Friedrich Merz navigating the Trump meeting with aplomb. He knew exactly what to bring Donald Trump. A gift that spoke to him on multiple levels. A golden framed photo of something about him. Trump's two favorite things. And by the way, just to make it clear, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I made it clear enough when I said it, but it was intended to be a sarcastic statement when I said I'm more American than Donald Trump. Because honestly, I don't think extent of time of being in this country, like, it gives you more claim than anyone else, unless you happen to be a Native American. Then you get what I'm saying. Everybody here in the United States is an immigrant if you're not a Native American, and therefore, doesn't matter how long you've been here. It's not the only reason, but certainly one of the reasons. Just wanted to make that crystal clear to everybody. All right, now, other things that were going on in Washington at this time in early June, there was, of course, a big old shakeup. Big old shakeup in the White House. First friend and Donald Trump, Elon Musk, first friend Elon Musk and Donald Trump, well, they had a falling out. And the ripples could be felt throughout the galaxy.
Amid the fallout between Elon Musk and President Donald Trump,
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Musk threatened to decommission SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. That's a big deal for the U.S. space mission.
No, exactly, Carl. That's all I was trying to point out. It was the hypocrisy, the nativism, and, like, the fact that his family, like, you know, got here in the 1800s.
Trump.
Whatever.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Musk threatened to decommission SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. That's a big deal for U.S. space missions.
Dragon has been the only U.S. spacecraft launched by a U.S.-based company transporting astronauts to and from the station from the U.S.
I find this to be disconcerting how quickly this went to, the threatening from contracts.
Easiest way to save money in our budget. Billions and billions of dollars is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it.
I'm staying in the race.
That was one feud I was big into earlier this year. It was a fascinating development to watch. Now, it seems that they've made up to some degree, because of course Elon's been seen at the White House since then. I guess, you know, $250 million. Easy to make up when you've given somebody that much money, I suppose. I wouldn't know. Now,
Do you know what we're here for?
what is that sound? Walking Stick Library with a raid. Thank you, Walking Stick. Hope your stream went well. Welcome, Walking Stick viewers. Walking Stick viewers. All right. Back to the 2025 rundown. Yes, to LA. Los Angeles, where Kristi Noem held a press conference in a government building early in June of this year. And then this situation transpired.
Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your...
Help! I'm being repressed!
How many of our ICE agents have been docked?
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
It's the very definition of totalitarianism, it's true. You streamed to an empty house tonight. Oh, that's sad. But I mean, at least you know you kept with it, right? Like I know the struggle. I feel the plight. I've been there. Looking at a very empty. It's been a while since the last time I saw it, but it's happened. I've seen it. It can be tough, but sticking with it, getting through what you want to get through, that's the important thing. Welcome, Lucy Hayes Raiders. Wait, Lucy Hayes just raided? I missed it. Wait, on YouTube? I was busy thinking about the Twitch raid. I missed the YouTube raid. Well, thank you, Lucy Hayes and viewers. Welcome. Once again, I think you guys raided earlier this week, didn't you? Either way, much appreciated. Welcome in. Hope the stream went well. We are doing the 2025 recap. We've been going chronologically through 300 clips that I have amassed for this evening's day's stream. We've been going for 8 hours already. We've probably got another... We might have like another 6. I think we got like another 4, somewhere between 4 and 6 left. It depends on where we're at. I haven't been counting. I'm not going to lie. I'm just guesstimating. I would say we're approximately halfway through the clips, though. All right, we're not going to leave Los Angeles. Of course, we just got done watching Senator Alex Padilla being viciously subdued for asking questions of Kristi Noem at a press conference in L.A., a public L.A. building. Tackled to the ground for just asking questions as a senator in a publicly funded building in the state in which he resides, in which he governs. It was a fascinating moment from earlier this year. Now, this was another horrifying / fascinating moment earlier this year on the streets of LA with of course, the reason why Kristi Noem was in LA making that statement was because ICE was busy going after people on the fucking streets. People like this woman in this next video that we watched earlier this year.
Well, they're telling her to move,
minding
but
her own
that's a public
business.
sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch, if they shoot her.
This is ridiculous!
Holy fuck. Come here. Sit down. Where'd it get you? Really, fuck off. She's not doing anything.
This is the
Come
very
on.
definition
We're moving,
of
asshole.
totalitarianism.
You got it. Hang on. I just need to get out of their sight. Here. I got some supplies in my bag. Sit down. They shot her. Yeah. Point blank. I literally just got it on video. They're gonna shoot. We're moving! We're moving! Stop! She's injured!
Come on!
Zero respect for the public, just unloading on a woman who was minding her own business. It later turned out that she was not part of a protest. She was walking home. You know, minding her own goddamn business. Just trying to get home, walking on the sidewalk. She gets blasted. Oh, it was such a disturbing video. It still brings back just PTSD. Speaking of PTSD, let's talk about the man in charge of the military, Pete Hegseth, who had this to say while in Congress giving testimony back in June.
Is it the policy of the Department of Defense that we need to be prepared to take Greenland and Panama by force if necessary? Is this a policy that you have within the Department of Defense in accordance with the President's wishes?
I heard what you said about those two countries and saying we need to worry about China. Well, we are worried about China.
That wasn't my concern.
China's malign influence in Panama.
I was
the recognition
concerned with
that
us
if China has
saying
control
that
of
using
ports
military
or
force
malign
to
influence
take another
over the
sovereign
Panama,
country's
we
territory.
should pay attention to that.
Right.
So Panama is very key terrain that we've focused on, and we've been willing to focus
So we
on,
should
as
take it,
is Greenland
we should
key
take
terrain.
it by military force. They're important. I'm not going to argue with that.
The Arctic is
I'm
incredibly
arguing with
important,
the
and
using
adversaries are
our
trying to
military
gain-
to take it by force.
Our job at the DoD is to have plans. And
Do you have a plan for that?
Our job at the Defense Department is to have plans for any particular contingency.
Including the contingency of basically
Any
invading
contingency you need, we've got it. We've got a building full of planners, and
Any plan you need, we've got it, says Pete Hegseth, including invading Greenland and Panama.
Illegal.
Now, at this point, nearly halfway through the year, approaching it, at this point, we're approaching the second week of June. I'm fairly certain some of you know what that means is coming. But some people were real fed up with what was going on at this point in this country, including people in Congress.
Get over there and get some clothes! Tell them! You know who I am! You know who I am! I'm a New Yorker just like you! This country's falling apart!
Get over there and get some balls. This country's falling apart. That was Democratic representative of New York, Oh fuck, what's his first name? Doug Minion? I can't. Oh fuck, I can't remember his name right now. Oh god, John Mannion. John Mannion. I don't know. Doug Minion. That was close. I mean, it was pretty. But not that far. Come on. People have done worse. People have done worse guesses than that. But yeah, that was honestly how. When I heard that, I remember that clip from earlier this year, and just feeling like very much sympathetic with Mr. Mannion. Felt like he was really speaking for me, in a way. Get over there and get some balls. His country is falling apart. Okay. Now, if you didn't figure it out, I was leading you up to this next video. But we're in the middle of June, and what is in the middle of June? Well, of course, it's the birthday of the president. The birthday of our supreme dictator, Donald Trump. Cyclone Cheeto. Authoritarian in chief. And he held a birthday bash in D.C. You remember it. Oh, you don't play me like you don't remember this day. This is all we did this day, June 14th. Come on.
DC, who are watching the events as they play out, as this group here is not too far from the Washington Monument. The parade originally scheduled to start around 6:30. However, weather concerns have moved up that timeline, so we're going to see it in just a few minutes. But just to give you a sense of what plays out from the parade on forward, it will start with parade, as we've told you, and you can see that.
This has been a fucking ridiculous year. Like, I just paused, like, in my mind. Like, I wasn't listening. I zoned out. Actually, I'm just gonna let these guys keep going. I zoned these idiots out over here, and I was, like, going through my list, looking through it, like, oh my god, what a stupid fucking year we lived through. And we're only halfway through it.
A planned concert and also planned fireworks.
Not even halfway through.
C-SPAN as we show you all those things throughout the course of the night. Joining us now to give us some context and experience as we talk about the events of the 250th anniversary, two guests. Sergeant Major Christopher Stevens joins us. He is the U.S. Army Personnel Senior.
All right, screw these guys.
Just to help us make sure we do that.
And again, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, our gentlemen are going to be here throughout the course of the night. Formal activities of the parade are starting. Let's go to that now.
And onward to West Point's next generation of leaders. For 250 years, one force has stood ready, unshaken, unmatched, unbreakable. And today, the legacy rolls on. This is the United States Army's 250th Anniversary Parade.
Now, there were so many highlights from this parade. I mean, it was like, what was it, like 3 hours long? I mean, there was the constant dad rock that was playing. I'm sure you all remember that. Was it cover bands? I can't remember if it was cover bands or if it was, whatever else. We showed the great might of our military, things like horses and covered wagons.
On the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved.
I mean, we really exhibited the world's most powerful military. We saw it all. I mean, 3 hours of it. We couldn't help but notice the might. The great might of America. So many things like squeaky tanks. Wait, no, is this the right one? I can't remember which tank was the squeakiest, okay? You can't blame me for that. There was actually quite a few squeaky tanks. I think it was this one. Right? Is these tanks? God damn it. God damn it. You are ruining this.
I believe I will will myself. Now, on the physical side, I think that's the most impressive thing that we've seen. We've seen.
You are killing it. I need you to shut up. I can't hear the tanks squeaking.
Much faster cycle. General George.
Hush.
Have done a.
Bastogne.
Stop talking.
An Abrams tank nicknamed the Beast.
They talked over the squeaky tanks. They ruined it. They ruined it. They talked right over the squeaky tanks. Oh, you bastards. You sons of bitches.
Because of its
you remember.
power,
Of course you do. Of course you haven't forgotten the
skill.
squeaky tanks.
Together, they.
But I felt like we all deserve to hear them. I'm sure your mind. I'm sure you still have the sound in your mind from that glorious moment when those tanks squeaked by with great ferocity. And they sounded so glorious. You could tell just how ferocious they really were when they squeaked by. At least like 2 or 3 miles per hour. It was terrifying. Of course, there were always also robot dogs.
The Ghost Robot Dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint.
Here we go, squeaky tanks, robot dogs. Where's man-carrying drone? I got it. This is the last one I need. This is one of the fun, in my opinion, this was always one of the best moments of all of this. Was man-carrying single drone. Where is that? Where's that goddamn footage? It's glorious. Is it here? No. Damn. I think it was during the same spot, but the C-SPAN camera sucks. Anyway. Who cares? Who cares, really, about the parade? It's all about the people. Okay? That's what it's about. Let's talk to the people.
How do you prove you're a citizen without due process?
I have a birth certificate and a
No, you can't get that. You're in jail. How do you get it?
We don't have to have a trial to know somebody committed a crime.
So we just believe the federal government if they say that. If they're hiding, then how are they getting arrested at immigration court?
My Constitution, my Bill of Rights doesn't apply to anybody outside this country.
Yes, but it applies to everyone inside
It's
this
his
country.
Bill of Rights.
So in 1886, the court held that the 14th Amendment protections apply to all persons within U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of citizenship. We're just trying to explain all of the Supreme Court cases to you. The Death Star was not built by legislation. Thank you. We're in Washington, D.C. at Trump's Mussolini fascist birthday party.
Only a $45 million taxpayer expense.
Yeah.
And we realized that some people don't know what due process means. Democrats talk about it a lot.
They're like, people need due process. But what is that? No, what is it? Do you fucking know?
Yeah, do you know what due process means? So we're going to go around and ask people what due process means to them.
Yeah.
Who here believes in the 14th Amendment? Do you know what due process is?
I don't know. I really don't want to answer any questions. I just wanted to picture with you.
Oh, thank you. Wait, do you know what due process means?
I do, yes. Thank you, hon.
What?
For citizens, yeah.
For sentencing?
For citizens.
For citizens. Yeah, but there's a bunch of Supreme Court edicts where everyone's allowed to it if you're on U.S. soil. There's actually Supreme Court precedents that go back to like the 1800s.
Well, it's just like, the federal government, which I guess we trust to be good all the time, is like, hey, I'm going to put you in jail, and if you don't have...
Do I like how he used a trusty old Hitler salute to try and block the camera? Right? It's the motion that he knows best. Heil. That's the best way.
Well, it's just like, the federal government, which I guess we trust to be good all the time, is like, hey, I'm going to put you in jail, and if you don't have due process, you don't get to talk to a lawyer. If it happened to you, what would you do? You would want to talk to a lawyer, right?
Yeah, as a citizen, yeah.
What? How do you prove you're a citizen without due process?
I have a birth certificate and
No, you can't get that. You're in jail. How do you get it? On your person right now. You have it right on.
I have my real ID.
Oh, no, someone had a real ID at a work site. They were still arrested by ICE. They said it was fake. Due process is good, and if anyone doesn't have it, you don't have it.
Tell it all the January 6th.
They had due process. They had court cases.
No, but we're asking people. Do you know what the definition of due process is? Do you know what
like a trial, right? They had a trial.
This isn't a gotcha. I'm just asking. Do you know what due process?
Kind of is a gotcha.
What?
Kind of tricking people into.
No, I'm asking you straight up. Do you know what due process is?
Yes.
Okay,
Tricking people into. It's a gotcha, because you're tricking people into, letting slip that they don't know what they're talking about, and that's not fair, because you can't trick people into saying they don't know stuff if you don't ask them questions, and that's tricky. Asking questions is tricky and on its own, because a lot of people, they just don't know stuff, and then you're tricking them by saying, "Oh, look how stupid you are," by not knowing the answer to the question.
So how did the January 6ers not have due process?
Because they were withheld in jail for a long time.
Were they given trials?
Very far into the future. It's an I gotcha moment you guys are doing. It's deceptive.
I'm sorry you feel deceived there, sir, but if you got arrested, I would want you to be able to speak to a lawyer.
You're focusing on the wrong issue. That's the problem. You're focusing on one thing when it's not about one thing. It's not about due process, but a person that was breaking the law.
But how do we know that they're breaking the law without?
They were illegally here.
But how do we know that without a trial?
We know that from their involvement in gangs. We know that from.
But how do we know that without a trial?
We don't have to have a trial to know somebody committed a crime.
So we just believe the federal government.
You don't have to have a trial.
Then there's a trial. Someone has.
We don't have to have a trial to know somebody committed a crime. This guy is a verified genius. Sir, I believe you committed a crime. Right to jail. Right? We don't need... No, I'm sorry. We don't need a trial to know that you've committed a crime. I've already declared it. Too late. Too late. All right, now we're going to skip ahead a little bit.
The military serves their country, and they don't serve the Republicans, the Democrats. They serve a country.
They serve us.
No matter who the president is, that is their commander-in-chief, and they're not partial.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that.
You're very welcome. Thank you for
There you go.
being like that.
Thank you. 1886, Yekro v. Hopkins. The court held that the 14th Amendment's protections apply to all persons within U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of citizenship, stating the 14th Amendment to the Constitution is not confined to the protection of citizens. It says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
Which is the 14th Amendment.
1993, Reno v. Flores. The court confirmed that the Fifth Amendment entitles non-citizens of due process of law, particularly in immigration detention, and removal proceeding.
In 1896, Wong Wing versus the United States established that immigrants have a right.
You're with OAN?
Yeah.
Oh my God, here. So we're going to read you all of the Supreme Court cases that allow for due process under the law.
Okay. Well, I mean, it starts with the 14th Amendment, which we love, the Constitution.
You
Right?
like the Constitution, right?
Right. And,
So
the 14th Amendment says that any person within the jurisdiction of the United States is entitled to due process under the
So,
law.
in 1886, the court held that the 14th Amendment protections apply to all persons within U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of citizenship, stating that, I'm here to support Palpatine. Support the Empire.
Well, and our troops.
No, I'm reading, I want to read you all of the cases where due process applies to here. Let's read it to her, Max.
Because a lot of people who watch OAN seem to think that immigrants don't have the right to due process.
Yeah, let's
which
educate
is
your
crazy,
audience.
right? Because
Wong
you know
Wing,
that they have the right to due process.
1896, Wong Wing v. United
But
States.
every time you say that they don't,
the court
people
held
believe
that
you, even though you're wrong
non-citizens in
about
the
it.
United States are entitled to due process protections.
Like the 14th Amendment, on its face value, it's been reaffirmed 15 times.
Wait,
and to say otherwise,
what's your definition of due process? You're from OAN, you know the Constitution.
I mean, she's Dutch. There's nothing stopping ICE from throwing her back to Norway, right?
She's Dutch.
Prove it without
Prove
due
it.
process.
Prove it.
Without due process, you can't prove it. Denies
Right to jail, right away.
rights. We deny everyone rights. Sandy Valles versus Davis, 2001.
Okay, 2001.
You know, even as recently as 2020, with judges that Trump appointed, they affirmed that non-citizens physically present in the United States have due process rights.
Yeah.
Right? This court, essentially, you know, we have
v.
Alito.
Hopkins, 1886. Yamatayev v. Fisher, 1903. Wong Wing v. United States, 1896.
Well, it's important for you to know it, because if you tell these people something wrong, they'll believe a wrong thing.
We're just trying to explain all of the Supreme Court cases to you.
Yeah, because OAN is confused, and it's confusing these people.
You think OAN's really confused about due process and the Constitution and stuff? Wait.
But it's telling these people that they don't have a right to due process.
I love how they just keep walking, like seemingly nowhere, just hoping that they can just stop following them, with this awkward ass smile on her face and the incredibly confused look on the cameraman's face. She looks incredibly awkward and he looks incredibly confused. What these two back here. It's quite a moment. Okay. Now, while we're at the birthday party of the great president, we should see how he was receiving his, what do you want to call it? Celebratory.
Ranger School is the best life for our Army. It will always end.
Getting very, very sleepy. Sir, don't fall asleep. I know.
We need young leaders.
I don't fall asleep. I'm going to sit down.
Close with and destroy the enemy.
However, it was later on that shocking footage emerged, showing Donald Trump literally struggling to stay awake for his own birthday party.
Alliances culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. The two sides engage in the savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months...
Here we go. Donald Trump falling asleep at his own birthday party / military parade. Now, of course, on this same day, people were taking to the streets across the country in the No King's Day protests.
Fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost.
What's dear to me is the feeling of calm and peace and safety. What's dear to me is my health and my family and my friends and my work and my neighbors and my community and all the different beautiful people of this country. That's what's dear to me. That's what's dear to us. You might have forgotten that. And what's dear to me is this democracy. And this feeling of togetherness and unity and brotherly and sisterly love and respect and care for one another that this movement is engendering in all of us today. I'm here because no matter how messy the founding fathers of this nation, how messy the founding fathers of this nation may have been, when we got one thing right. We wanted a nation for the people, by the people, that made each man, woman, and child equal, no matter what race or religion or anything else used to divide us as people. And that we would rule by the belief and trust in one another. That we didn't want to be ruled by a king or a monarch or a dictator or a supreme leader or some crappy-ass CEO. That sucked. We hated that. That's why we came to America. We literally started a whole new country based on the simple idea of no kings. And it's that idea that brought most of us here, unless you're an American native or a Mexican, to this country. We built this country strictly on the no kings rule my country, my body, or my bank policy. That and the simple notion that you can't be arrested and tossed into a dungeon or a detention center or a concentration camp or some damn basement without a fair trial. We don't fuck with that.
Oh, there you go. Hulk angry. Hulk angry at the No King's Day protests. Now, more footage of the No King's Day protests were covered by NBC News. At least at that time, MSNBC.
The Army anniversary in Washington.
What is the news network formerly known as MSNBC was on the ground in LA at No King's Day protests.
An ongoing No King's Day protests that were basically aligned and choreographed as a response by protesters to Donald Trump's celebration of military force here. Jacob Soboroff has been reporting for us out of Los Angeles and has more on that spot near the federal building where so much has happened over the course of the week. Jacob?
Ari, tactical officers from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department have moved in, both in on the back of these pickup trucks, and they've got tactical vehicles and on horseback as well. As the horses start to make their way in here, actually, JB, let's go this way so we can show them. It looks as though they're establishing perhaps a line here because people are in the street in front of the federal building. And I don't know if the plan is to declare an unlawful assembly or to move people out, but I'm going to see if we can just get into a position that gives us an idea of what's going on here. If you look, come on down, JB. If you look down the road here, you can see many vehicles from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol. That's a tactical officer from the Highway Patrol. These are officers obviously dressed in their tactical gear for the LA County Sheriff's Department. The Los Angeles Police Department has formed a line on the other side of the street, and what they've done is where we were before, where the Marines are stationed in front of the federal building. They have essentially formed a line blocking the people who are on the inside from coming out, and these sheriff's department tactical officers are blocking anyone from coming in. You can see that they have their less than lethal rounds ready to go. And when we've seen this in past days, generally it's part of an effort either to corral the people who are in the street and arrest them, or to try to push them out or in some form or fashion. I want to reiterate, this looks very intimidating. This has remained 100% peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? You say your sign says.
We are not criminals.
Whoa, 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 let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing wrong.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We have the freedom of speech.
Go, 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 go. You want you to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself. So you can see, whoa, whoa, they're messing with the horses. Guys, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's back up here. Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're going to keep going. Stay with us if you can. JD, want to move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people freaked.
Jacob, you're
and
on
again,
camera,
I haven't
but
seen,
do what you need to
go
do.
Ari.
You're on camera, but take your time and space.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go, let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Whoa. We're good, Ari. We're good, Ari. We're good. We're good. We're good. Keep going. We're good. We're good. Whoa. Those are the flashbangs. Let's go. Let's go. Ari, obviously they're trying to disperse the crowd here. We're doing fine. And this is crowd control.
Well, there you go. MSNBC on the streets getting footage of the police starting physical altercations with the protesters, completely unprompted, at a peaceful protest on No King's Day in LA. All right, one more No King's Day video. This is Democracy Now! From 6 months ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. At least 5 million people joined No King's Day protests Saturday, in the largest day of action against President Trump since his return to office. Protests were held in more than 2,100 cities and towns across the country. In Los Angeles, 200,000 people marched just days after Trump deployed the National Guard and Marines to the city. Protesters in L.A. included former Marine Melvin Hill.
I'm out here because I was willing to die for the things we have in our Constitution. And right now, I think our constitutional rights are being violated, stepped on, trampled on, and disregarded by our president, commander-in-chief, which would be Donald Trump. I mean, everything looks unlawful to me at this point in America.
In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people took to the streets. Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin of Maryland addressed the crowd.
Yes, Donald, the Declaration and the Constitution were written by people who wanted to stop criminal bosses like you from taking state power.
Major No King's Day protests were also held here in New York and San Diego, Chicago, Seattle, and other communities large and small. In Lyons, Colorado, a town of just 2,100 in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain National Park, hundreds joined the protests. This is Larry Quinn, an Army veteran and longtime Lyons resident.
I'm Larry Quinn, and I'm in Lyons, Colorado, population 2,100. And I'm here because my dad drove trains across France to defeat the Nazis. And then I served honorably, also in the Army, and I'm disgusted about the fascist regime we have.
The size of the No King's Day protests dwarf the turnout for a military parade Saturday in Washington, D.C., held on President Trump's 79th birthday and the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. The parade reportedly cost as much as $100 million. Democracy Now! Spoke to some of the protesters in the nation's capital.
My name is Brett Hines. I live here in Washington, D.C., and I'm here because I think that this is a waste of resources when we have hungry children and when we have people going to sleep without a roof over their heads.
And what does your sign say?
The sign says they got money for wars, but they can't feed the poor. It's a good line from Tupac.
I'm Amy. My sign says no kings. I think that's the side. Yeah. The other side says the emperor has no clothes from the children's fairy tale or fable. I'm here because the president said that any protest would be met with hard force. I wasn't planning on coming, but that's un-American, anti-constitutional, and so I had to come. I was called to come. I also think this is an enormous waste of taxpayer dollars. As someone who got doged and lost my livelihood and my life's work, to have him turn around and spend $50 million on this, I think that's outrageous.
What type of work were you doing?
Bringing clean water to poor people.
Sorry, poor people, but military parade more necessary than your water. Okay? Look. Everybody can have nice water, okay? Can have $30 and like 1,000 pencils, okay? $1, 2 pencils, and shitty water. And you're gonna have to live with that. Right? Times are tough. And it's all Joe Biden's fault.
I let my folks know where I was going. I let friends know, and I'm glad that I've been able to be here without being heavily harassed. So that gave me some hope.
Army Captain Aubrey Lowe among those protesting Trump's parade in Washington, speaking to Democracy Now!'s Dennis Moynihan. For much of Saturday, news networks showed split screens of Trump's poorly attended military parade alongside footage of the massive No Kings protests. Here in New York, organizers say as many as 200,000 people gathered at Bryant Park before moving down Fifth Avenue to Madison Square Park. Democracy Now! Was there.
This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
Hi, my name is Jay Sean Sadler, he, him, and I am a father, I'm a guidance counselor, I'm a community member and world citizen, and I'm here now because I want to make sure that we preserve our democracy. I want to make sure that all people in this country are safe, regardless of if they're an immigrant, regardless of if they're straight or if they're gay or whatever they are. Like, everyone deserves to be free and safe.
Can you say what your sweatshirt says?
Yes, it says woke, not the insult that you think it is.
And who are you? And how old are you?
My name is Rue. I'm 15 years old, and I use any pronouns. I'm here because I've seen firsthand how much destruction Trump's impact has caused on especially queer and trans youth. I've been in and out of a lot of places like that, and I've seen like how hard people have taken it. It's really hard to be a child in a society where you feel like people don't want you to exist. So I'm out here for the people who can't be out here. I'm very lucky to have a supportive father, but I know not everyone does. So I'm out here to give a voice to the people who don't have one and to show that we're still here, we're still out here, we're still going to be fighting.
And the fact that there are thousands and thousands of people out here today, what difference does that make to you?
It honestly makes me so happy. After the election, I was really worried because I felt like the adults had kind of failed me. Since I couldn't vote, I was really like, you guys had all of the power. You guys could have stopped this, but people didn't. And I was so worried. I didn't even leave my house for a couple of weeks. But now it's just great that there's so many people here and that I'm not alone, you know?
Can you describe your flag to our radio audience in addition to our TV audience and hold it up?
So this is the inclusive pride flag. It has the regular rainbow stripes as well as black and brown for people of color in the queer community. Also has the trans colors and the intersex flag to support those people as well.
It's Pride Month. What do you have to say to President Trump on his 79th birthday today?
We're not scared of you, and I hope you have an awful birthday.
I am Dr. William III.
Aw. I hope you have an awful birthday, Mr. Trump.
How rude.
Just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
15 years old. I'm here to protest the Trump administration's treatment of not only immigrants but also women and students and basically almost everyone in the country. And I think it's really important that we have so many people here and all over the country and all over the world to show the Trump administration that we're not going to let this slide and that we as people can protest and that we can do it in a way where we can get our point heard. And I think it's important that young people are out here too. We're with We the Students New York, which gathers a bunch of students from all over New York City and does protests. We've done one before, a walkout in Washington Square Park. Yeah.
And can you describe your double necklace to me?
I'm Jewish, so yeah, I just like it's a Jewish star, so I think it's important to, you know, people of all religions and all ethnicities should all be out here protesting the treatment of immigrants here, protesting the treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. I just think it's really important that we all be out here getting our word across.
My name is Caroline Gilman. I'm
Okay, perfect place to stop that clip and to go on to the next one. People in the streets all over the United States protesting on the No King's Day protests, including, in New York City. Like those people we just got done listening to. Now that young lady there was talking about her Jewishness and the importance of standing up for Palestinian rights. Now, one country that's been, doing the exact opposite of that is, of course, Israel. And around this time, mid-month, June, sudden explosions were heard above Tel Aviv. Now, this scene marked the beginning of the, what are we calling it? The 10 Days War? Now we need a better name than that. But this was Iran. The first round of missiles that it sent into Israeli airspace in June of this year. All right, now let's move on from that for now. Oh, I just realized, how did I not add that to the... Look, I'm not perfect. I feel like I'm telling myself that rather than you. I'm just realizing there's certain things I forgot to put in here. It's tough, I'm not gonna lie. Thousands of stories to remember. All right, now let's go to one man who has had a very strong stance on Israel, who held his final rally before the primary in June. Of course, I am talking about Zohran Mamdani. Okay, I'm going to pick a couple of clips from in here. I just figured that was the best way to start this. Ton of people. I mean, they packed the house here. The MC for this event, I think, was... Hey, who was the MC for this? Oh, no, that was the other one. I'm just going to go all the way... I'm trying to think. Is there anybody else I want to get in here? Honestly, just for time's sake, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Zohran has built a campaign with a broad coalition of working New Yorkers. He has fundraised for other candidates, and nearly 40,000 volunteers have knocked on more than 1 million doors across the 5 boroughs. We deserve a New York that can be affordable for all of us. And this election is more than just about which candidate you support. It's about whether our elections can be sold to the highest bidder. They have money, but we've got people. And we have just 10 days left to knock on doors and to phone bank from anywhere in the country. This election is in our hands, New York. And with that, I want to introduce to you the next mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani.
Thank you. Good evening. New York City, how we feeling?
There we go. I remember watching this rally with you folks on stream. It feels, honestly, so much of this feels like so long ago. People, we're at the end of June. Now we are honestly making progress through this list. We're almost in July right now. So it really wasn't that long ago. Effectively a half a year ago now. All right, one more clip before we go to break. Back to talking about AI and how it's destroying our brains. If I recall correctly, this is about a study that came out, a nascent but a study nonetheless, and it was quite revelatory in terms of cognitive function as it relates to ChatGPT use.
Could AI be destroying our brain? A new study from MIT's Media Lab suggests it may well be. The study tried to find out how repeated use of ChatGPT impacted cognitive ability. The study divided its subjects into 3 groups and asked them to write a series of SAT essays. One group was allowed to use ChatGPT, one could use Google's search engine, and one was, quote, brain only, meaning they could use no tools at all. Now, the researchers didn't just examine the quality of the essays, they also used an EEG, which measures and records electrical activities in the brain to monitor the neural and behavioral consequences of each approach. And it found that the ChatGPT users, quote, consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels. They found that compared to the brain-only group, ChatGPT users had reduced neural connectivity, impaired memory and quote recall, and a reduced sense of ownership, with many resorting by the end of the study to simply copying and pasting their essays from the AI. What's more, because of that sense of ownership, those who wrote the Google search-assisted or brain-only essays experienced higher levels of satisfaction with their work. But what is most concerning is that the study showed that the repeated use of the AI tool could have longer-lasting impacts. When the ChatGPT group were asked to produce brain-only written work, they did not return to the cognitive levels of the group that had been writing without the tool from the beginning. And the researchers call this an accumulation of cognitive debt, whereby, quote, repeated reliance on external systems like LLMs replaces effortful cognitive processes required for independent thinking, resulting in diminished performance when those external systems are removed.
Yep, disturbing conclusion this study drew. I don't think this is at all. When I heard this, I wasn't shocked. When I heard this, I said, this makes perfect sense. If you're not using the pathways, it's the same thing with any skill, really. If you don't use something long enough, and it takes any amount of complexity, and like, you know, like fine-tuning, like, you are going to stop being able to do that thing. It's sad but true. Sad but true. All right, everybody. We are 9 hours into the stream. 6 halves have gone by. And 6 months of the year have now been covered. We still got quite a fair amount to get through here tonight, Space Fams, but do not worry. We'll get right back to it after these brief messages. All right, I hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Your donations help keep us alive. A lot of great ways for you to support the stream, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money going directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of Amazon or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. All right, everybody. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. That's it for the break. Time for you to get back to your seats so we can start the 7th half of the Galactic 2025 recap stream. Okay. Break over. Time for us to get back to the show. We ended the last half at the end of June talking about how ChatGPT is ruining everyone's brains. Now let's talk about a couple of individuals whose brains would seem to have been ruined for quite some time, and seemingly ChatGPT unrelated. Let's talk about... Oh, before we do that, I just want to say thank you to Orb Rumor for the sweet, sweet super chat. I asked if I could get combat pay New Year's Eve, and I got $75 extra. So happy New Year's, GNN Space and Time Travelers. Thank you, Orb. I appreciate the dono. All right, to a couple of mush-brained men who were having a bit of a spat at this time earlier this year in June. Looney Tunes getting a quick puppy treat in there. Okay, let's talk. Now, if you missed this one, it's probably because we talked about it very briefly earlier this year. But I did mention we would talk about this yesterday. I want to talk to you about two men by the names of Liver King and Joe Rogan. And well, you know what? It really speaks for itself.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liver King. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. Just pulling up. Guess what? That
Finally, Joe Rogan has met his unhinged match. His deranged lunatic cohort, if you will, is finally a rivalry Joe Rogan can do. He's got a gold-plated AR-15 and a fucking wolf pelt on his head. Dude, it's out of control. He's red as a tomato. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah. Just pulling up. Guess what? You're dead, bitch.
Going to jail. Cops are coming. I just need to put stuff on. Just put stuff, because they're not going to take my naked.
I'm going to jail. Cops are coming. I'm going to jail. Cops are coming.
Finish my actual shit. I did 4 coffee enemas this morning. My intestines don't work like yours.
I did 3 or 4 coffee enemas this morning, bro. Do you realize? You have any idea the level of stress that I am shoving coffee up my ass at an unprecedented rate? I love how that's how he measures. I love that's how he measures his level of stress in coffee enemas. I have a gallon of coffee up my rectum right now. Okay, do you have any idea the level of stress that I am operating on right now, dude? Can you please take this more seriously? By the way, we need more Pete's. Can you put it on the list? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help. I couldn't help myself.
My intestines don't work like yours.
Fitness influencer and fraudster Brian Johnson, known on social media as Liver King, arrested Tuesday after threatening Joe Rogan.
Illegal. Whenever you want me to wait, I'll wait.
You, Joe Rogan.
The 47-year-old seen here with weapons and later surrendering to authorities in a tactical vest outside of the Four Seasons Hotel.
Can we say one thing? Can we all agree on one through line of the year, which was actually amusing? It was all of the right-wing civil wars that we've seen this year, because there's been multiple now over all sorts of different issues, and what a year for it, really. What a year for the right-wing rivalries.
Home City. Johnson's wife and 2 sons gathering for a private chat right before police escorted him away in cuffs.
Don't stop recording. Nothing was actually done wrong. Going to jail. Cops are coming.
Going to jail. Cops are coming. This dude's out of control. Just gotta skip ahead a little bit. We actually, you know, I feel like we'll be fine, but fuck it. No, I'm skipping ahead a little bit. Now, there was more to this. There was stuff that happened in between those videos, right? There was the original video, right? You have the original video. Here, we go back. Where is it?
Apparently,
yeah. Here. No, shut up, ma'am. I'm doing excuse me. Right, this was the first video that he posted. And then there's the video of him getting arrested. But then there's a bunch of stuff that happened in between that. Let's talk about that stuff now, because that was actually half of the fun of the situation.
1 misdemeanor charge of making a terroristic threat. He traveled to the Texas Capitol apparently to confront Rogan, warning the comedian in a series of bizarre Instagram videos.
Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore.
Unhinged.
All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Just.
By the way, I'd like to. It's hard to tell at this angle, but you'll notice that his mouth is incredibly blue.
All of this is happening.
If you look at his mouth,
I've challenged you man to man.
And there's a reason for that. I think he's like big into the colloidal silver thing.
Family to fight for.
Okay, all right. Anyways, he started trying to track down Joe Rogan in the woods, and he was posting to Instagram the whole time. Eventually, yes, he got arrested, but in the meantime, shit went down. Joe Rogan, I think Joe Rogan went to a safe house or something. It was wild. It was a wild and rather entertaining situation. I just gotta go to the Joe Rogan response to all this real quick.
On the Joe Rogan Experience more than 2 years ago.
There's no way you can look like that in your 40s. I mean, he's preposterously jacked. We're talking about the Liver King, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. He was front row at one of my shows in Vegas.
Oh, damn.
At the MGM. Yeah, and then I saw him again at the Canelo fight. He was trying really hard to get on the podcast.
Liver King became a viral sensation in 2021 by touting his ancestral lifestyle, which included a strict set of tenets and a diet of raw meat.
And he was telling people that the way he gets that way is by sunning his balls. He literally lays down staring at the sun and eats raw liver and just lifts like a maniac.
His diet: liver, eggs, maple syrup, and testes.
You eat balls. Lots of balls. Have you ever ate a penis? Lots of penises.
After he launched a $100 million supplement brand and denied using steroids, leaked emails revealed that he was spending over $10,000 a month on performance-enhancing drugs.
No way. This guy using steroids? Shut up. No, what? There's literally no signs. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't want reality.
It was quite a fascinating episode this year in 2025. I felt we had to cover it, mostly for the comedic relief, because I figured at this point in the stream we really were gonna need something with a little bit of levity in there. And watching Liver King stalking Joe Rogan on Instagram. I think that qualifies. Let's go to an unfortunate situation from this year now. The passing of Bill Moyers. What's happening?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The legendary journalist Bill Moyers has died at the age of 91. In the 60s, he was a founding organizer of the Peace Corps, served as press secretary for President Lyndon Johnson. In 1971, began an award-winning career as a TV broadcaster that would last for over 40 years. During that time, Bill Moyers received over 30 Emmys, countless other prizes, many first programs on PBS. Also a longtime champion of public television and independent media. His death coming at a time when the Trump administration is moving to strip federal funding from PBS and NPR. In 2011, Juan Gonzalez and I interviewed Bill Moyers. He outlined his critique of the corporate media.
Well, God damn it. Oh, God. Oh, Shade Dragon, you just eviscerated me just now with that one. Oh, God, I couldn't even focus on Bill Moyers here. I can't even give Bill the goddamn respect that he deserves. Sigh. His favorite foods are unpackaged raw penis and balls. He loves enemas, wants people's dads. Boy, I wish some people would just be gay. Aww. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Please hold.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Levertine. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. Yeah.
Just pull him up. Guess what? You're dead, bitch.
Going to jail. Cops are coming. So I just need to put stuff on. Just put stuff because they're not gonna take me away from me. So can I have 12 minutes to just finish my actual shit? I did 4 copy elements this morning. My intestines don't work like this.
Fitness influencer and fraudster Brian Johnson, known on social media as Liver King, arrested Tuesday after threatening Joe Rogan.
Your rules. Whatever you want me to wait, I'll wait.
You, Joe Rogan.
The 47-year-old seen here with weapons and later surrendering to authorities in a tactical vest.
Hermit_horologist just subscribed for 4 months.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm muted. Okay, I'm back. Alright, I knocked over my tea. I'm just trying to make sure that nothing is, like, in danger of getting sticky or, like, shorting out here right now. I'm just kind of, like, looking around at all my devices and... you know, any errant water, or especially tea with sugar in it. Yeah, there are big problems there. I just, you know, my technology needs to function at all times. Having it get wet, and my keyboard was just, like, doused. It was, like, not fully doused, but, like, like, I had to, like, immediately grab it and, like, tip it upside down and, like, shove a towel into it. It's probably going to get sticky, though, at some point. I have a bad feeling about it. I have a bad feeling. This is how you get ants, exactly. Can't have ants. Well, I'm less worried about the ants and more worried about the the computer. I'll live with ants, but computer going down, that'd be too much. If I have to make the choice, I'm going ants every time.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The legendary journalist Bill Moyers has died at the age of 91. In the 60s, he was a founding organizer of the Peace Corps, served as press secretary for President Lyndon Johnson. In 1971, began an award-winning career as a TV broadcaster that would last for over 40 years. During that time, Bill Moyers received over 30 Emmys, countless other prizes, many first programs on PBS. Also a longtime champion of public television and independent media. His death coming at a time when the Trump administration is moving to strip federal funding from PBS and NPR. In 2011, Juan Gonzalez and I interviewed Bill Moyers. He outlined his critique of the corporate media.
Well, the consensual seduction of the mainstream media by and with the government is one of the most dangerous toxins at work in America today. They wouldn't see it this way, and there are exceptions, but the corruption of corporate media, corporate power, and government is what makes so vital what the two of you do. I'm serious about that. You don't have the scope of Meet the Press. I mean, look at Meet the Press. Who's been on Meet the Press more than any other figure in Washington in the last several years? Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich, I later learned when I was briefly at NBC as an analyst doing commentaries, controversial commentaries, actually came to the brass of NBC and GE. Newt Gingrich has had some nefarious relationship with General Electric, which is one of the huge government contractors, as well as the owner of Meet the Press. And it's just an example of what I'm talking about, the consensual seduction of the mainstream media with power, corporate power, government power, with exceptions, I repeat, is something that without the antidote of independent reporting and analysis that you do and others, we would be in a dark, dark pit with no light shining on us.
I want to go back, since we're talking about broadcasting, right back to the Johnson era and then jump back to here, which is about the founding of public broadcasting and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, especially for young people, to understand why it began and where it's gone.
Well, there were three. Believe it or not, I mean, nobody below 40 will believe this. You may not believe it because both of you are much younger than I am. But when I was 20 years old, there were three networks: ABC, CBS, and NBC. And ABC was only half a network, no news division, all of that. And so we were dependent upon three corporate, advertising-driven, commercial networks for our information. And to his credit, Lyndon Johnson, who made his fortune, part of his fortune, by controlling the three He had one station in Austin that had a monopoly over broadcasting the product, the content of all three networks. I mean, that's how he made his money, much of his money. But he really did believe. He was a teacher. He had taught poor Mexican students in the little town of Cotulla, Texas. He was a populist from a poor part of Central Texas. Yeah, but he went to South. He came from Central Texas, went to South Texas to teach in this Mexican school. And he really cared about poor, and he cared about education. He felt there should be one channel that was free of commercials and free of commercial values, because he knew what commercial values will do to people who are reporting the news, producing content. The desire to amuse and entertain will cause us to compromise the truth. So when the Carnegie Corporation and the Carnegie
Capitalist values will cause us journalists to compromise the truth. Bill Moyers, PBS legend, died earlier this year in June. R.I.P. R.I.P. Space Brother. All right. Now, oh shit, I didn't even notice. Herman Horologist resubscribed on Twitch 4 months in a row. Or 2 months? A tier 2. 2 months at tier 2. Oh, you're a tier 2 sub. Wow. But you've been subscribing for 4 months. Must have upgraded to last month, I guess. Much appreciated, Hermit. Much appreciated. Everyone's been incredibly generous this stream. I just want to say I appreciate all of you. You know, like I said at the beginning of this and at multiple points during this, I would have done this stream all the way through, regardless of what we made tonight. I made goals just because it's good to have goals, I guess. And, you know, budgeting and stuff like that. But, you know, none of you seem to care about that yet. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right. Moving on from Bill. Honestly, that one makes me think about other people that I'm worried about us losing, who are up there in years, who I find to be, you know, beneficial to having around. Not going to name any of the names for fear of jinxing us on this or something like that. All right. Yes, let's move on now. This happened at the end of June, the very end of June. Actually, this might have been July 1st. I can't remember. Either way, it was one of the two. The wedding of Jeff Bezos, where one of the richest men on the planet went and rented out an entire city for his pleasure.
Well, it is being described as one of the most lavish wedding extravaganzas of all time. Amazon boss Jeff Bezos is marrying Lauren Sanchez in Venice this weekend. A whole red carpet's worth of A-listers have jetted in for the festivities, but not everyone is happy.
The Amazon tycoon's wedding was never going to be a low-key affair. And Jeff Bezos and his fiancée have made the canals and palazzos of Venice their own. Among the famous faces joining the party, a clutch of Kardashians, including Kylie Jenner, Oprah Winfrey, philanthropist Bill Gates, and former American football star Tom.
Philanthropist and dude all up in the Jeffrey Epstein
Are you still
files.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
But protesters have also been out in force. This farmer scaled a flagpole in St. Mark's Square to protest against the dominance of the world's richest 1%. Many locals are also appalled by the extravagance on display.
Never, like Jeff Bezos, has anyone had this hubris, this arrogance to regard all of Venice as his personal property.
They're ruining the planet. It's just a money business. What about our grandchildren? What will they be left with?
There's only one thing that rules the world now. Money, money, money.
A Bezos lookalike is proving a big hit with a selfie crowd. Venice clearly has more mixed feelings about the real thing.
All right, I want to go now to Alina Talabatoni. She's a journalist in Venice. Alina, it's good to have you with us. I understand the mayor of
Well, there you go. Jeff Bezos' utterly depraved display of extravagance and wealth, renting an entire Italian city for him and his rich friends. It's a disturbing display then, and it's still a disturbing display now. Speaking of disturbing displays, back in the United States, a disturbing display was caught on a Los Angeles school CCTV camera. This was the first week of July. What's happening? Sorry, I forgot. I needed to read these because it's kind of hard to tell what's happening here. Okay. Video appears to show ICE agents urinating on school grounds in Los Angeles. You can see these two dudes circled up there. The footage was released by El Rancho Unified School District Board of Education, who said it showed agents entering the campus on the 17th of June, parking their vehicles, and urinating on the grounds of Ruben Salazar High School near storage containers. The incident is being investigated by the Department of Homeland Security. Oh, thank God. Christie's on the case. I was worried. I was like, oh, but thankfully Christie, she's investigating. Now we can all rest easy. That was in fact a very disturbing display from ICE agents. Just you know, treating our public property with such disdain they were willing to literally piss on it. Now, around this same time that video was released, another horrifying situation happened all the way down south in Texas. One which, of course, you most likely could not have forgotten at this point. Yeah, actually, now that I remember, I'm thinking about this. This was from the 4th of July. This was on the 4th of July. All right, this is Caroline Levitt.
With our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. Want to comment on that again?
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss.
Depraved and despicable. How dare Democrats point fingers in a time of tragedy? How uncouth of them. God. Now, of course, we did point out at the time that it wasn't entirely the Trump administration's fault. It was also Republicans in Texas' fault, as well as the camp owners themselves, right? I think it goes, it's probably something like Republicans in Texas, probably the number one at fault, 2, the camp, and then 3, Donald Trump, in that order. And it depends on what you could actually switch them around depending on what you want to talk about, right? Whether or not it's the actual response time to this situation, or if it was the run-up, like the alert system. Like, you can blame all sorts of different people for this. But it all winds up with a bunch of Republican Christians. Essentially, it just winds up the fault of it's either Trump, it's either Christian nationalists in the Trump administration, it's Christian nationalists in the Texas state and local government, or it's Christian nationalists running the fucking camp. And I can run down it for you, and I don't have the story, but the fact is, we talked about how the camp, I could not find the story, I swear to God I looked for it too, kind of pissed me off. But there was a CNN story we watched where they discussed the fact that this camp, before any of this had happened, when they were setting it up, sued the city to have it rezoned because it was sitting in a red zone flood area, the highest level of flood warning possible. This camp resided in a band of danger that basically is unsurpassable in flooding terms, right? and they won because who needs regulations, right? State Republicans of Texas. And so, they put the camp wherever the hell they wanted, regardless of the concerns. Didn't have to pay extra insurance thanks to that. Get put in a different spot. Woo. We just saved ourselves $20,000 a year. Or whatever it cost to insure that camp. Or would have cost had they been forced to actually get the necessary insurance. Of course, local officials did not do enough to make the alert systems do what they were supposed to do, and the Trump administration was incredibly slow to act because of the fact that FEMA made the choice earlier in the year to make Kristi Noem the decider on all expenditures under DHS's budget, needing not all DHS, under FEMA's budget. ICE could do whatever the hell they want. They could spend money wherever the hell they want. But FEMA had to go and ask Kristi Noem anytime they spent more than $50,000, making them completely useless until Kristi, gave them the go-ahead. And she spent the whole weekend posting on Instagram rather than dealing with that situation. So really, pick who do you want to blame for what, right? That's really the question that needs to be asked in this particular situation. One more video on this. The Majority Report.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome really back to the program Wes Cheek. He is a sociologist, assistant professor at Massachusetts Maritime Academy. And longtime listeners might know that this show, this iteration of the Majority Report, early on featured reports out of Japan in the wake of the Fukushima disaster from Wes. Welcome back to the program.
Thanks so much. Yeah, just briefly on that. Like, my career started on this show like 14 years ago when I texted Sam and was like, Sam, I listened to your show in Japan. I'm about to drive into a tsunami. Is that cool with you? And he was kind of like, well, maybe a little bit. And then I ended up, the last 14 years working on disasters. So I guess, I was a Majority reporter back then.
I have referenced you multiple times in my understanding of disasters.
Oh, great.
Can you just give me your like what is involved in the study of disasters and what that sort of precept is about so-called natural disasters?
That's a good question. I like that question. So, so the study of disasters, it seems like we forget about this every time a new disaster happens. But people have been studying disasters for almost like 70 years now, especially in the realm of sociology and geography, right? So we know and understand that disasters aren't like weather events or even climate events. They're complex sociological phenomenon, right? And they are socially constructed in the same way a lot of our society is. So we construct what we call social vulnerabilities, which are then impacted by hazards being things like, hurricanes, floods, volcanoes, whatever. But it doesn't happen in a way that's just completely natural, right? It's not like everyone's affected the same by a disaster, right? It affects people who are socially vulnerable more. And that doesn't mean it only affects socially vulnerable people, but like, poverty is like the number one predictor of being affected adversely by a disaster. There's a whole gender component. There's racial components. There are sexuality components, right? If you are more likely to get kicked out of your house, you're less likely to have a place to shelter. So also this idea of natural disasters is something that is used a lot by politicians and by insurance companies and a lot of other bad actors to kind of write off everything that we construct as a society and say, well, what could you do? Like, Trump's been doing this week in Texas. Well, who could have done anything about a flood? How do we know that a flood would happen? These are just things that happen. So that's been kind of, there's been a very good, especially if you're on the left, a lot of great leftist academic writing, including, Mike Davis, David Harvey, even going back to like Kropotkin writing on like mutual aid, right? Lining up for us like why this stuff is not just naturally, it's a sociological phenomenon. Does that get you to where we were going?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, and there's certainly, there are elements of, the expansion of that camp in Kerr County, or right. The
Okay, we got to keep this moving. Okay, now we're done with the Texas flood, but another flood happened literally days later, one state over, in New Mexico.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh gosh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hour, look at this. This is just coming into us. Some of these videos here. This one shot by a person named Charlie Rivers. Look at that. The water rushing past buildings and homes. You can see some of the debris there as well. Let me get right to Bill Karens. You hate to see this, Bill, as we are coming off of, the fourth day, now fifth day of that flash flooding in Texas. This is not, first of all, it's daytime. It doesn't look as bad, but help us understand the risk here.
All right, so we're in New Mexico. We're in the mountains. This is near the Lincoln National Forest. And when I first saw this video, I was like, oh, this is old. This is last year. I believe it's almost from the same vantage point, the same person.
Wow.
They had a flash flood last year that was very similar to this. I was just on their Facebook group for the community there, and they're saying that this year was worse than last year. There was a fire upriver of this, and a thunderstorm, you know, the fires take away all the vegetation, so when it pours and rains, you get these fast-moving debris flows. I did see a video from a different angle. We'll try to get that cleared and show it to you later, of a house actually that got caught in that flood water, went down, taking out trees. The house was getting destroyed. So I know at least of one home that just doesn't even exist anymore because it got caught in this flow going down the mountain. There is a river gauge further downstream that went from 2 feet to 15 feet in about 90 minutes. So another really rapid rise.
From 2 feet to 15 feet in 90 minutes. That is disturbing. Can you imagine just, you know, like you take a break, you know, from looking out the window to do something with your life, and you go back and your house is underwater? All right. And it was, in fact, I believe, in the almost the exact same place that flooded the year before. And we covered that flood, too. I remember it. All right. Now, around the same time, early in July, Donald Trump declared new tariffs.
U.S. President Donald Trump says he will now impose a 50% tariff on copper imports. He made the declaration at a cabinet meeting in Washington, but it's unclear exactly when the new tariff will take effect. Trump also says he will soon announce tariffs on pharmaceutical imports. Take a listen.
We'll be announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals. We're going to give people about a year and a half to come in, and after that they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs and other things into the country. They're going to be tariffed at a very, very high rate, like 200%. We'll give them a certain period of time to get their act together. But they were all here, now they all left. They went to other places because we allowed, people that sat in this room allowed it to happen.
Donald Trump was one of those people in that room who allowed it to happen when he signed the USMCA agreement. Oh my God. All right. Now, around the same time, all the way in France, a wildfire threatened the city of Marseille, forcing the airport to shut down.
Marseille Airport has been forced to close after a wildfire broke out in southern France. According to local authorities, planes have not been taking off or landing since midday, and some flights have been diverted to nearby airports. Residents in the city's 16th district have been instructed to remain indoors. For more on the latest, we can bring in France 24's Chris Bachman. Chris, talk us through what exactly is going on in Marseille right now.
That's right. The area you talked about, just outside Marseille, was where the fires started, in a place called Mirabeau. It's only about 20 kilometers or so from Marseille. And on the edge, the 16th you talked about, some of it people will be familiar with because it's also quite, some of it's quite lawless. There's some big housing estates and a lot of drug dealings too.
There you go. No, that fire went on for, like, I think a couple of weeks, and they managed to hold it back and prevent any, like, massive damage happening in Marseille, which was rather shocking. But hey, it was a crazy year. A lot of shocking things happened, as it turns out. Felix C316 with the super chat. Can't pay his taxes, but me making minimum wage who has to have 30% of his wages garnished. God bless America. Fuck yeah! Yes, indeed, Felix. This is America. Thank you for the super chat, though. Really appreciate you. Really do appreciate every one of you. I think you got gifted a Galactics membership earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. Check out all the emotes you've got now. All right, let's go back to the United States and see what Donald Trump had to say about his gilded Oval Office. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'll let you watch the president say stupid things. No, don't do that. That's not helpful. Why would you click that, though? Just seems so stupid. I hear puppy barking, but I'm also clicking things. I can't give her a treat while I'm clicking things. That's impossible.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, like a treat. Space puppy treat. Now to the TV, and I'll be right back.
One of your favorite presidents? Well, McKinley was a great president who never got credit. In fact, they changed the name of Mount McKinley, and I changed it back because he should have been. The people of Ohio he was the governor of Ohio. The people of Ohio were very happy when I did that. I heard they were very insulted. They took the name of Mount McKinley off. That was done by Obama a little while ago, and I had to change it back. I changed it back. He actually was a great president. He was a president. He was the tariff, the most, I guess, since me. I think I'm going to outdo him, but he was a tariff president. He believed that other countries should pay for the privilege of coming into our country and taking our jobs and taking our treasure. That's the way he explained it. They took our jobs and they took our treasure, and for that they should pay. And he made them pay, and he built a tremendous fortune. In fact, in 1887, they had the Great Tariff Committee was set up in 1887 because our country had so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. And they set up a committee of, as they called them, elites, a term that we have to change because I think a lot of the people that are elites aren't elite. I think the people that aren't elite are elite, so we're going to have to maybe switch that around somehow. But they had a committee that was set up to spend the money because it was such a large amount of money at that time. It was nobody had seen anything like it, and it all came in from tariffs, and people didn't pay tax. There was no income tax system. I told you that came back in 1913. That came back and lived well for a while, and then you had the Great Depression.
And then he had the Great Depression. It was going really good, and then you had the Great Depression, completely unrelated. You had a time where you were letting the rich people just make as much money as they want and not taking any of it for the government to redistribute, and then things went bad, and no way to know why that happened. Did he say the thing about the White House? I'm sorry, but I had to be. Did he say the thing? Well, whatever. He said in that clip, he says, the Oval Office is a sacred place, which I found hilarious. I can't remember where it was in that clip. But him claiming that the White House is a sacred place and that the Oval Office, a place that he's just like filled with all of the gold shit that he could find at bargain basement gold artifacts are us.
The U.S. economy and what.
If anything, he's completely defaced and what's the word I'm looking for? He has defaced and shamed the Oval Office. If anything, he has brought great shame upon that particular room. Okay, now at this time, what time? What day was this? I'm trying to think. This was this would have been, I think, like July 15th, July 10th, close to somewhere in between there, like second week of July. Continuing resolution. Oh no, I'm sorry. The big beautiful bill was up for passage.
It is a very positive energy among Republicans who see this as a path out of a very difficult battle toward actually enacting large portions of President Trump's agenda. So it is very positive in general among Republicans. I think there are some Republicans who are concerned about explaining some of these cuts, particularly the Medicare cuts, Medicaid cuts when they go back to their districts. Among them, I would assume Brian Fitzpatrick, who I don't believe has cast his vote yet, but who voted against the rule last night. He was the sole Republican voting against it. Another is Thomas Massey, a more libertarian member, who is the sole vote against the bill currently among Republicans. That's someone who has been vocal with his concerns with this bill, and who Donald Trump has targeted directly on Truth Social repeatedly. So someone who's been under a lot of pressure, but who realizes that he's also under a lot of pressure from his district.
There you go. That was the moment the big, beautiful bill passed. The bill that stripped $1 trillion+ from Medicaid, all sorts of other programs necessary to running the government, preventing people from going into poverty or dying or keeping the environment clean. Is that Kushner's cousin? He does kind of look like Jared Kushner. A little bit. All right. Oh, okay. Let's do some space news in Greece. Beautiful scenes. The Temple of Poseidon, viewed from down below. Yay. That was at 4x speed, so we could watch the actual rising of the moon over the Pantheon. The Temple of Poseidon. What did I call it? Not the Pantheon. Glowing orb. That's right. A big glowing orb. Alrighty, let's go now to another fun one. In Thailand. The birthday.
She's really special to me. I don't know. She makes me happy, and I think I've
the birthday of our
obsessed with her
favorite.
ever since I first saw her on the internet, being like a little chaos rage potato. So I had to come for her birthday, and the zoo they were also super nice. Take a look at the crowd today. The amount of people who still turned out for her first birthday. So yeah, she's not going anywhere. She's an icon.
She's an icon. Hell yeah. Well, that was Mudang's first birthday. I remember that. I think we watched that on a Sunday Fun Day about 5 months ago. All right, back to the United States. And talk about the awful numbers for Donald Trump.
Awful. Weak.
Right, so this morning, the president's border czar, Tom Homan, he says the administration will fight a new judge's ruling stopping immigration arrests without probable cause in Southern California. That judge ordering Homeland Security to stop detaining people based solely on race, spoken language, or occupation. More on that. CNN's Harry Anton is continuing to track with all of this news the shifting view of the American people as this immigration crackdown continues. How is the president doing on immigration at this point?
In a word, Kate, oof. What are we talking about here? Take a look at this. Trump's net approval rating on immigration. Got 5 numbers for you across the screen here. A lot of focus on Gallup at -27. That's horrible. Quinnipiac University -16. That's awful. Marist is bad at -9. Ipsos is -8. Fox at -7. Bad. So going from your left side, bad, to just downright terrible on the right side of your screen. The American people have turned against President Donald Trump on what was his best issue, one in which he had a positive net approval rating for most of his term, and arguably the issue that got him, of course, the GOP nomination all the way back in 2016.
There you go, the great Harry Emden with the numbers. From bad to downright terrible. He seems more subdued in this video, does he? I actually wasn't getting that vibe at all. Harry never seems subdued. Maybe the coffee machine was broken that day.
Can I ask as well about, you mentioned that ICE agents have seen like a 700% increase in violence against them when they're doing their arrests. I would love to hear a little bit more about any numbers you can share there, how that data has been collected, like how many ICE officers have faced that violence.
Oh my goodness, thousands of them have. Thousands of them have. And I will tell you that violence is anything that threatens them and their safety. So it is doxing them, it's videotaping them, where they're at when they're out on operations, encouraging other people to come and to throw things, rock.
Oh God, it's all violence. It's all violence. Actual violence, and then anything that makes them feel sad or uncomfortable feelings inside and cry into their pillows at night. Oh, that stuff, violence too. You say mean things to people, that's violence, okay? When you videotape them, that's violence, says Chrissy. No. Oh, those poor ICE agents being violently videotaped all across the country. Oh, God, how will they ever survive? The onslaught, physical onslaught from the videotaping is horrifying.
CNN's Elena Treen is in Pittsburgh, where President Trump is also set to speak here in a few minutes. Elena, what more are you learning about how the White House is handling the fallout here?
Look, we're not here for Elena, okay? Sorry, Elena. And actually, wait, where are the actually, wait, before we go to the numbers, I just want to get this one clip in here.
His political opponents saying they made up some of this idea that there was a file list or a client list in the first place. Take a listen.
On Epstein, of the review of the files, Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, you know, we went through years of that.
We didn't. We did it, okay? We went through years of that, and it's all fake. It's all fake. The Democrats made up the files. They put Bill Clinton in there as a red herring, as a false, what's it called? Can't think of it. All right, let's go to the numbers on the Epstein files.
And Harry Anton, there's a new CNN poll that's just out. How's the controversy impacting the president's support?
Yeah, I would say that the word is dissatisfied. That is how Americans feel in terms of the releases so far of the Epstein case. Take a look here. Epstein case. Amount of info release. The winner here, 50% dissatisfied. Doesn't matter, 29%, not heard enough, 17%. But look at the bottom of your screen. The percentage that are satisfied is just 3%. That's 1, that's 2, that is just 3%. I feel like the count on Sesame Street. Just 3% of Americans are satisfied so far with the amount of information released. The clear winner in this particular case is 50%. Half of the public is dissatisfied, at least so far.
Thank you, Harry.
Let's get the files and figure it out. Let's get the files and figure it out.
You know, with all this going on in the media, Republicans were looking for something, anything else to talk about aside from the flood in Texas or the Jeffrey Epstein files. Why not talk about the what do you call it? The narrative? I don't know if it's the narrative so much as it is. How do you describe this? Vibes? No, that's not it either. I can't think right now. My brain is mushy. I've been going for like 10 hours, Space Fams. 10 hours and 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. I am trying to speed up too. That's the problem. I'm trying to speed up right now, and I'm not doing a good job. Oh, and at some point we're going to hit 12 hours, and I'm worried that we're going to hit 12 hours, and I'm not going to... How much do we have to actually cover? Well, maybe part 2 would be worth it. Yeah, actually part 2 would probably be worth it. We're still in July. But we still have like 2 hours to go, so we all have mushy brains. That's fair. Yay. All right, let's talk about the rhetoric over at Fox News. Greg Gutfeld had some fascinating takes in July. This was one of them.
Now, this is barely a blip on the radar, and not many people are going to talk about it. It'll, blew up a little bit on Twitter, but that's it. This won't be that big a deal. Listen to what Greg Gutfeld says. Watch.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's, what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh my God. Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there.
They think it's funny, right? They think it's funny. Hey, they call us Nazis. What if I say we are Nazis, bro? By the way, shout out to, remember this comic? This comic was gold. Matt Bors in 2020. My God, these Trump people are racist, this person says. That attitude is what's pushing me to be racist. This person says, say what? Might as well. You say I'm a Nazi, so fine. I'll be a Nazi if that makes you happy. It doesn't. I bought this Waffen SS uniform for Halloween. You'll cry offensive, so maybe I'll just wear it every day. Then here he is, shaving his head, turning himself into a skinhead, getting a swastika tattoo, saying, I just hate to do this. I feel bullied, really.
Yep, the very bullied Nazis. The poor Nazis. They were very upset because people were calling them Nazis. And so they said, let's reclaim the word. We can make Nazi good. Just like the blacks, as Greg Gutfeld put it. Whenever people say it like that, I get weird vibes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's like when you say it that way, it's real hard not to interpret it in a particular way. And coming from Greg Gutfeld, that makes it infinitely harder. Okay. Now, Let's go here to this candid moment. Caroline Leavitt at the Ministry of Truth, trying to say words.
Caroline, one more on.
Elizabeth,
will the
go
president consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell if the Epstein case is a hoax?
Okay, I'll start off with the president said last week he would not be getting involved in the New York City mayoral case. If that mayoral race, if that's still the case, given his history drawing a large crowd in New York City, what's his reason for staying out of it in that way?
Well, look, I think the president reserves the right to get involved in races or not get involved in races, and he's made the decision not to weigh in on the New York mayoral race, as you rightly pointed out, although he has gone as far to say he absolutely does not want to see Zemdami elected, who is a known communist who supports the abolishment of private property, the defunding of police. He has made very well-known anti-Semitic statements. It would be a disaster for New York and for this country, and I think it's quite telling that this individual, a known communist, has been spending time in Washington this week meeting with leaders on Capitol Hill.
There we go. Mr. Zamdami, whatever it was. Carolyn Leavitt coming after communist Zamdami.
Zohran Mamdani.
Now, one thing people were trying to ask about at that press conference, I don't know if you heard it there at the beginning, but people were talking about
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
And in fact, they were talking about Jeffrey Epstein. They were talking about Jeffrey Epstein all week.
Mr. President, why not go further than just unsealing
There was Donald Trump on July 18th running away from reporters asking about the Jeffrey Epstein
Are you still
files.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yep, and they kept talking about him. They just kept talking and talking about old Jeffrey Epstein. Because things kept coming out. Like this. Literally 5 days later. Footage of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in 1999. Newly unearthed. Showing the two of them just palling around here. Having a good old time. Even Melania's there. All right. Now, the ICJ made a legal decision on an important landmark climate case. Here is that clip.
The court concludes that the duty of states to prevent significant environmental harm applies in the context of climate change, and that this duty forms part of the most directly relevant applicable law. Concerning the duty to cooperate, the court recalls that it lies at the core of the Charter of the United Nations and has been spelled out in the Foundational Declaration on Friendly Relations. Court has held that the adoption by states of this text affords an indication of their opinio juris as to customary international law.
Well, there you go. That was the ICJ reading its decision in this landmark climate case, declaring a legal obligation to protect current and future generations, both countries and companies. Now, here is some disturbing extraterrestrial footage that was seen on a Ring doorbell camera in California in July.
Blink and you might miss it, but Jessica Ortiz didn't.
Like, I'm going crazy. I'm literally going crazy. Like, I'm losing my mind. And I took the phone to my son, so I was like, "Can you check this for me?" I was like, "Am I seeing things, or is this what I'm seeing?"
What do you see? Here it is paused. It's from her Ring video from June 5th in Southern California.
He's like, "Mom, it's an alien. Call the police." And I was like, "I'm not calling the police."
Dun, 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 dun. Hold on, I gotta go to the picture. Horrifying. Who knows what that is? Could be any number of things, especially aliens. No way to know for sure. Alright. Let's keep this going. That was the one I felt like I had to leave in here. We had to cover that one again just because it was one of those just very low stakes but hilarious stories. That's from last year? No, that was from 5 months ago. That was literally from the end of, that was like almost August. That was literally, that was like 4 months ago. Okay. Or a little bit more than 4 months, but you get what I'm saying. All right. There's been a lot of things happening. I don't blame you for thinking that was for so long ago. All right, let's talk about immigration.
Now to the president's crackdown on
Trump
illegal...
is waging a war against immigrants, immigration law, and, of course, immigration judges as well. 3 fired immigration judges spoke out after months of silence.
Now to the president's crackdown on illegal immigration. At the same time he is deporting undocumented migrants, about 100 immigration judges have been fired or transferred, or they've resigned.
In July alone, 20 judges have been let go. We talked to 3 of them about how it went down.
It was arbitrary, unfair, and it's an attack on the rule of law. It's an attack on judges.
George Pappas, Jennifer Payton, and Carla Espinoza were all fired this month by email. They'd been federal immigration judges who together ruled on thousands of cases in Chicago and Boston. Did they give you a reason why in your email?
My email was 3 sentences. I had no cause, I had no explanation.
We as judges were in fear, we were concerned, and that makes it very difficult to be impartial. We were not succumbing to that pressure, but it does feel like pressure.
Were you ever told how to rule?
Yes.
What'd they say?
They told me, grant the motions to dismiss. This is when ICE was roaming the courthouses, because if we dismiss the case, that person that responded then leaves the court vulnerable to immediate apprehension and expedited removal.
Just so people understand, you grant a motion to dismiss the case.
Correct.
Now the individual what?
They are no longer in proceedings.
once they left the courtroom, more often than not, they will be handcuffed and led away by the ICE officers.
Take your steps back up.
Right to jail, right away.
CBS News has reported on the numerous cases where ICE agents detained immigrants as they exited their court hearings. With about 600 immigration judges left, courts now face a backlog of nearly 4 million cases. President Trump says it could take 200 years to resolve all these cases.
It is my opinion that this administration could give a hoot about the backlog.
The administration says repeatedly, these folks are here illegally, that's breaking the law, they gotta go. Do they have a point?
Well, that's why they're in proceedings in court. There is law that we're applying, and they might have to go, they might not.
What's at stake here?
It's really the future of our country. If the funding is going to enforcement and there's no justice left, that shows that our country is no longer embracing the need for due process and for justice.
That's a big statement. The future of the country is at stake here. Do you?
Yeah. That's absolutely what's been going on. All enforcement, no justice. Speaking of all enforcement, no justice, of course, Israel has been doing its own form of international law, not recognized by anyone aside from, I don't know, the United States. I guess there's a few others in there.
This is
but certainly not the ICJ or UN or, I don't know, the Geneva Conventions. You know, just generally international law. And this time, the end of July, they did some more illegal things in international waters against the Gaza flotilla.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. For the second time in less than 2 months, Israeli forces have raided a civilian aid ship bound for Gaza in international waters. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition was attempting to break the Israeli siege by sailing the Handala ship to Gaza with baby formula, diapers, food, and medicine on board. On Saturday night, Israeli forces seized the aid and detained the ship's crew of 21 civilians, including parliamentarians, human rights lawyers, and journalists. Just before the raid, one of the flotilla organizers, Huwaida Araf, spoke by phone with the Israeli forces.
And we are sailing lawfully in international waters where you have no jurisdiction, have no lawful jurisdiction. Starving civilians. Any blockade that starves civilians or has a disproportionate harmful effect on a civilian population is illegal. And therefore you have no authority to enforce an illegal blockade. And as such, you are not permitted to use any kind of force to enforce an illegal blockade. We demand that you stand down, that you not attack the civilian vessel that is carrying only humanitarian aid. Why are you afraid of baby formula and teddy bears that are destined for the children of Gaza?
That one makes me sort of whelm up over here. Such a frustrating moment from this year. Really. It only got worse as the year went on. I don't know how many of you were watching our streams on Twitch after we got kicked off of YouTube, but we were following the flotilla, the second flotilla. Actually, I think technically the third flotilla. Because I think this was the second flotilla, wasn't it this year? God, I can hardly remember now. There were so many flotillas. It was one of the flotillas, and then we were live streaming the flotillas after we got kicked off of YouTube. Thankfully, we're back, but just brings up a lot of emotion. Now, let's go back to the United States, to another place filled with water. And it's not a place that's supposed to be filled with water, in New York City. There we go. Subway riders braving the dark, dank waters of the subway. Horrifying. They actually are horrifying, though. Think about what's in that water. I mean, it's just so gross. Okay. Let's go here. Donald Trump claimed victory early in August.
Welcome home, by the way.
Oh, sorry, this wasn't August yet. July 30th, the very end of July, Donald Trump claimed victory over a particular social construct. Wokeness.
Home, by the way. Good to see you.
It was a great trip. It was an amazing trip.
You look good.
For the country. For me, it was okay, but for the country, it was an amazing trip. Go ahead.
It was. Many parents are preparing to send their kids back to school in a few weeks. Now, this will be the first time they've gone back to school under the second administration for you. Now, the previous administration labeled a lot of parents domestic terrorists for showing up to school board meetings. What's your message to parents now as they return their kids to school knowing that they have the support of you?
Well, the beautiful thing is, as you know, we've gotten rid of the woke. Woke is gone, and I think pretty well buried. We're going to make sure it's buried. Gone. But the parents are now taking over the school boards. They're getting rid of these people that probably didn't like the children very much.
Oh, there we go. Woke is gone. That's it. Donald Trump claiming victory over the wokeness. And July 30th of 2025. Mark that in your calendars. An important date. No more woke. Now, of course, it would seem the woke did live on and is continuing to live on. But, you know, Trump was at least claiming victory over it at this time. All right. We are 10 and a half hours into the stream. We're about to start the month of August, meaning we got about 4 months of content left to get through. Four months of 2025 left to get through. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it in one half. I'm worried about it. I'm not going to lie. So, I'm gonna break the galactic code here. I'm just gonna attempt. Let me just count. Actually, I gotta count this first before we do anything. How much? Let me see. What do we actually have left? All right, yeah, 20, 40, 60, 80. 85. And only 85. That, honestly, when I was considering we started with 300 videos. What is that? I'm trying to do the math of that. 80. 6. That's not the calculation I need to do. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be very difficult. I'm not gonna lie. It'll be very difficult for me to actually complete this if we take a break. But I'm going to not take a break. So yeah, that's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna take a break. I'm just gonna keep plowing through this and try and finish this in 12 hours. Because unfortunately, at 12 hours, YouTube will just shut down the stream. Ah, but I'm trying to think. No, there's no. I can't do a Galactic after stream in that, and I can't not do a Galactic after stream. Son of a bitch. All right, I guess I'll just slow it down from here on out then. Last 4 months. Yeah, no, because no, there's no way. Can't do that. Can't do that. All right, we're going to take a quick Galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. I'm going to have to do something I've never done. End a YouTube stream, try and keep the Twitch stream going, and restart the YouTube stream simultaneously. I have to make some Galactic innovating over here. What was that sound? Follow. From Richard Adlam. Thank you for the follow, Richard. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button. And do consider contributing to the Galactic. Oh, wait, not just the follow button on Twitch, but hit the subscribe button on YouTube, of course. Sorry, YouTube. You should be hitting the subscribe button, of course. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. You got Twitch with the bits and the subs. Gifted subs. Of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you could get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, Space Fams. We finished another galactic intermission. It is now time for us to get back to the stream. All right, people, we are back. And for the I can't even do the math now. 8th, 9th half, 8th half, 7th half. I can't do that. I can't. I'm too broken inside. I can't math anymore. All right. Well, let's get back to talking 2025. What an incredibly long year. And we're still not done. Okay. This was the... This was 4 months ago. Announcement. Big announcement coming out of the White House. Why is this so quiet?
We are proud to announce that the construction
Also, what the fuck? Wait a
new
second.
White House ballroom will...
Wait a second. Why am I not seeing levels over here? Something fucked up. What in the shit? I'll bet that happened when I spilled my tea. But something fucked up happened. And I have no idea what I did. Boo. I think I'm gonna have to quit this and reopen it. It's acting stupid. No, I don't want to save it because it's being stupid. Yo, what in the hell? Okay, that's super weird. I've never seen this happen. And I have no idea what to do to fix it right now. I think I have to, like, restart. Oh, God. I can't give up, Space Vams. I can't give up. I gotta figure out a way to deal with this. Still not getting the levels. At least I'm hearing it fine. I can hear it perfectly fine. But that's just super weird. Okay, whatever. You gotta stop being fixated on this. ADHD. Okay. Let's go to the White House.
We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American people. The White House is one of the most beautiful and historic buildings in the world. Yet the White House, we are proud to announce that
Most beautiful and historic buildings in the world, and that's why we are going to tear it down. Yes, indeed. There was Caroline Leavitt announcing the construction of the new White House ballroom. A horrifying situation which we witnessed earlier this year. All right, let's go here now. Yeah, let's go here. Wait, no. I'm way out of order. No, yeah, okay, yeah. So let's go talk some more environmental news real quick. First in Russia, this was the beginning of August, a mudslide. A mudslide swept through a Russian town, forcing 300 people to evacuate. It's got to be 1 million metric fuck tons of mud right there. Oh, I'm just realizing we don't have the one from India that happened this year. But let's go now to Tennessee. From the same day, I think. Other side of the planet.
Copy that. Did dispatch say they had somebody coming to you?
There you go, Chattanooga, Tennessee, submerged underwater by heavy rains. But, that wasn't the only thing that, wasn't looking so hot. Donald Trump's numbers, of course, were plummeting at this point in his term, as we've kind of been going over. And people were coping big time. People like Paul Davidson.
Zohran Mamdani.
Here's PBD. Are they in Vegas? They must be in Vegas.
It looks like it, yeah. Or they're just celebrating Vegas with their background. This is about polling about Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
And speaking of those guys, it's pretty interesting to be celebrating Vegas at this time, because you just headlined how there's...
tourism to Vegas is down by about 15-20%. It is the Trump slump.
Is that important to the economy?
Yeah.
I'd say it's pretty nice if you're doing a show, you can blame that on the ticket sales.
Exactly.
On the tourism.
Oh.
Trump slump. That's why I didn't sell out.
Yeah. Trump slump. Otherwise, this place.
All my international fans.
Story comes out, and Adam, I'm coming to you first on this one. Elon Musk is officially the most unpopular public figure in America. Okay, if you want to go to it, Rap, on, do you have a video on that or no?
I do.
I think you have a video on that. Let me read the story, and then we'll go to the video. So Elon Musk, richest man in the world. A Gallup poll conducted between July 7th and July 21st found that Tesla CEO Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in America, with 61% of respondents holding an unfavorable opinion, 6% having no opinion, and only 33% reporting a positive view, marking a decline from his net favorability rating of -4% in January, -28% now. Damn, that's a plus-minus of 24. Musk's unpopularity surpasses even Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin. Wow.
So sad.
He's ahead of Netanyahu, Where do you see that?
Right down here at the bottom.
And Marco Rubio was ahead of Trump? How?
What the heck is
Then as
that?
Pete Heck said, Newsom, J.D. Vance, Joe Biden, RFK, AOC, Macron, Bernie, Zelensky, Pope, Leo. Very interesting when you see a list like this. And then Prime Minister on the Democrats giving him a minus 86 net favorability to return to alignment with President Trump. His role as a special government employee.
Whoa.
Pause it for a second.
Why do you think his net
How
favorability?
quickly do you think they'll get to the fact that AOC and Bernie
Bernie
Sanders are the two most popular, in fact, the only popular politicians? Maybe I think RFK is up there, actually.
RFK
too.
is competing, yeah.
No,
got a
he's
high
negative
unfavorable,
5.
right.
Well, I guess AOC is -4, but Bernie's the
woman and
only
woman of color.
Bernie is the only popular one outside of Zelensky and the Pope.
Is she the only woman on this poll?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Prime Minister on the Democrats giving him a...
And I'm sorry, this isn't sped up, by the way. I didn't make that mistake again.
Because it's like they got to the negatives, they're like, wow, and then they scroll up to show Bernie he's the most popular American politician on this poll.
Yeah.
And AOC is the second most popular, even though she has net negative. And that's when he starts fast talking, because that's a little inconvenient.
Why is Joe Biden even considered?
Very interesting when you see a list like this.
I'm staying in the
Prime
race.
Minister on the Democrats giving him a minus 86 net favorability to return to alignment with President Trump. His role as a special government employee heading dote. So, Adam, why do you think his net favorability is worse than Bibi, than Rubio, than Trump?
Well, be careful when you get into politics. Elon Musk, a few short years ago, he went from being Iron Man to basically being internet troll to politically disobedient.
So I'm going to skip a little bit ahead here, because you hear Adam saying like he shouldn't have gotten into politics, and
I hated him 10 years
no,
ago.
they say like no good deed goes unpunished.
We're not a fan.
Or something like that. So let's just get a little bit to Tom and Vinny before PBD.
Oh, yeah,
weighs
let's
in.
go to the policy guys.
Yeah, we need to get the wonks.
That disapprove versus approve, you're being negative with the Dems. And then when you go up against Trump, what happened with 1/3 to 1/2 of the Republican voters?
Yep.
They went negative.
Exactly.
And so guess what? 2 negative.
Do you know what I love? I love that the PBD podcast decided to make a Las Vegas themed graphic for themselves. I mean, I know these guys didn't physically make it, but somebody did. They paid somebody money to make this thing. Like, hey, can we get a nice sign? Las Vegas theme. Hey, come on.
Zohran Mamdani.
Yep.
They went negative.
Exactly.
And so guess what? 2 negative and then 1 negative is 3 negative, and congratulations,
he is
you have
a
minus
wonk.
28. The numbers are very simple. He went up against the hero of most of the Republican parties who wanted him in the White House, who wanted the
Can you
change.
just pause it? Don't take it off the screen. But I think all this numbers talk has Vinny a little bit confused or anxious.
He's also anxious about him and Tom being zoomed in on so close, because he does not look comfortable until they zoom out again.
Okay.
Most of the Republican parties who wanted him in the White House, who wanted the change.
What is Vinny doing? What is going on? What is Vinny doing with his tongue? What is he doing with his? What is going on over there? What in the hell is Vinny doing right now? He's like he's possessed or something. It's like Vinny's been possessed by a
parties
lizard.
who wanted him in the White House.
He sees a fly. Vinny's been possessed. It's a reverse. It's a reverse. What's it called? I can't remember the name of this fairy tale. The Princess and the Frog. Is that it? It's the reverse of the Princess and the Frog. Vinny has been possessed by a frog. He's a man in a man's body. There's a frog in a man's body. You can see they're flying around this set, and you can see him. He's like
Most of the Republican parties who wanted him in the White House, who wanted the change, this is what I voted for, including this man. That's what I was saying in April. I didn't give a very good grade based on execution, but I said, this is what I voted for. Closed borders, what I voted for. Driving international trade and being not America only, but America first. That's what I voted for. Was it messy? Yes. And guess what? Elon went up against some of that.
Yeah.
So now the numbers show that he's highly negative.
Yeah. So to me,
wait.
I think there's a complete different side of it.
That's
as well.
why Elon's. That's why they think Elon is unpopular, because he went against some of the stuff that Donald Trump. That he went against some of the things that Donald Trump wanted to do. Really?
When
Wow.
you're going through this. By the way, just so you know,
Cope harder.
if you're on this list, at least you're on this list. Period. Okay. So
Pause it for
your
a
name's not
second.
on this.
Okay.
Movers and shakers, baby.
Let's be
all
clear.
all PR is good PR. You know, I love that. All PR is good PR. Okay, if you're on the list, you're doing good. Okay, you made it on. I love the way that the way that PBD views the world. It's in this it's like. I'm not sure if transactional is really the word, but it's this very strange hierarchical. It's like once you achieve, it doesn't matter like how you do it, right? Like as long as you get there. That is PBD's motto. I don't care how you get there, just get there. You know, Machiavelli, baby.
So
Pause it for
your
a
name's not on
second.
this.
Okay.
Movers and shakers, baby.
Let's be clear. This list was just chosen by people by doing some type of Google search at the time, and they're also members of the administration. He's going to say, like, even if you're net negative on this list, you're on the list. That's the important thing.
Exactly.
Better
right.
be hated.
They're talking about you.
Yeah.
If you're not on this list, you better lock in.
This is like the Dershowitz principle, which is it's okay if they're calling you a pedophile as long as they're calling you a pedophile.
Right.
All publicity is good publicity.
It's better. God forbid they'd be calling some other lawyer a pedophile. It's important that it's you.
No press
When
is
you're
bad
going
press.
through this. By the way, just so you know,
point.
if you're on this list,
That is a good point.
at least you're on this list. Period. Okay. So, folks, your name's not on this list for a reason. Most people's names are not on this list for a reason. This list also says influence. If you're on this list, loved or
God,
hated,
never would've
favorable
figured that
or
out on
unfavorable, the one score that they're not putting, it's also saying that these are some of the most influential people in the world. That's also what this says. This is influence. That comes with it. You're going to fumble, you're going to screw up, you're going to go through your mistakes. At times, you know, you can also go through a certain thing. Remember Lost? Elon found, got a cause, he committed, lifestyle, graduate lifestyle. Then it's
Too much.
no, it's me.
Hockey and-
I'm just saying we all, you know, so then maybe you think you're bigger than Trump and you're not. And the market said, look, you're
Unless
very
the 9
important.
names above him.
Very. You know, maybe he doesn't win without you. I would say that. He played a very important role. It definitely doesn't happen if he doesn't buy.
Yeah, this is an important question I think we need to answer. Why is PBD not on the list? What is PBD going to do to get on the list? That's what I would like to know. What is PBD going to do to get himself on the list, okay? So you're talking about, oh, you're not on the list, so why you get... Look, neither are you, pal. Why are you talking about the list? You're the one who brought it up, and you're not on the list. So why can't anybody else comment on the
I would say that. He played a very important role. It definitely doesn't happen if he doesn't buy X. Because if he doesn't buy X and doesn't bring back Alex Jones, the Tates, the bunch of other people who are loud, who are finally back on X, they got their voice back, and it's still being ran by the old guy, not Dorsey, the other Indian guy. I don't remember his name, but you know what I'm talking about. And there's still Twitter files going on. And then Facebook's forced to open up Trump. Instagram opens up Trump. YouTube no longer flags a lot of the stuff that we're saying. That doesn't happen without Elon.
I agree.
Very, very. And the day Elon was buying Twitter, I called every single bank to try to give $10 million to go in because I'm in on this guy being a great operator. And I don't even remember, you guys, I talked about it on the podcast, October of 2022. I'm calling everybody, if you know, I want to give you $10 million. And the only person that was doing it was Kathy.
He would have lost that $10 million. But that's not what it's about. Yeah, where is he on the...
It's about belief.
Let's check the PBD emotion graph. He's somewhere around craving and tragic.
No, I think he's being merciful.
Weak.
You know,
Spinning confusion anywhere on there?
yeah. I mean, he's being forgiving and merciful. I feel like he's more on the power side of the scale.
Reverence.
Reverence.
What was the girl's name?
Kathy Wood from ARC.
Kathy Wood from ARC. That the way you were buying it was very weird, and I didn't want to get involved in that. So I'm a supporter and a believer in what he's doing as an operator, but at the same time, one man took bullets and almost died. And one man at the age of 79 years old campaigned
who is also very unpopular. That's the other thing from that poll that they're just glossing over, like it's just Elon at the bottom of it. Trump is really unpopular too.
Yes.
But the point is, they expended their popularity in service of making the country significantly worse.
Yeah, exactly.
And enriching themselves. Donald Trump is now...
Yes, indeed. There we go. PBD just trying to make sense of the numbers over there. Kind of struggling. Now, around the same time, back in D.C., one man was lurking in the shadows, waiting to dish out justice. Justice of an Italian herbs and cheese variety.
Like a fucking way! You busy? Motherfucker! Oh! 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 This fucking gun! Fucking gun!
Run, sandwich guy, run. Run like the wind.
He cooked him! He cooked him!
Mustard was in the air. I could smell the onions. There's a sesame mist. There was that one still gives me hope. That one still gives me hope for humanity. Sandwich guy. Oh, sandwich guy. You are a true hero. All right, well, while we're still in DC, let's go here.
We are here in Washington, D.C., where just over 4.5 years ago, on January 6th, Donald Trump said he definitely did not have the authority to call in the National Guard. Now, I guess things have changed because there's just so much National Guard here. So I'm wondering if he might have been lying about that. Oh, well.
I did everything right.
Trump's
and
federal
they
policing
indicted
efforts
me.
in the district are growing. Hundreds of National Guard troops from West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina will be deployed here to D.C.
It is hot as hell here in Washington, D.C. I have sweat dripping down my body, gathering around one of my nipples, I think.
I've been living in this since 1988. Riding my bike since I was a kid, literally.
nothing happens around here. How are you going to
This guy
have
needs
these
an undershirt.
soldiers? They're tourists around here. Who's around? Who are they protecting?
On January 6th, Donald Trump said he couldn't call the National Guard in. Now they're here. Why do you think that is?
Well, if the sentence begins with Trump said, you lost me.
And you think he's the reason the National Guard are in D.C. right now?
100%. It's all a scam. It's a made-up crisis. There's no crime here. The crime is you might pair Chardonnay with a red piece of meat. That's the crime. They're in Georgetown. I mean, give me a break.
Illegal. Ugh. Sorry, I got a little sick thinking about that.
Right.
You know, DC crime is not that bad. When I used to live in back in the day, it was so bad. I always tell everyone, we took 20 steps forward. During COVID, we took a few steps back. We took 5 steps back, but at the end of the day, we're still 15 steps ahead.
We are here in Washington, D.C. You guys look like locals. Are you all locals? Everyone looks like locals here. All right. Okay. No, not a local? Well, you guys aren't locals? Not locals? No? All right. Okay. I thought maybe that was like a D.C. thing. Everyone wears the yellow helmet, gets on a bike and drives around together. I didn't know if it was maybe a bicycle gang. Maybe that's why the National Guard are here.
There you go. National Guard in safening Washington, D.C. Supposedly. All right, now to the man who called the National Guard to D.C.
I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it would be good to work together. In
terms of love for the country.
I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because, as you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not.
A lot of people are saying they like a dictator. Okay. All right, let's go from a display of military force to a display of robot force.
China.
In China.
China!
That's right, China held a tournament for AI robots 4 months ago in early August.
首先，我们迎来的是他们采用5×5的并列与获得者，站在中间的。
有位成员受伤了，现在我们的人类救援人员上去把进去了。
接下来我们即将看到的是，
There you go. Robotic display in China. Dancing and soccer and running. All on display. All right, back to the United States. Oh, wait, almost skipped the video. Sorry, we can't go back to the U.S. yet. First, we have to go to the Middle East. Talk about Israel's expansionary war against his neighbors.
From the occupied West Bank and Gaza to Syria and southern Lebanon, Israel's right-wing government is aggressively expanding its interests across the region. Critics say it's part of a widening campaign to reshape the Middle East. In Ramallah, Israeli forces carried out raids on Tuesday on foreign exchanges, accusing them of funding armed groups. It's the latest in a wave of attacks by the military and settlers, targeting homes, refugee camps and businesses in the occupied West Bank. At the same time, Israel is advancing a plan for more than 3,000 illegal housing units that would cut the West Bank in half, undermining any chance for a single unified Palestinian state. In occupied East Jerusalem, far-right Israelis, including cabinet ministers, have repeatedly made incursions into the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. Palestinians call it a blatant violation of international law and a calculated provocation. While in Gaza, more than 2 million Palestinians remain under siege, bombed, starved, and repeatedly displaced by Israel's genocide. It's killed more than 62,000 people since the war began, and Israel has announced plans to seize control of Gaza City, forcing Palestinians to ever smaller areas of the Strip.
Not a war. Okay, thank you, Al Jazeera. Now let's go back to the United States. This video surfaced after right-wingers were blaming the existence of immigrants in the country for all traffic deaths, especially there was in fact. All right, let's lead this up to something. There was, in fact, a traffic accident involving a truck driver who was, in fact, an immigrant who tried to do a U-turn with this. It was a bad idea. It was a dumb thing, right? But, like, licensed. This guy was licensed to drive. And Republicans took this as a cue to blame all immigrants for all traffic deaths and all traffic accidents. And even though, of course, American citizens are the ones who cause the vast majority of those. But this video came out. They were all claiming, I don't know if you remember, but they were all claiming, oh, this guy, he can't speak English. Why are we giving people licenses who can't even understand words? That's stupid. Why would we ever do such a thing? And then this
It's going to write it for 55 and a 45, all right? Since you said that you were starting to slow down, I'm going to help you out, okay? It's just 55 and a 45. The fine is only $25. Thank you, sir. You have 30 days to pay it. You can pay it online by phone or through the mail, or you can come back and see a judge. What would you like to do?
In the 5 year, in the no ticket.
No tickets?
Yeah.
I hate to be the first guy to write you a ticket, but...
Well, he seemed in this video to speak perfect, well, not perfect English, but seemed to be having a perfectly fine time having a full conversation with this officer, signing his name to the ticket and all of these other things, back and forth with the officer. Seemed to be perfectly capable of understanding English. It was really just more fear-mongering and bigotry that was just being subjected on this man. Because, you know, racists run the country and love saying racist things on the internet. All right, let's go back to Palestine now. To a man that we were talking about before, his effort to bring music to the Strip and to the children of the Strip. This video went pretty viral, I would say, to some degree. All right. Let's move on. Talk about some one environmental issue. Something that we were tracking for basically the entire time that we have had a galactic news network. That is, of course, the activity of the world's largest iceberg, A23A, which for many decades was sitting down in Antarctica doing fuck all, inspiring Hollywood movies like The Day After Tomorrow. But sometime last year, it broke free. I believe it was last year it broke free. I'm starting to forget the exact timeline. Actually, I think it might have been this year that it broke free. No. I can't remember the exact timing, but sometime before August, it broke free from that months before it. I think it was in like early spring or maybe even like fall, but it's hard to remember exactly the timing of it. But it floated for a long time. It hit ground off the Falkland Islands, and then we got wind of it having actually broken off of the island and made its way back out into open waters in the South Atlantic. And eventually, well, it turned out that it broke up and has probably by now completely melted into the ocean.
The largest iceberg is getting smaller. Scientists say the massive ice block near Antarctica is breaking apart. It used to cover about 1,400 square miles, making it bigger than Rhode Island. However, now it's shrunk to about 650 square miles, roughly the size of London. Warming ocean water and changes in ocean currents are behind that melting.
Yeah, that was an incredibly disturbing thing for us to find out because, of course, you know, it is the melting of A23A. It adds trillions of gallons of fresh water to the ocean, destabilizing the balance of fresh and salt water, which exists in the ocean. People don't think about it, but it's a thing. If it gets thrown out of whack, the system that circulates the water through our oceans, bringing warm water to cold places, things like that, things that basically this the thing that basically provides temperate climates for much of North America and Europe, could cease to work. That would be bad. Now, one thing, there was a lot of virality around was something that happened in September. Actually, I guess it wasn't September, but in September, one John Kennedy of Louisiana, he got wind of a particular consumer product, a defect, if you will. He had great concerns about it. I do declare.
This is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries. Now, let me tell you what I'm...
That's right. There was a recall for some packaged frozen shrimp. And John Kennedy took the opportunity to pull out some props. All right, now let's talk about a scandal in Democratic small capital D, big D.
Phrasing.
Big D Democrat politics. Let's talk about the. Oh, and I wanted to call it Tenet. It's not Tenet. I almost called it Tenet. What is this one called again? Oh my god, my brain just broke. Oh my god, how have I forgotten the name? It's been so many months since we've talked about it. I can't even remember the name of this freaking company. It's not actually a company. I think it's a 501c3. Dark Money Group. What was it called? Oh, it's killing me. They're going to bring it up. Chorus. I found it. I figured it out. Let's talk about the Chorus scandal. The Dark Money Democrat group funding.
How do you say this guy's name? Is it David Pacman?
I don't even know how to say it.
David Pacman? Anyway, here, let's play this.
This is David Pacman responding to the Taylor Lorenz reporting.
Some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. Or other creators. Of course, not true.
Can you go back a little bit?
I don't even know APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC, IPAC.
Who even knows what it is?
Keep just play it one more time.
It's something. Who knows?
With even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC. Whoopsie. IPAC. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
Oh,
he's got to be joking. He's got to be doing some sort of dry humor bit there. I refuse to believe he doesn't know how
shot there, Bender. Shot. Now, Chaser. I bring you.
What's a funny joke?
It was a good joke. Hopefully, it was a joke. I bring you this montage that many wonderful social media users. Who is this person here? Full Slack. Went back into the archives. All you got to do is probably Control F APAC. Here it is 6 years ago talking about Ilhan Omar.
APAC. From APAC. APAC support APAC. APAC.
Okay. So.
I mean, it has to be just a joke. I mean.
Yeah.
What?
Not a good one.
It's not a joke. It's not a
Pacman
joke.
doesn't joke. He doesn't have a sense of humor. This is what's fascinating to me about this, though, is what he says before, which is he's threatening lawsuits about this stuff, implying that the Wired article is like so defamatory and huge problems with it. He called it fully debunked in what I would call a Trump-like turn of phrase.
Oh, that was that statement that was like copy and pasted by a bunch of creators, calling it wholly and fully debunked or something like that. When not a single thing about it has been debunked. It's the article is still up in full, unchanged, on no corrections. The article by
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating. Me, with some of the people that were on this list, it was shocking, especially David Pacman. This guy was getting any sort of like financial help from some group claiming to help new burgeoning creators. David Pacman is the most entrenched YouTuber on the planet, almost, right? Like, he's among a handful of like political streamers who have been around since like before like the Adpocalypse 1, you know, like the guy the claim that he's like a fledgling creator is perhaps one of the most laughable things possible.
Give me a joke.
All right. I'll give you a joke. The handling of the Epstein files.
Confirmation of the MAGA movement's moral duplicity has arrived. They don't care about any crimes committed unless their adversaries commit them. Even if it's pedophilia, even if it's sex trafficking, they don't care.
Illegal.
And breaking yesterday is a headline coming out. Kylie popped this up. DOJ deputy chief admits government will redact every Republican on the Epstein client list. And this really comes as no surprise to me. I mean, you know that this was a very important issue in MAGA. Trump and the people surrounding him ran on this. You have the FBI director, Kash Patel, his deputy Dan Bongino saying they're going to be released. We're going to get to the deep, dark bottom of it. You have Pam Bondi lying and saying, oh, it's on my desk. I'm reviewing it. It'll be out any minute. You have Speaker of the House saying, oh, yes, we're releasing it. And then they start digging into it. And none other than Kanks is in the epicenter of it, and a lot of donors to Kanks. And so they're trying to cook the books, just like they're trying to do with the economy. So let's play this video.
Files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal, Democratic people in those files.
Have you visited that Maxwell person?
Yeah.
And also involved?
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's
illegal.
a convicted sex offender. They're offering her something to keep it on ship.
That was the All right. So, I mean, we all kind of knew this, but to actually have somebody go undercover and find this out, and this guy, talking about it on tape, this is exactly what they're doing. But this is indicative of what they're going to do across the board. Facts and integrity and shining the light on the truth is not important to this administration. And so, of course, it's important to this horrific sex trafficking case and the people who propped up Epstein and the people who were compromised by Epstein. It's important that we shine a light on all of that. But this will eventually, this type of divorce from the truth, this type of disrespect for the truth and the rule of law is going to impact every single part of American society. So to all of you fiscal conservatives and social liberal voters, they're going to do this same type of double playing with the economy. Reports just came out, the jobs numbers in the tank, consumer enthusiasm in the tank, et-cetera. Trump and his sycophants are going to cook the books and make up fake numbers, much like Russia has done. And then our economy will go the way of a third world country.
There we go. Jennifer Welch over the iHip News Podcast. Thank you, Jen. All right. Now, around this time, there was a lot of turmoil going on in Southeastern Asia. Really, not just Southern Asia, actually, but mostly places like Nepal, but also Sri Lanka and the Philippines and Indonesia. Malaysia had protests too, Madagascar. But let's go to this video. I remember watching this with you all back when this popped off.
The whole building is burned through! Fuck politician! Fuck everybody!
Doomsday shit.
Holy fuck.
Why did everybody just run?
Police are... People are like doing something.
Hitting each other.
It's not
violence.
exactly hitting. But they might hit. So we are running. So we are still on protest. Better you leave from this way, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Your safety is our concern.
Excuse me. This is insane. I should not be here.
Alright, so I've just parked my bike there, and we're going back to where everybody ran away. It's the type of stuff that really does make your hair stand on end. I think it's supposed to get bigger today as well, I'm not sure. We'll go ask some questions of some people.
Nice to meet you. What's your name? Okay.
This way for some reason.
Why are we running this way?
Actually, one man throw that stone in the middle of nowhere. Man throw that stone in the middle of nowhere.
Oh shit.
I can't quite believe what I'm witnessing right now. They're all hitting this guy, I think, because he threw a stone. It hit someone else. Tensions are high. That was a gunshot that just went off. That's another gunshot. Look at them pushing that over there. More gunshots in the air. Oh shit, he's just put off some tear gas over this way. Bollocks. Oh fuck, sorry dude. There's some more cans being thrown this way. Fucking hell. Wow, that fucking really gets in your eyes. Oh, shit, man. Yeah! Fuck me, dude. I've never witnessed anything like it there. Chucking the tear gas on the side. My eyes are watering. You can feel it going up your nose. Jesus. So there. The smoke's going off. It's going back here. This way, let's go. I'm kind of worried for my bike now.
This is not for social media. This is for corruption.
Yes, I know. I've heard. For the kids that were flaunting their wealth or something.
Because people are saying this is for social media. No, this is for like corruption.
Yeah.
Because our like child, like our brother and sister, like 17, 18, they just died.
Yeah, they've just been shot.
They're murdered.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to go a little bit further to see where they fired that tear gas off. You can still smell it in the air. Real chemical shit, that. And here's the guy getting stuff out of his eyes. Here, they're firing more tear gas down there, as you can see. Fucking hell. Did you get in the fire? Bloody hell, man. They've retreated all the...
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm gonna skip ahead. This video's like super long. It's not that long, but it's long enough.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. There's tear gas right there. Again. That plume of smoke in the background, I didn't catch it on camera, but that's a petrol station apparently blown up, a gas tank.
Our government is very corrupt because they kill 20 people yesterday. They are very bad. The KP Salma Oli.
Brother, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Because tear gas affect me my eyes and.
I know. I can see it, my friend.
Yes.
I can feel it, my friends, too. They're firing off tear gas over there as well again. Look at the sheer amount of people. Over here, to the left of me, they're pulling down all these railings. They're now trying to get into, I don't know, I believe it must be some government office. All the barbed wire being pulled down. The riot police in there. Just fall down. Tear gas. He's got covering his eyes. Get away from it all. That really gets in the back of your throat. In your eyes. It burns the forehead. And it smells like wasabi or mustard. Thank you so much. And this is what I mean about the humanity. The humanity still remains even though there's chaos. That way. There's blown up stuff. They're ripping off the railings. But still, you have people sharing water, laughing, helping each other out.
What is your name?
Wild, wild, wild.
Have a small bite of yours from.
I'm from England.
So how long it's been you have been here in Nepal?
1 day.
1 day?
Yes.
It's your first time here?
No, it's my second time. I got stuck because I need to ship my bike from Kathmandu to Dubai, and yesterday I arrived in riots.
This question might be a little bit tricky, but how's Nepal treating you right now? How are you feeling here?
The people are wonderful. I'm not sure what's quite going on. They've broken into this building right here. Oh my God, the scenes of this riot have just got real. What's behind me is hundreds of people breaking through the main gate. There are riot police on the other side. They get pushed all the way. Right there. I cannot believe it. Oh, brother. No. Honestly, I have no words. I've been told right now that they were firing shots in the air. So it's, I'm thankful that it's no one. But you can see behind me all the plumes of smoke. I've just been standing over here to try and get away from it. And people have just been coming up to me asking me, where are you from? Where are you from? Which football team do you support? While this chaos is going on. I can't quite describe what's going on.
This thing is still so surreal. Like watching this guy eat, pray, love his way into like a straight up revolution is wild. I was just trying to, I was just trying to get through the country. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
There's this weird mix of powerful emotions that are running through everybody.
Those kids are like 13.
Yeah, you've broken into Parliament.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 1 night in jail.
1 night in jail, they kept you.
Right now we are coming from jail. From custody. And I'm happy by seeing this.
You just got out?
Yeah.
You got freed?
Yeah.
Legally or illegally?
Legally.
Legally.
Thank you,
Congratulations to freedom.
Yes, freedom. Thank you.
Country? From UK.
UK?
Yeah.
Oh.
What just happened in there? Explosions?
That's burning.
Burning?
Yeah.
Gas?
Parliament burning. Yeah.
Parliament burning?
Yeah.
Parliament is burning?
Yeah.
Parliament is burning.
Parliament burning from we people.
Parliament. Yeah. Okay, man.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Safe.
Thanks.
Please be safe.
Okay.
So, you heard it. Parliament is burning. Parliament is burned.
यो राष्ट्रको झण्डा हो यो राष्ट्रको झण्डा म एउटा जर्नलिस्ट भएको नाताले पनि देशको नागरिक हो
I cannot believe my eyes right now. The whole of Parliament is on fire. People are dancing. None of it is left. Look at it. The whole building is burned through. Yeah! People holding Nepali flags on top of the fire engines. Yeah!
Oh my god.
What the fuck am I witnessing right now?
Fuck politician, fuck Gabioli.
This whole thing was freaking wild.
Well, it's time to leave. I'm shocked at the scenes I've witnessed here today. I truly witnessed history. What a stupid trip from Thailand to England on a fucking moped. And with that, I'm going to go back to my motorcycle. This is and I'm going to get the hell out of here. You don't know how happy I am to see my baby here. Safe and sound. Nothing's stolen. All good. Yes, sir.
This is for change.
Yeah.
Political change.
I'm good, man.
Protest against corruption.
Yeah.
Some water.
No, I'm good, man. I'm going to ride back.
Some water?
No, I'm okay. I've just had some. Thank you, man. Honestly.
So how many days it takes to come from Thailand to here?
6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where you are planning to go now?
Brother, thank you. Now I'm going back to my hotel.
Hotel.
Yeah, I need to.
How long you will stay here in Kathmandu?
Until this is curfew over.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's over.
Okay, we are distributing water.
Yeah, thank you, man. I've got one.
So I'm from Kathmandu Hiking Group.
Kathmandu Hiking Club.
Hiking Group.
Okay.
We have 32,000 people in our group.
Oh, lovely, man.
Yeah, every month, every week we are going hike around Kathmandu.
Amazing.
And we are doing cleaning campaign.
Yeah.
So nice to talk.
Nice to talk to you too, dude.
Can we talk in social media?
Of course, yeah. I don't have internet. Better you do. I'll follow you back. Stay safe.
I'll keep in contact with you.
Okay, goodbye.
Here we go. There's a wild moment in history. The fact that there was somebody on the ground live vlogging the whole thing. It's 2025 for you, baby. All right, let's go back to the United States. Oh boy, the last 3 months have been crazy. The last 3 months have been utterly crazy, and we've got to cover them. We got to do it. But unfortunately, we are 12 hours into the stream. That should be a soundbite. What the F am I witnessing? that is a decent soundbite. Okay. So here's the thing, people. We're 12 hours into the stream. I don't know if you remember, but we can't stream longer than 12 hours on YouTube. If we do, they cut off the video, and we lose content that I was working on all night. Right? That's unacceptable. So what I'm going to try and do, because I am using Restream now, I'm going to try and shut off the YouTube stream. The Twitch stream will continue going in the meantime. So if you really need somewhere to hang out and chat with your fellow space fams, that's the place. But within moments, hopefully, I'll have a new link up on YouTube, and we'll be back up and running ASAP. All right, I'm gonna play some music in the background. All right, people, we'll be right back.